And a very good morning from Emirates Old Trafford. Welcome to live coverage on Lancs TV of a double-header of T20 action. Wherever you're joining us this morning, you are very, very welcome. Ahead of us, we have the Lancs Thunder, first of all, as they continue their pre-season preparations with a T20 match against a Bangalore representative 11. And that one is due to get underway in around about 15 minutes' time. After that, we're going to see the Lancashire Lightning, the men's equivalents, as they tackle a Karnataka 11 from the local cricket association, the Karnataka state, of which Bangalore is the capital city. They are fielding a strong side against Keaton Jennings' men, and we'll be following them later on this morning at around about 7:30 UK time. But it's the ladies who we will see first, the Lancashire Thunder, who have started their preparations for the 2024 domestic summer with a successful stint in Dubai, winning 2 and losing 1 of their matches there in the T20 format, and they will get us underway shortly this morning. I am Chris Malaband, and I'm joined on the sofas in the Lancs TV studio in Manchester by Michael McCann. A very good morning to you, Michael.
Very good morning, Chris. A very good morning to all of you at home. And we are in pre-season. We're in the time where optimism and hope springs anew. And after Thunder, of course, last season got to a finals day for the first time in their history, with reaching the Charlotte Edwards Cup semi-finals, losing out to the Blaze. It's exciting to see how they can build on that this season. Paul Shaw talked about the third season of a 5-year plan at the start of the last campaign, and one of the nice things as Chris Reed looks to continue and build on that legacy is that, of course, we'll have Paul Shaw alongside us to tell us a bit more about where he sees his team. It's always pretty handy when you're looking at a side's pre-season and you can speak to the coach that has brought them to this point, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. Paul will be joining us this morning, as well as Polly Starkey as well, being part of our team here in the studio in Manchester. And just looking at the challenges for Chris Reed and the team this morning, Michael, they've come from the United Arab Emirates. The pitches were quite slow there. Run scoring was difficult, but it's going to be a very different kind of environment in the heat of Bangalore this morning. Yeah,
the reports we're getting back are that it's hard, a little bit of grass on the top, but generally, when you are in India, unless it's quite extreme conditions, you bat first. That being said, Alur Frokeld's decided to bowl, which is very interesting to me, having commentated on a lot of Thunder last season, because Thunder tend to be a team that often prefer to chase, and indeed, again, that is what they're going to do today. The principle of, you know what a good score is because it's the winning one.
Indeed. Let's just go through the Lancashire Thunder for you today. As Michael says, Ellie Threlker taking the decision to back her batters to chase down whatever score the Bangalore representative 11 can post. So Fee Morris and Naomi Ditani will open the batting for the Thunder. Ellie Threlkeld, captain and wicketkeeper, we expect to bat at 3. Danielle Collins, Ailsa Lister, the young Scottish player who made her debut earlier in the tour in the Dubai part of preparations. Liberty Heap, Daisy Mullen, Tara Norris, the left-arm pace bowler who's already enjoyed herself in Bangalore a few days ago with a tidy 7-for. Laura Jackson, Phoebe Graham and Hannah Jones completes the 11. So that is the Lancashire Thunder side. And Michael, as we approach the coin toss here, just good to get a thought from you on what kind of different challenges Indian opposition might bring to the type of opposition that the team faced in the UAE.
Well, you've got a side that's got 3 to 4 players that have played senior state-level cricket, and speaking to a few sources in Indian women's domestic cricket, that's a very high standard. You've also got the captain, Chaluru Prafayasha, who has played a one-day international for India back in 2021 against South Africa. So this is a team of serious quality. And it's interesting talking to Warren Hegg a little bit off-air just before we came on, that these games, both for the women and the men today, are being treated as full competitive fixtures. You do often see in pre-season sometimes a bit of a, 14, 15 will play, some will bat, some will bowl, and both Thunder and Lancashire on the women's and men's sides have said, no, these are fully competitive affairs, 11 on 11, and that will be fascinating to watch in terms of, I know it's a dynamic that was the case for the earlier part of the pre-season tour too. It is, we are taking these games as competitive, serious matches that we want to win because we want to bring that into the season, which it's worth emphasising again to anybody at home. It's coming around thick and fast. You might be in England and on the odd day freezing your socks off with the temperatures still relatively low and the rain still around. But Thunder get going on the 20th of April at the Seat Unique Stadium at the Riverside against the Diamonds, which it's the closest women's cricket with the regions as they are now gets to Yorkshire versus Lancashire. It's not quite Yorkshire and Lancashire because it's Lancashire, it's Cheshire and Cumbria, and it's Yorkshire and Durham, etc. But Thunder versus Diamonds is the nearest that it gets. And I know, speaking to the players, you think of someone like Liberty Heap, who's talked openly about bleeding red and being from Burnley and being so proud of that, that to her is representing the Red Rose.
Well, as Michael mentioned a few minutes ago, we have had the toss, and Cricket Operations Manager for Lancashire, Warren Hegg, was the man on duty to find out what happened.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Alur facility here in the beautiful state of Bangalore. A Thunder team will take on a Bangalore Select 11 in a 2020 game. I think it's the first time that Thunder have been out to Bangalore to play against a Bangalore, and we're ready to do the toss. So, guys, you've got the toss.
Coin. This is a 2 rupee coin. This is tails. This would be heads. Who will be spinning? Bangalore team to spin.
Heads.
Heads is the call. Heads it is.
Have a ball, please.
So, Thunder have won the toss and decided to have a bowl. Ellie, what's your thoughts on the wicket?
Yeah, it looks a good pitch, but I think with the conditions this morning, starting early, bit of dew around, I think if the ball's going to do anything, it's going to be this time of day. So hopefully our seamers will get a bit out of it early.
Good experience to chase?
Yeah, definitely. I think, definitely on this pitch, I think the conditions will get better as the day goes on. And yeah, I think we're a decent chasing team, so hopefully we can minimise their total and chase it in the second innings.
Happy with the side you've picked?
Yeah, definitely. I think the girls have been going well pre-season. Yeah, we've had a good start, so hopefully we can continue that form today.
Best of luck today, go well.
Thanks.
Captain, great to see you. Thank you very much to your team for playing against us. You've lost the toss, you can have a bat first.
Yeah, actually I would have batted as well because it's a pretty good track to bat on. So we'll try to put on a good total and then defend it.
So, a very strong team out today against the Thunder team?
Yeah, we have got 3 or 4 players who have played for the state senior team. So should be a good end.
You know, our views back in the UK and on Geo will be really looking forward to your team.
Thank you so much.
Just present the cap as well, so Belly comes in.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we have got a very, very special occasion. We've had a cap produced, which Ellie is going to present to the captain.
Just a quick picture of you both holding it. Great, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so Thunder have won the toss and will have a bowl first. So looking forward to a great game here. Some great conditions. The wicket is really hard, a bit of grass on it. Let's see what happens.
(1864). We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross, What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rolls together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rolls together.
So the Lancashire Thunder, of course, in the second part of their pre-season tour. The first part was in Dubai, but they had the opportunity the other day to get a bit of action here in Bangalore against one of the local teams, Michael, and this was, of course, in the UAE part of the tour. 2 victories to 1, the Lancashire Thunder winning that series, and runs were hard to come by on this trip.
Yeah, they certainly were hard to come by, and as this wickets package very much reflects, a real high degree of quality of spin bowling in the opposition that they faced, and also bowlers with good skill and variety in spin. And English conditions traditionally don't present spin as the forefront of the challenges of what you face as a batter, and so that's one of the big benefits of both of these pre-season tours, in very different ways with different types of pitches, giving those kind of opportunities to work on those skills, which you can do it over here in England, but it's a different opportunity.
Yeah, spin likely to play a heavy part today as we see our umpires making their way onto the field at the Three Ovals Stadium in Alur, just outside Bangalore in the southwest part of India. Bangalore, the capital city of Karnataka. And just to give you a sense of the sheer scale of India, the population of Karnataka, the region that the Lancashire Lightning are facing later on today, and which are feeding many of this Bangalore representative 11 in the women's fixture, has actually got a bigger population than England. 57 million or thereabouts in England, 61 million in the last census for Karnataka. So it just gives you a sense, Michael, of the sheer populous scale of India.
Yes, it is sometimes forgotten or misunderstood, the mass of people and chaos and everything that India is. And I've had the pleasure of, for various professional and personal purposes at various times of travelling to different parts of it. My goodness me. And I know it's an incredible experience for these players. I've been chatting to a couple of them in the build-up to this one. I know they're incredibly excited. The concept of being on a pre-season tour didn't exist for a previous generation of women's cricketers. And for this group, what an opportunity as a way of working your way into a new season. And it might be a new season, and we might be in a very different part to where we finished last season at Emirates Old Trafford, with that win at Emirates Old Trafford and beating Western Storm and Ellie Frelkeld scoring that magnificent 100. But one thing is still for certain in the field. It is Frelks doing all the talking. She's got her black gloves on, and she's got those very distinctive hockey pads that a lot of wicket keepers are starting to use now, which allow for greater mobility, which help make her such an absolute demon behind the stumps.
Just to reconfirm the 11 for Lancashire today, and it is, as Michael was saying, Ellie Threlkeld, who is captain and wicketkeeper for the Thunder. Fee Morris, Naomi Ditani, Danielle Collins, Ailsa Lister, Liberty Heap, Daisy Mullen, Tara Norris, Laura Jackson, Phoebe Graham and Hannah Jones. They are the 11 for the Thunder. And for the Bangalore representative 11, Pratyusha, the captain, Rashivi, Prerana, Sahana, Verma, Namita, Pooja, Krishika, Anaga, Aditi and Rohita is their 11. So a chance for us to see now the Bangalore openers coming out to bat and to get underway with this T20 fixture.
Thunder winning the toss and choosing to bowl. I would expect, most likely, it would be Tara Norris and Phoebe Graham to open up with their very varying threats. Tara Norris with her whippy left arm over swinging back into the right-hander, and Phoebe Graham, tall right arm over, banging it in. Good use of variety through all of her experience. Thunder, a team that often have preferred to chase, and of course these games will build up nicely to the Charlotte Edwards Cup campaign, which starts with a game against their arch rivals, the Diamonds. The closest women's cricket gets to Yorkshire versus Lancashire, and that is at Emirates Old Trafford on the 19th of May. That's where the T20 campaign starts. The 50-over campaign starts on the 20th of April. 10 games in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, the women's T20 competition. And that gets going in mid-May. And those 10 games run from mid-May and in a block right the way through to mid-June. And Thunder will be hoping to make their way to finals day. For now, Phoebe Graham is ready to get us underway here in Bangalore against a Bangalore representative 11. Final checks just being made by the umpire, and now Graham ready to get us going. First ball of the match from Phoebe Graham, getting plenty of movement, which is an encouraging early sign for the Thunder, but just straying down leg. Roshini quite content to use the opportunity to have a look at one.
Yeah, loosener that from Phoebe Graham. No matter how many warm-ups you do, it never is quite the same until you've got ball in hand for real.
That's much better from Phoebe Graham, right on the button, just nibbled away to square leg. First run, although won't count as such. In fact, they did think of a single there, but didn't take one, beg your pardon.
Yeah, important pre-season this for Phoebe Graham.
Yeah, now that's where Phoebe Graham lives. On awkward, nibbling length on middle and off. Phoebe Graham, who last season ended up having a loan spell with the Western Storm at one point in the campaign. Has been with Thunder since 2022. Has previously played for Notts and Yorkshire, as well as Devon and the Northern Districts in New Zealand too. Here she is into Roshini. There's a slip in play now. Just blocked back once more. Still yet to have a run off the bat.
Yeah, settling in a little bit now, Phoebe Graham, after that first delivery, which is wide of the leg stump. As you're saying, Michael, a very experienced seam bowler, but not one who'd probably look back on 2023 with a huge amount of pleasure. Chance, though, to reset at the start of 24.
Just hanging that one outside off stump. Trying to attempt to strike from Roshini, who, for the power play, by modern standards, is being very conservative here, you'd have to say.
Yeah, certainly not looking to push on too hard in this opening over, giving Phoebe Graham the chance to settle into a little bit of rhythm.
Oh, beautiful from Phoebe Graham. And somehow hasn't got the reward for it.
Yeah, I think Ellie Threlkeld wasn't sure initially whether that had clipped perhaps the top of the bail on the way through or whether it had got an inside edge. In the end, nothing.
Too good to get a wicket. That is nibbled back and gone just over the middle stump. Threlkeld takes it, hoping there's an inside edge. My goodness me. Oh dear. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than it is to be good. No luck for Phoebe Graham. What about this time? Oh, right on the money once more. What an over that is. What a comeback from starting with that leg side wide. Phoebe Graham concedes just one from the first over, and the Bangalore representative 11 are one without loss after one.
Yeah, really good start that from Phoebe Graham, aside from the first delivery, settling into a good rhythm, as you say, Michael, and bringing that ball into the right-handed Rashini, who was really struggling to pick the lines of the Lancashire seamer. Cricketer who's worked her way around the domestic circuit, and as you mentioned, found herself out on loan at Western Storm last year, but a chance to really make a statement for the Thunder on this pre-season trip and make sure she's very much part of Chris Reed's thinking as we move into the new domestic summer.
Now, as predicted by yours truly, as advertised in the brochure, one might say, it will be the combination of Graham and Norris. Tara Norris with her whippy, swinging left arm medium pace. Settling into her second season with Thunder, having joined from the Vipers at the start of last season, and settling into a spell here, Krishika facing for the first time. And that is classic Norris, exactly where you want to be as a left-arm over bowler. Just nibbling back into the right-hander, presenting that awkward angle.
The bespectacled Krishika, don't tend to see that too often. Jack Leach, of course, taking bespectacled batting to new heights of popularity with his heroic one not out in the Ashes a few years ago.
Oh, beautiful from Tara Norris. That is superb. Too good for Krishika. And the Thunder, having won the toss and chosen to bowl, have the Bangalore representative 11 1 for 1 after 8 balls. Phoebe Graham built the pressure in the first over, and that cannons into the top of middle. Absolutely perfect from Tara Norris.
Well, Krishika got herself into all sorts of a tangle there. No real foot movement. Didn't really make a decisive stride towards that. Couldn't get across and get herself in line. As we look at this replay, really not getting her body position right at all, the opening batter. And Tara Norris with 7 for 20 the other day, just down the road in another of the warm-up matches. Continuing that form here, and the perfect start for the Lancashire Thunder in the second over. And sadly for Krishika, who's currently doing a bachelor's in business administration, she'll be heading back to the books, unfortunately, without any runs to her name against the Lancashire Thunder in this fixture. And that brings Prerana up to the crease very early on.
Yes, I'm very glad you didn't fall for the classic cricket commentary cliche trap of saying didn't bother the scorers. Any scorer will tell you that the most botherance they can get is from a wicket. And Norris is here hoping for another one against Prerana. And that is right where you want to be. Fall on the off stump. Prerana just content to have a look at one. And the Bangalore representative 11 still yet to score a run off the bat. Excellent start from Thunder.
Always difficult as well, Michael, when you're facing a left-arm opening bowler. It's still the rarity to actually face someone taking the new ball, bowling left-arm over.
Nice once more from Norris and just prodded into the covers.
Tara Norris, clearly a bowler who has plenty of pedigree in form on this tour, and of course featured in the Women's IPL last year for the Delhi Capitals. So A player who is comfortable in Indian conditions, a player who's in good form, just what Krishika didn't want to face first up.
And again, Norris challenging Purana, who interestingly one to watch next time, as Frelkel gets exactly what you want as a wicketkeeper when there's no possibility of a run. A slightly wild throw being zinged in away to her left, and Frelkel made it look relatively simple, as she so often does behind the stumps. Purana is starting about a little foot or so outside the leg stump and then stepping into Norris's delivery. Just watch, and there she comes across, plays that one out to cover point. Fielding done, and end of the second over, and what an over from Norris. It is a wicket maiden, and the hosts find themselves 1 for 1 off 2.
Well, you don't see too many wicket maidens in T20 cricket, and that's exactly what we've just seen from Tara Norris there. Really good over, on the money every delivery. And Krishika struggling and then falling, and Purana, as you're saying, Michael, a little bit hesitant in terms of getting a body set up in a way that she would feel comfortable against the left arm over bowler. So Lancashire well on top in the early stages here.
Phoebe Graham starts the third, and much like she starts the first, starts it with a wide. Worth saying as well, let us know where you're watching from. Get in touch on @ThunderCrick, Thunder CRIC. Be great to hear from you, and I'm sure you're enjoying, if you're of a Red Rose persuasion, what you're seeing so far. How could you not? Here's Graham again, who's getting some shape, but that will be the first run off the bat, fielded by Pai at short fine leg. Shachi Pai, who's not actually in the playing 11 today, but is on fielding there. And it's actually leg by, so still not the first run off the bat.
Yeah, in good form with the bat, Pai, the other day in the Thunder's victory, and early opportunity for her to get some fielding time today, and now a chance for Graham to have a crack at Purana for the first time.
Well bowled by Phoebe Graham, but that will finally be the first run off the bat in the innings. Purana off the mark, and the Bangalore representative 11 now 4 for 1 off 2.2. But it's parsimonious in the extreme. Early doors here from Thunder. Slower ball from Graham, and it was slightly awkwardly played by Roshini off the bottom of her bat. Good variations from Phoebe Graham, and a good opportunity in time to practice them. Fielded by Morris in the sort of wide slip position that you often see teams use when setting a field in India, for the type of edges you can tend to get. So that's clever from Graham once more, just back of a length outside the off stump. Morris getting a feel for the ball. We'll see her in the middle overs with her offies, and I imagine she will be very excited to have a bowl on this. Will reportedly take a fair bit of turn.
No footwork again from Roshini there, Michael. Bit of a swing at that, leaden-footed, not getting across to the line of the ball, and that'll encourage Phoebe Graham.
Oh, beautiful from Phoebe Graham. Gorgeous from Graham. 4 for 2. Both opening bowlers are in the wickets party. The pressure is told. Thunder have another one, and this is an absolute peach. The top of off, and the fist pump celebration that Phoebe Graham is so well known for. She enjoyed it, and why not? Roshini's long vigil goes. A 10-ball duck, 4 for 2.
Well, I said after the previous delivery that Phoebe Graham might be encouraged by Roshini's lack of footwork, and that's just the right ball to throw in next up on a good length on the off stump, testing the defences of the opening batter, and those defences were found wanting there. Really good line from Graham, but the Bangalore representative 11 struggling in these early overs to counter the threat of Graham and Tara Norris, and they're going to need a little bit of resistance here, because they are at the moment struggling to get runs on the board and to keep out the Lancashire Thunder opening attack. And Phoebe Graham and Tara Norris will be licking their lips at the way these opening 2.5 overs have gone.
Yeah, we spoke about Phoebe Graham as well, having that little bit between her teeth to prove her worth once more in Thunder colours, end up having that spell at Storm last season, and again in this opening spell is just reminding everyone of her excellence. Had the pleasure of commentating alongside her at Old Trafford at one point last season, and knowing the kind of perfectionist she is, she'll be annoyed about the 2 wides in this spell, because that's the way that she thinks. But it's been a joy to watch her in full flow, and now it is Kumari's turn to try and deal with Phoebe Graham. Oh, nipping back, LBW shout. Height might have been an issue.
Missing leg stump, I think, Michael. I think Pooja
Apart from
Kumari
that,
was probably a little bit nervous. Let's have a look at the replay here. Graham, again, bang on the money. Yeah, well, it was on the back pad, wasn't it?
Yeah, didn't have far to travel.
Good shout. It looked a good shout, but
it's hit her around the knee roll, which is what made me think of height.
Yeah, I think it was. Well, it was probably. I think if we would had the technology here, we probably would have seen that was marginally high and marginally missing leg, perhaps. But it was still a good shout, a good delivery from Graham, an unconvincing start from Pooja Kumari, and Graham concludes her over 8 for 2 at the end of it. And the Lancashire Thunder asking all the questions here. And Tara Norris will continue.
Content to have a look at that run, Purana. Norris just hanging it out there. It's that classic variety ball for a left arm over bowler that's getting that in swing with the new ball, which won't tend to swing for too long. The one where Norris just holds it cross seam and lets it run through on the angle. And that's lovely once more from Norris. Tweet in from Jack Rule, says, what a start this has been from the Thunder. 2 peaches of deliveries from Tara Norris and Phoebe Graham. Excellent to watch at 4 AM in the morning. Good to have your company, Jack. Remember, you can give us a tweet on @ThunderCrick, @ThunderCRIC. You can tweet yours truly, Michael McCann, on @ThisIsMcCann. This is McCann, MCCANN. Would be lovely to hear from you. It's Norris once more. Just turns that one round the corner. And remember your hashtags. All about the hashtags. It is Lancs on tour, whether it's men's or women's. That should go 2-1. Get that hashtag in there, and let us know where across the world you're watching from. I would say I hope you're watching somewhere a little bit warmer than the UK, but we got up to 15 degrees yesterday, which felt positively balmy.
Subtropical, Michael.
Exactly. Norris once more. This is just nibbled away through square leg. The kind of nervous shot you would often see a batter play at 8 for 2.
Well, I'll give Purana a little bit of confidence there, getting onto that quickly as Norris just lost her line a little bit, veering onto leg stump, and easy pickings off the pads of Purana. But now Pooja Kumari will face Tara Norris for the first time. The first delivery Kumari faced from Phoebe Graham, almost trapping her LBW. So Tara Norris will want to make sure that the new batter doesn't settle in here and that she's right on the money with this delivery.
Nicely bowled by Norris. Nicely played as well. Driven orthodoxy, but straight to mid-off. Well, we are a touch early for this. And I don't want to sound like I'm cursing it from a Red Rose point of view, but one might say if Thunder can continue to bowl in this way, it might get to a point of a bit of that mid-innings tour match thing where you say, can we bat the 20 overs, please? Norris once more in a very good spot, just nudged out into the covers, and some quick running brings a single and takes the Bangalore representative 11 into the lofty heights of double figures. And I say that slightly tongue-in-cheek because Thunder have got them exactly where they want them. 10 for 2 after 4 overs. Chris Malaband will make way, and alongside me will be a man who, whether that's exactly where he wants to be is debatable, but we're certainly delighted to have his company. He comes in with a big smile on his face. Paul Shaw, and, well, we're saying pre-match, what better a person to get some insight from than the man who, until recent times, was, of course, Thunder head coach. Very good morning to you, Paul.
Good morning. It's great to be here. The sun hasn't quite come up just yet, has it?
Not quite. Kumari facing Graham. It's just turned round the corner. What have you made of the first 4 overs or so? Pretty on the button.
Yeah, for sure. I think Chris Reed and his coaching staff will be delighted with the start that Lancashire Thunder have made here. They've bowled really good areas, tight lines. They kept the wickets in play. So, yeah, I think they've made a great start.
Graham looking to continue that here. Turned away wristily by Kumari, out to deep square leg for 1, fielded by Collins. And you'd spoken last season about it being season 3 of a 5-year project, building very young squad. You took that team to a finals day for the first time in the T20 format. The obvious progression is winning a trophy. I assume you feel like this is a group that this is now the time to go and do that. As Graham comes in again, just blocked out.
Yeah, for sure. I think the last 3 years have been a case of building really strong basics within the Thunder team and creating more depth within the squad. And for sure the foundations are now in place, and I'm sure Chris Reed will be excited at the prospect of taking this young but gradually maturing Thunder team towards competitive cricket this summer.
That's a no ball from Phoebe Graham, front foot no ball. We are still in the power play, of course. It's worth reminding you of that because we have seen just the 1 boundary in the 4.5 overs. The Bangalore representative 11 have not been overly aggressive in terms of trying to take advantage of those fielding restrictions, albeit it's tough when you're losing wickets and it's tough when the new ball bowlers are right on the money. And they present very different challenges, don't they, Graham and Norris?
Yeah, they do. I mean, Phoebe Graham looks just to hit decent areas with a little bit of bounce and nip it away and off the seam, and Tara looked to swing it back into the right-handed batter.
Tries to get funky, and Graham ends up bowling a full toss outside off, and that is helped away for just the 2nd boundary of the innings and Purana's first boundary of hers. And suddenly that front foot no ball has proved quite costly. Clever movement, and that slightly put Graham off as well, it seemed.
Yeah, that's the first time we've seen any real intent by the Bangalore batters, but what we can say from that perspective, that's a premeditated shot. But as you rightly said, the no balls there cost a boundary.
Does Purana go aggressive again? No, back to being a bit more orthodox. It's an ill-judged quick single. And, well, rightly, after starting to set off, was sent back, because otherwise that was 16 for 3.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're just looking to press the intent button a little more here, but there was a little bit of confusion there, and the sprightly Hannah Jones was round there like a gazelle as she threw that ball in to stop the 1.
Hannah Jones, once nicknamed the Quiet Assassin by the man to my right, as that's worked her way through the covers. That's a beautiful shot of the innings so far from Purana, who has easily looked the most comfortable of any of the hosts' batters so far. She hits Phoebe Graham for 2 boundaries, One very unorthodox, that a lot more orthodox. And at the end of the 5th over, the most productive of the innings so far for the home side, the Bangalore representative 11 are 20 for 2, and after a bit more from Paul Shaw, it will be Polly Starkey alongside him.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot there from Purana. Graham's just slightly over-pitched, got a little bit full, and Purana's just lent into that beautifully with a good base and a good caress and good stroke through the covers for a beautifully timed 4 runs as Norris runs in.
That's heading towards the boundary, and we'll go all the way for 4.
Yes, another good shot, just slightly over-pitched again there by Norris. Looking for the swing. She's had some success with the swing early in this power play, hasn't she, Polly? And I think she's just looking for a little bit more and just slightly over-pitched.
Yeah, it feels like Bangalore are becoming a little bit more comfortable. They're getting a bit more used to Thunder's bowling, particularly Tara Norris. She's bowled really well so far. But yeah, they're kind of getting a bit more used to her and taking advantage of any loose balls. As Norris is back in, and it's gone behind the keeper, but won't go all the way to the boundary, fielded by Sachipai.
And because Tara Norris has had that little bit of success early on with the swing, she's pushing it right up there looking for swing. That one just outside the off stump, and Kamara gets the inside edge down to fine leg for 1 run.
Tara Norris continuing here, left arm, and that's just gone outside the leg stump, straight through to Ellie Threlkeld. Will go down as it's been signalled a wide. Let's go down as another wide.
Yeah, the last 2 or 3 balls, she's over-pitched one, been a little wide on the off stump with the next delivery, and obviously this one then just trying to correct and overcompensate to just kind of leg side for a wide.
Norris in again, and it's played into the leg side. They'll run through for a single.
We heard at the toss through Warren Heck that it's a pretty firm pitch, but there's quite a lot of grass on there, and I think that's why the Thunder captain Ellie Threlkeld has decided to bowl first. A little bit green, might be a little bit of dew in the pitch with it being early start, and I think that's the perfect line and length for Tara Norris to bowl today to bring all dismissals into play.
Norris plays it again, and it's defended. Tara Norris, of course, has a couple of caps for the USA, has also played for England Academy side, which is quite interesting. I guess we'll have to make a decision at some point. Could, to be fair, play for England tomorrow, but if she played for England, would have to wait, I think, around 4 or 5 years to play for the USA again. Norris into the attack, and it's pulled into the offside, and the wicket's been taken. Fee Morris with the catch. She looks in a little bit of pain. I think she had to slightly dive for that and has hurt her elbow or shoulder.
Yeah, this is a good catch. One of the best fielders on the pitch today is Fee Morris. Just hit on the up through the covers, and Fee Morris has been able to dive forward and catch the ball just in front of her. But yeah, rightly, she's injured a wrist, maybe a forearm in some way. But another good wicket, which leaves Bangalore 27 for 3.
Yeah, Morris fell a little bit awkwardly, but crucially she took the catch. Tara Norris 2 for 9 already, which is impressive. In a recent game, she got 7 for 20, which is absolutely remarkable earlier on this tour. She also got 5 for last year, playing in the WPL as the only associate player. So clearly the Indian conditions really suit her, and she really takes to them.
Yeah, she likes India, doesn't she? She had a fantastic IPL performance, didn't she, last year, you said, and also in the last game here, the warm-up game, 7 for 20. I think she wants to have a career in India rather than flying around the world.
Yeah, well, she's done absolutely fantastically so far this tour, and it's clearly continuing. 2 for 9 from 2.5 overs.
Looks like Fee Morris is just going off the field for a little while to get a bit of physio treatment on that wrist stroke forearm, so we'll update people as we if we get any news.
Bangalore 27 for 3 with Tara Norris, one more ball of her over. So it looks like it could be thumb related, which isn't. It's a left arm, I think. So bowling should still be okay, which is good. It's the batting which could be a slight concern.
Yes, it's working towards the start of the season. Hopefully that's not too bad an injury, and hopefully they can ice it and work a little bit of magic as the physios do and see if we can get back on the park.
Tara Norris was the last ball of her over. And that's just played into the offside to the, I think that's substitute fielder, Sophie Morris.
Although it's disappointing for Fee Morris to go off the park with the injury. Hopefully she'll be back really, really soon, fingers crossed. But great for Sophie Morris to be on the park and be a part of this Thunder squad. She's a young player that's developed through the Thunder Academy in the last couple of years, and we're hoping that she'll go really well over the next year or two.
Yeah, saw her play a couple of times for Thunder last season and bowled really, really well. So a very exciting prospect. Another Morris in the side as well. Makes it a little bit confusing. But it looks like Hannah Jones is going to have a bowl. Bit of left arm spin.
The silent assassin. She's, I think, a wonderful performer. One of the best players to perform under pressure. Just keeps it nice and straight.
Jones in, and there's a slight appeal, but it's defended. I think it safely hit Pirana's bat.
And that's a typical example of what Jones is all about. Wicket to wicket, brings all dismissals into play, looking for that front pad.
Jones continuing, played into the offside and fielded by Tara Norris. Yeah, she tends to be very economical and very, very consistent with her bowling, which of course you want from your spinners in those middle overs. Has played again into the offside to point Tara Norris.
Pirana will be a little disappointed with about Jones just dropped that one short, so perhaps one she could have got away, but didn't manage to break the infield.
Jones again. That's 4 dots in a row. As Pirana struggles to find any runs off the bowling of Hannah Jones. She's in again, and it's the identical shot 5 times in a row. Bangalore still 27 for 3 with 1 ball left of the over. Jones continues to reverse swept, is heading towards the boundary, and it's gone for 4. It's a very, very nice shot from Pirana. 31 for 3 for Bangalore. It's a nice confident shot actually, given how the over went. I thought it was quite brave for her to play that.
Yeah, it's a good shot, isn't it? I mean, Jones has bowled the first 5 balls beautifully, and that was just a little wide. That said, it's a premeditated reverse sweep. She's got enough bat on it to go through the vacant third man area for 4 runs. So they'll be pleased about that, which puts Bangalore Select 11 on 31 for 3 after 7 overs.
Naomi Tatani is just sorting out her run-up, so we're going to return to some seam bowling. Some more left arm actually. there are a lot of left-handers within Thunder's lineup, which is really interesting, both bat and ball, which a lot, particularly in women's cricket, it is quite rare. So it is quite cool to see so many left-handers here. As Datani is in, has gone straight through to Ellie Threlkeld. Don't think there was an edge on that.
Yeah, Datani's just a little wide there, isn't she? And it's the first ball, I accept it's the first ball, but she'll be looking to really zone in, probably with a little bit of swing, if possible, into middle and off here.
Datani continues, and that's defended. There'll be no run. Second dot of her over. Of course, Datani is an all-rounder, and actually I think her batting last season was the most impressive part. She did particularly well in the Rachel Hare Flint Trophy, was the second highest run scorer for Thunder, but also has had a big impact with the ball, and clearly today has started well with 2 dots. As I say, that's been pulled into the leg side. Fielding done by Danielle Collins, and they'll go for 1 run.
Yeah, she was just a little bit short and leg sideish there, which allowed the batter just to free her arms and work it through fine leg as such. So I think she'll just be really focusing in on zoning into middle and off, and trying to make it difficult for the opposition.
Bangalore 32-4-3. As Datani once again in and defended.
That's a much better line and length. It's again, as we said a number of times, it brings all dismissals into play, but what it does do, it makes it very, very difficult to score. She's just slightly back of the length and probably just above knee roll, which is absolutely perfect, really.
Purana on strike, who's 15 from 22. Datani in and played into the leg side, just clipped to Sachipai, who does the fielding.
Yeah, it's. I think it's been an interesting trip so far for Chris Reed, the new head coach, because it's an opportunity, of course, for him to see the squad and members of the squad, and start thinking about the squad and select 11 for the start of the season.
Datani once again played into the offside, but fielded, avoids a boundary.
And of course we're just outside the power play now, so the Thunder team have got more people out of the ring, so they're allowed 4 people out of the ring as opposed to 2 in the power play. Just looking at the bowling figures on the screen here, Phoebe Graham's bowled 3 overs, 1 for 30, Norris 2 for 9 off 3, Joe's none for 4 off 1, and Datani none for 2 off her first over.
Some very good bowling figures there, particularly for T20 cricket. 8 overs gone, 12 overs remaining. Bangalore 34 for 3. And Laura Jackson will continue the bowling for the Thunder.
These are perhaps the ideal conditions for Laura Jackson, just to swing the ball back into the right-handed batter.
Jackson in, and it's hit into the ground on the offside. Tara Norris with the fielding.
If Laura Jackson gets the lines right here, she could be a real handful. She bowls at a reasonable pace, but actually if she gets the lines and lengths right, then I think that front pad could be what she'll be targeting, with a little bit of in-swing to see if she can get an LBW.
Jackson in again, and there'll be no run. I think it's quite interesting with these pre-season tours, because within women's cricket, particularly here in the RHF and Charlotte Edwards Cup, the players get very used to playing against each other, particularly bowling to different batters. So this provides a different opportunity to kind of mix it up. And yeah, I suppose this will be a challenge for the Bangalore players, but likewise, playing against different batters for Thunder will be a really good experience.
Yeah, for sure, and it means that from a bowling perspective and certainly from a captain perspective, Ellie as captain and the bowlers will have to be working out batters that they don't know at all, which is developing a skill of analysing your opposition and putting the appropriate plans in place.
Jackson with 3 dots so far. Continues that to make it 4 dots as it's defended. And there'll be no run.
And we've just seen the first signs of swing there from Laura Jackson. She's getting it up there. She's looking for the swing. She follows through a little more on that action and holds her wrist a little stronger. I think that ball will swing late into that front pad that she's looking for.
Jackson, slightly short and bounces up and it's given a wide. Not quite the delivery she was hoping for.
Very rare you see Laura Jackson ball, a short ball or a bouncer as such, but it also shows that there is some bounce in this pitch. So, yeah, it'll be interesting how this game runs on.
Jackson continuing. Played into the offside. A very similar shot to one we've seen throughout the game so far. Score 35-4-3. Jackson runs in. And that's clipped into the leg side. It's heading towards the boundary. But Naomi Tatani will do the fielding, will save the boundary and only managed to get through for 2 runs.
Yeah, the batter's just clipped that ball away nicely into the outfield, but Naomi Tatani is very, very quick in the outfield and someone that last year certainly we used in the outfield to attack the ball, cut downs the 2s and the 4s and try and create some run-outs. She's got a great pair of hands too.
At the end of the 9th over, Bangalore are 37 for 3. Purana on 15 from 23 and Pratyusha on 4 from 11. Hannah Jones has the ball in hand again. It's just talking tactics with Daisy Mullen, organising her field. Thunder very much in the driving seat here. Jones, left arm spin. I think it will be signalled a no ball. The catch is taken by Phoebe Graham. Oh, it hasn't been signalled a no ball. I think that's gone down as a wicket. So Purana heads back to the pavilion. 15 from 23 balls. I think that was a close call with the no ball. I felt like it was over waist height, but we'll look at the replay. It's
marginal,
yeah.
Marginal, wasn't it, Polly? Yeah, it might have just been under the waistband there, but certainly a disappointing way for Purana to leave the crease because she looked in decent touch, and when you get a full bunger like that, to sacrifice yourself and smack it straight to long on is not one that I'm sure Purana will enjoy watching back on the replay. But 37 for 4 now. The Thunder well and truly on top, Polly.
Yeah, I thought Purana actually had a decent innings. She started quite slow, but had a couple of boundaries. And given Thunder's strong bowling attack, I thought actually she played a respectable innings. And a frustrating way to get out. And she does look visibly frustrated with her dismissal. But as you say, Thunder very much in control, 37 for 4.
Well, Purana, one of the more established players in this Bangalore representative 11 team. She recently made her debut for the Karnataka women, the regional team that represent the state here. So she'd played at a good level. And with Prayushka, with her, the captain today, who has had an ODI cap for India, they were probably 2 of the best bats in the side. And a lot will now rest on the shoulders of Prayushka.
Hannah Jones ready to continue after her wicket.
Yeah, I think Hannah Jones will realise she was a little bit lucky to pick up a wicket with that delivery. So sometimes don't get your just desserts, sometimes you do.
It's slight, didn't get all the bat she wanted on it, and so it just drops down. There'll be no run. Score remaining 37 for 4. Jones once again tidy keeping from Ellie Threlkeld behind the wicket. So once again we'll go down as a dot ball.
Loose shot from Pratyusha there, getting away with it.
It's played into the offside. Tara Norris, no, Elsa Lister, apologise. Scotland international with the fielding.
Yeah, actually, Sumya Verma taking strike. Number 5 on her back. Pratyusha, number 77, is the non-striker.
This goes up into the air and the catch will be taken. Hannah Jones with another wicket.
Well, I struggle to really find the words for that shot, because when your team are 37 for 4 and you're struggling to get any momentum, you've come to the crease and your third delivery you hit straight up in the air with a shot like that. That is an absolute gift for Hannah Jones. If we have a look at the replay here, what is that in terms of shot selection? No control, percentages all against her. That looked like the kind of shot you'd play in the last over of a T20 when you've got wickets still in the shed. But Hannah Jones will take the catch. Very comfortable for her. And that leaves the Bangalore side in all sorts of bother at 37 for 5.
Yeah, it was a pretty reckless shot. Just gets the top edge of a bat and goes straight up. An easy catch for Hannah Jones. It's the second wicket in her over.
Well, this immediately becomes a can we back 20 overs conversation, I think now, Polly, when you've lost your top 5 inside the first 10 overs and you've only got 37 on the board, then the Bangalore 11 will be thinking, can we actually bat 20 overs here, and what can we post? In the UAE, of course, we saw a lot of low-scoring games on the first leg of this tour. Lancashire were often setting or chasing somewhere in the 100 to 120 range. I think Bangalore will be delighted to get anywhere near 100 from this point.
Jones in again. It's played tentatively and there will be no run. So Hannah Jones finishes with a double wicket maiden.
Yeah, fortuitous, perhaps, with the first wicket that she took there, Hannah Jones, and the second one put on a plate for her. But she won't be worried too much about that, Polly. The Didsbury-born left-arm spinner, Paul Shaw, who's part of our commentary team, described her as the quiet assassin because of her consistent performances and ability to take wickets. Well, she certainly proved that in that over, as she starts to make her mark on this game. So the Thunder in the ascendancy at the moment here, but that's a better shot as Laura Jackson is driven for 4 by captain Pratyusha, on whom you feel all of the Bangalore hopes rest in terms of posting anything like a competitive total here. A little bit uppish from the skipper, but managing to beat the chase of Daisy Mullen in the deep, and Pratyusha moves up to 8, and Bangalore to 41 for 5 here in the 11th over. More runs for Pratyusha, only 2 this time. Ditani out at deep mid-wicket does the fielding, and a warm welcome back to Michael McCann.
Thank you very much, Chris. Thunder having a great first half of this innings, having won the toss and chosen to bowl. And the concern, of course, will be the finger of Morris after that catch.
Yeah, Fee Morris taking a good catch, but the thumb on her left hand causing her some discomfort. We saw her getting extended treatment from the Thunder physio. We hope that Fee Morris is not in too bad a condition, and it won't prevent her from opening the innings for the Thunder, which is where we're anticipating Morris batting today. Jackson in again, and again Pratyusha. Well, I think this is sensible batting from Bangalore's captain. I think she's recognised that perhaps she's going to have to carry this innings, and when she gets the opportunity, she's going to have to try and score heavily, driving the ball over the top. Second boundary in the over off the bowling of Laura Jackson. This the most expensive over of the innings, and Pratyusha up to 14.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Half volley, put it away nicely.
Quick work from Ellie Threlkeld, but no advancement from Pratyusha.
Yeah, she is a class act standing up to the stumps, Ellie Threlkeld. There was that stumping from a leg side sharp bouncer by Tara Norris that went viral on social media last season.
Good comeback from Laura Jackson after getting a little bit of tap early in the over. Good couple of Yorkers to finish it. And Jackson, well, the pros always talking about getting out of an over well, and Jackson certainly did that, having gone for a couple of boundaries. The bowler from Ormskirk, and that concludes over number 11. And Bangalore having one of their best overs of the innings to move their rather sorry scorecard up to 47 for 5.
Yeah, she does a lot of good work off the field as well as on it. Laura Jackson raising money and awareness for the rare disease of sarcoidosis, something her mother Lynn passed away of because of in early 2022. Organised a charity walk up Coniston Old Man in the Lake District and hopes to do more in coming times. Now, Morris is back on the field and back bowling, and that's great news for the Thunder. A major reason they made it to Charlotte Edwards Cup T20 finals day last season.
A real loosener that from Fee Morris.
Well, I'm chuckling only because I commentated on a lot of Fee Morris bowling last season, and in all of it, I'm not sure she bowled a worse delivery than that, but she got away with it. I've given her the big build-up. She's normally right on the button with her off-spinners.
Much better there from Morris, settling into a much better length.
Yeah, she was right up there in the PCA most valuable player rankings in T20 cricket last season.
A lot of air again, and for the second time in the first 3 deliveries of this over, a full toss from Morris, and Rajesh able to take advantage of that. Low risk shot down to third man to pick up the boundary, and suddenly a few runs coming now for the Bangalore team. They move past 50, small milestone that I'm sure they'll be pleased to take after such a difficult first half to this innings.
Work down the ground. Obviously worth saying that particularly after you've had a finger discomfort of some kind, then coming on to bowl can be an interesting endeavour as a spinner.
Yeah, you can see the strapping there, Michael, can't we, on her left thumb. Shouldn't affect the grip, of course, as an off-break right-arm bowler, but probably discomforting and probably slightly off-putting. Whether it will affect her ability to grip a bat, we shall see in the Thunder reply. Last ball of Fee Morris's first over then to conclude the 12th. Attempted reverse sweep was brave, borderline crass, but got away with that one, Rajesh. And one more on the score from the consequent leg bye. Looked a half decent shout for LBW that, but Fee Morris not getting the interest of the umpire. 53 for 5 as we move through 12 overs.
Remember to keep your tweets coming in at Thunder Crick, Thunder CRIC, and use the hashtag LancsOnTour. Lancs on Tour would be lovely to hear from you wherever you are across the world. And well, right now there is a lot for Thunder to be very happy about. 53 for 5 off 12. I would imagine they'd be hoping to chase under 100 here. A runner ball gets you to 99.
Yeah, and I think Bangalore might be quite happy with that if they can post 3 figures. It will depend a little bit on whether Pratyusha sticks about and whether the lower order can stick with their captain, who has played a one-day international for the full Indian national team, so pedigree-wise the strongest bat in the side. Naomi Ditani with her left-arm medium pace back into the attack for the Thunder. Uppish from Pratyusha, but once more she's continuing to be positive here, the captain, on anything giving her a little bit of width or being in the slot. And Ditani short of a length there, and without the necessary cover really for that kind of delivery, takes the punishment.
Yeah, short and wide, but put away nicely by Pratyusha.
Good comeback from Ditani, who has settled in well at Old Trafford. Very experienced cricketer, formerly of Middlesex and the Sunrisers. Winner of the old Kiora Super League title in 2019 with the Western Storm. Now switching to round the wicket. Good stop at point by Tara Norris.
She's got away with that one a touch again, you'd have to say. It was a little bit short and wide like the first ball of the over, but it's picked out the fielder. It's definitely in match rhythm. Naomi Ditani has spent the winter playing club cricket in Perth. If you work things out in the right way, you can pretty much be on a cricket travelator these days, so long as you know the right people in the right places. And increasingly with women's cricket, of course, much like the men's game, if you've got the right franchise deals in the right places, you can be doing well for yourself too, and deservedly so.
Rajesh taking strike. Well fielded by Ditani in her follow-through. Yes, we've seen a number of the Lancashire players in both the men's and women's, Michael, out and about in the first part of this winter. Luke Wood, for example, in the Lightning side, was in the semi-final last night of the Pakistan Super League. His team narrowly beaten and missing out on the chance to go into the final. Short from Ditani, a really good hook from Rajesh. He was onto that quickly, and that was something that Captain Pratyusha was very pleased to see. You could see the fist bump there, short of a length from Ditani, but Rajesh onto it quickly. Very well controlled hook, got her hands right over that.
Yeah, whipped the wrist round on it to send it nice and fine, so deep backward square leg was not in play at all. Thinking to do for Ditani from this final ball.
Well, attempted variation at the back of the hand, but a full toss which was perhaps a little bit fortuitous. It didn't go for more than that. Good fielding once more by Pai, who has been on as a sub from the start for the Thunder. But another good over that from a Bangalore perspective. 10 from it. And suddenly this partnership is starting just to give them a little bit of a foundation here. 20 added by these two, 63 for 5 after 13.
So if from the next 7 overs they can go a runner ball, that would get them 105. These two might be hoping for acceleration greater than that.
Yeah, I think it'll be an over by over recalibration, Michael, won't it, from these two batters as to what they might think they can get to here. Jones continuing.
Testing out Fraukeld's glove work, which is unsurprisingly as smooth as freshly spread butter on toast. Jones already has 2 for 5 off 2, and unsurprisingly, Ellie Fraukeld in shock news, quite pleased to be teaming up with Chris Reed, not just from a coach-captain point of view, but from a wicket-keeping standpoint. Adding Chris was obviously an outstanding wicket-keeper in his playing career, so looking forward to picking his brain on keeping. I know, speaking to a couple of the players, they've been joking about the fact that sometimes they have had to break up discussions on keeping, reminding them that there are other things to be sorted between the captain and coach, as well as matters behind the stumps. As that's, speaking of wider fielding, that is very tidily done by Jackson to do it all on her own.
Yeah, I'm sure all the players were intrigued as to see who the new coach was going to be for the Thunder this season. And as you say, Michael, both here and in other teams, if you are a wicketkeeper yourself and you see a specialist keeper arriving through the door, you're bound to think, well, this is going to surely help my glove work and someone I can learn from. Such a specialist position, such a technical position. And I'm sure Chris Reed will be able to assist Ellie Threlkeld in a number of aspects of how she keeps. Still very early in his tenure, he'll be finding out about this squad on this tour in all dimensions. And Jones settling into a good rhythm here in this third over.
It's interesting as well because it's a step up for Chris Reed in many ways. Been an assistant coach at the Hobart Hurricanes in the Women's Big Bash and for the Trent Rockets women in the 100 last year. As that's an improvised stroke from Prafusha. Given the field setting, it seems like quite a high-risk, high-tariff option.
Yeah, not sure. I completely agree, Michael. I'm not sure it's necessarily her best option. She's clearly a capable batter, and playing that kind of stroke, not necessarily percentage-wise the right one. You'd feel she'd have to be there to the end of the innings to maximise Bangalore's chances of posting their most competitive total here as the 14th over concludes. Another one of some area of consolidation for the home team here. 68 for 5 at the end of the 14th. Some further thoughts from Michael McCann. And once again, he'll be joined by former Thunder coach Paul Shaw.
Yes, fantastic to have your company wherever you are across the globe. Remember, you can get your tweets into us using @ThunderCrick, Thunder CRIC. Hashtag Bring the Thunder, often used for the Thunder's games right through the season, but your hashtag for all things pre-season, men's and women's, is hashtag Lancs on tour. And alongside me, a man who is not on tour because he's with us in the studio, is Paul Shaw, adjusting to life, watching your old team. As Morris starts her second, Shortland pulled away straight to mid-wicket, and Prafusha quickly retakes her ground. What's it like seeing your side be continued on with Chris Reed and company?
Yeah, it's really good. I'm really excited about this season.
Full toss, and Prafusha steps down the track, thumps that out to Datani in the deep.
Because I think the foundations have been laid fairly well by the coaching team, that we're a really good coaching team and young players that have developed and matured nicely. So I think, you know, Chris coming in hopefully can take it to the next level. As I say, I'm really excited and looking forward to this season.
Oh, that's nice from Morris, and what a player, what a signing she was last season. I know, speaking to a few players in different English women's regional teams, they said they reckoned she might have been the best signing any team made in the entire season, certainly right up there. So again, that's a pretty decent spot, and it's not the most aesthetically pleasing shot from Rajesh, but it's effective in getting a single.
Yeah, I think it was a great signing for us. I think sometimes just a player just needs freshening up by going into a different environment, and often many of those conversations and coaching techniques are often the same, but just a different environment, different voice, and she did fantastically well.
Full toss from Morris, and Prafusha gets that away for just one. Might be frustrated to have not got more to show for it.
Fee Morris just looks to be battling it a bit with her action here. She just needs to get through that action and get her weight towards the batter at the other end. She's just sitting back a little.
So that's smashed away by Rajesh out to deep mid-wicket. 4 singles in the over, so 72 for 5 off 15 as we head into the last 5. Some more thoughts from Paul Shaw, and then alongside him will be Polly Starkey.
I think talking about Fee Morris, you know, she's legitimately a 3-dimensional player. She's a terrific batter, ball striker, and also timer of the ball, certainly in the shorter format of the game. But also with the ball, she's a very well and very much developed bowler. She's still a little way to go, but gets key wickets at key times and can certainly put pressure on batters. And she's a great pair of hands in the field, whether she's in the ring, where we've seen a diving catch today, or whether she's in the outfield, where she's quick. She's got, as I say, a great pair of hands and a wonderful arm. So I think from that perspective, as the women game develops, then I think Fee Morris is going to be a really important player to this Thunder team.
Well, Bangalore are 72 for 5 after 15 overs, so we've slightly upped the pace a bit. It feels like a nice partnership is forming here, and they could do a little bit of damage. Thunder, I think, is still very much in control, but Bangalore are getting some runs on the board.
Yeah, for sure. They've just consolidated and now are beginning to play with a little bit more intent, looking to free their hands and hit the ball a little bit harder. So Thunder for sure would look to break this partnership as soon as they possibly can to see if they can ball out, if at all possible, the Bangalore side below 100.
Norris, the left arm seam, skied into the air, but drops just before Phoebe Graham, and the catch will not be taken. Potentially a wicket opportunity, but just fell slightly short.
It'll be interesting what Tara Norris does here, because she often goes to variations when she comes back in the last few overs.
Norris again, and it's hit into the offside, fielded by Elsa Lister.
Yeah, Tara normally goes to slower ball bouncers, or back of the hand deliveries, just to create that little bit of uncertainty in the decision making of the batters. So it'd be interesting if she does that, or whether she just looks to go wicket to wicket and look to hit the stumps and bring LBW into play.
2 runs from this over so far as Norris continues. And did the fielding herself, but bounced off her foot, so Phoebe Graham collects the ball.
A couple of balls before there, we saw Elsa Lister pick up the ball in the field, didn't we? The Scottish player that's been on the Thunder Academy for around 12 months now, and she's a real strong ball striker, and she's developing out. Looking forward to seeing her play today.
Norris again, offside, and Elsa Lister, as you mentioned, with the fielding once again, made her Scotland debut age 17, and I think in the last 12 months has really developed. We've mainly seen her for Scotland, but made her debut for Thunder the other day, scoring 35 against the UAE. She has a couple of half centuries and 30 Scotland caps. So her career, despite only being 19, I think she's flourishing already. Tara Norris running in past the umpire, and that's struck into the air once again, but will fall safely in front of Naomi Tatani, and they'll run through for the single.
Yeah, our solicitor's also a really good wicket keeper too. So obviously Ellie Threlkel's got the gloves, an outstanding keeper and captain, but she's not a bad understudy at all. So I think she'll develop over the years.
Norris, number 24 shirt, played into the leg side, very quickly fielded by Sachipai. Yeah, there's a lot of competition actually for kind of that wicket keeper spot. Of course, Ellie Threlkeld is one of the best keepers, I think, to be fair, in the domestic circuit, potentially even in the world. Then you've also got Alice Clark in the conversation. I know she's developing a bit more as a batter, but of course she's a wicket keeper. Now you've got Elsa on the scene. So there's a lot of wicket keepers coming through at Thunder.
Yeah, for sure. And I think across the squad we've got the keepers, if you like. We've got the spin bowlers, the pace bowlers, and the batters are beginning to develop too. So it's not just about that first 11. It's also about creating that squad of 16, maybe 18, that all could play real key roles and perform for the Thunder, especially as the seasons are getting that little bit longer, more intense, more cricket, and the risk of injuries, of course.
Hannah Jones back in, and that's defended. There will be no run. Of course, I missed out Seren Smale on that list as well, who has she's part of the England Academy at the moment in New Zealand, has played for England under-19 in the under-19 World Cup, and seems to have a big career ahead of her.
Yeah, so true. And if you look at the players that can come back into the team, if available, Emma Lamb, of course, Kate Cross, Sophie Eccleston, Mahika Gore, the big find from last year, as well as Sarah and a potential overseas player too. It looks a strong squad.
Jones, left arm spin, and she does the fielding herself. Just defended back to Jones.
The England coaching staff here will be really keen they can break this partnership.
Ellie Threlkeld with tidy keeping, denying Bangalore a run. 78-4-5 is the score. Pratyusha on 24 from 31 on strike. There's a big appeal, but the umpire's not interested.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether batters just got outside of the line there, but they certainly look to put the pedal down now and score runs quite quickly in these last 4 overs.
Jones with a final ball, and they'll run through for the single, taking the score to 79-4-5 after 17 overs. 3 overs remaining. Can Bangalore reach that 100 mark?
They'll certainly be hoping that they can get there, but obviously Thunder will be looking to just to peg them back in these last few overs. Just looking at Hannah Jones's figures, 2 for 11 in 4 overs. That's Hannah Jones, isn't it? You know, when everything's happening all around, Hannah Jones just comes on and just bowls wicket to wicket, and because she keeps the ball often within the width of the stumps, it just brings dismissals through building pressure.
Yeah, she's bowled very well today, and it looks like that Naomi Tatani will be taking the ball for Thunder. Pratyusha just having a look around at her options, where she can find those runs from. It'll be a difficult target to defend for Bangalore as Tatani runs in, and it's played straight through to Ellie Threlkeld.
Yeah, I mean, the 5 down, they've been 5 down for a little while now. As we said earlier, they've consolidated Bangalore. And I suppose if I'm their head coach, I'm probably looking at, can we get to 110, 115 here?
Datani once again played into the offside.
And of course, the Thunder coaching staff and Ellie Threlkeld as captain will be doing all they can to keep them over those magical 3 figures of 100.
Datani, 2 dots from the over so far. And they'll run through, I think, for just a single. 80 for 5, getting close to that 100 mark. But 2.3 overs remaining, 20 runs required to get to that 100 mark. It's looking like it will be a challenge, but Pratyusha on 26 from 36 and Rajesh on 18 from 21. And Datani's bowled up. Rajesh goes for 18. It was a beautiful bit of bowling from Datani, straight through, and the bails went flying.
Yeah, that's a good delivery from Datani. She's just running, got close to the stumps. As we say, ball wicket to wicket, just angles that ball into middle and leg. It's the length that's key here. It's just that top quarter of the stumps, which all coaches and captains talk about. She's delivered that ball really, really well in the key area that has obviously got the 6th wicket. Bangalore currently off 17.4 at 80 for 6.
A good partnership broken by Naomi Datani. Bangalore were putting on a couple of runs, so that's stopped that for a little while. And Namita comes to the crease as the new batter. Partnership of 43 runs between Pratyusha and Rajesh before.
Yeah, so far that's the biggest partnership of the game, isn't it? They came together when the team was in a little bit of a sticky situation, but put together a great partnership of 43 and started just to gain a little bit of impetus. Still the underdogs in this game, but they're giving themselves a bit of a chance.
I thought, given the circumstance, it was a very good partnership against a very strong Thunder bowling lineup. Namita on strike as Datani runs in, just misses and goes through to Ellie Threlkeld, who is ever reliable behind the stumps.
Just looking at the bounce and carry of that delivery, you know, that Datani bowled then. She does have half a yard as Datani when her action clicks nicely. That ball went through at a good pace with real good carry.
Final ball of the over, and it's a slight appeal. I don't think the umpire's interested. Yeah, it'll go down as a dot. 80 for 6 the score remains. Naomi Datani 1 run and 1 wicket from her over.
Yeah, I think that one just went and brushed past the pads perhaps, or maybe the trousers as it went through to Ellie Threlkeld. There was a very, very slight appeal, but I think it was more of a murmur as such, and I saw some wry grins. So probably just flick the pad there as Phoebe Graham comes back into the attack to bowl the 19th over.
Phoebe Graham just setting her field. 2 overs, 80 for 6. Phoebe Graham starting her run up. Number 17 on her shirt. Bowls it nice and straight. It's defended. They're slightly interested in a run, but very quickly go back into their creases.
This is, of course, Phoebe's 4th over and final over of this game. But this is really important. This is Phoebe coming back for another spell, and she'll be looking to ball as tight as possible here and maybe get a wicket.
Goes through to the keeper, Ali Threlkeld. Pratyusha, who seemed to find a bit of rhythm, seems to have lost it a little bit.
Yeah, she just seems to have dried up a little bit from a runs perspective, doesn't she? 26 of 38. She was almost at a runner ball at maybe 3 overs ago, but just finding it a little bit tricky at the moment.
Umpire signals wide.
Phoebe Graham just trying to slow a ball there that just didn't come out as she would have liked and drifted down the leg side.
81-4-6 for Bangalore. Phoebe Graham currently 1 for 14 from 3.2 overs. And that's Hoyt into the air. Oh, drops just short of Naomi Datani, who doesn't quite manage to catch it. Slight misfield. And they'll run through for 2.
Yeah, it's one of those. Datani's gone with the real intent towards the ball, and it's just bouncing in front of her. And perhaps she'd have been better off just holding back. But actually, we always, as coaches, want players to be aggressive in that outfield and really attack the ball. But probably slightly caught in 2 minds, I think. There.
Yeah, I think you've got to go for the catch. And at this point, I think they can risk it. Phoebe Graham with another dot ball. 83-4-6. 2 balls of the over remaining. Graham once again into the offside and well fielded by Hannah Jones, who prevents it from going any further towards the boundary.
Yeah, good little bit of fielding there, which just keeps the pressure on. If she allows that ball to go through, then it's 2, maybe 3 runs. So she's probably saved a couple of runs there. And again, every run counts, even though it's a low total at the moment. The ball's still doing a little bit, so we don't know what Bangalore have got in terms of a bowling attack at the moment. So England will want to keep this well below 100.
Graham charging in, and she's bowled up. Namita has gone for a duck. Phoebe Graham with the penultimate ball of her over. It's a lovely delivery. There's a swing and a miss.
Yeah, really good delivery, isn't it? It's, again, the top quarter of the stump, as we talk about a lot. Really straight. Yumi's high hit, and I think that's a great delivery from Phoebe. She's come back into a final over of her spell.
So at the end of the over, 84-4-7 from 19 overs. 1 over remaining. Pratyusha on 29 from 41. The new batter heading to the middle. Phoebe Graham finishes with 2 from 17 from her 4 overs. Pratyusha looking round at her options as Naomi Datani will continue with the ball. Left arm seam, it's skied up into the air and Laura Jackson takes the catch. Another wicket for the Thunder. They're going to now have 2 new batters at the crease. Again, it's a slightly reckless shot and a bit of a regulation catch for Laura Jackson. Datani getting her 2nd wicket of the game.
And as you were saying with Paul Shaw a moment ago, Polly, Pratyusha really become becalmed because earlier in her innings she was attacking positively, she was on the front foot looking to drive, she was taking the innings really by the scruff of the neck when she was with Rajesh, and the team had stumbled to 43 for 5. But in the last few overs, she'd struggled to really find any fluency. And with her departure now, that first delivery of the final over, you would really think that Lancashire will fancy their chances of keeping Bangalore below 90 here. And Ditani might even think about a 3 or a 4 for.
84 for 8 as Morelli's on strike. Hits into the offside, and there's an appeal for a run out. And it's been given.
Well, that's a disaster. That is a disaster, isn't it? When you've got 2 wickets standing and 5 balls to see out through an innings, to have a run out, that really is an awful moment for the Bangalore 11.
Yeah, they needed to go for the run if they wanted to get anywhere near the total, but
not running your bat in doesn't help your chances, Polly, does it?
No, definitely not.
I don't think Murali was really giving herself best chance there. I mean, you teach every young cricketer, run your bat in, dive, do everything you can to extend your body as far forward as possible. And she did none of those things there. So that was a bit of a soft sacrifice from Murali. And now Lancashire have every chance of tidying this one up before the 20th over concludes.
Good pressure in the field as well. Ditani in. And there's a big appeal, and it's been given out. Naomi Ditani with a hat-trick. And Ellie Threlkeld with the catch has the slight edge. And the umpire was very quick to give that out.
Yeah, 3 wickets going down in consecutive deliveries, 2 for Ditani and the run out in the middle. So a sad end really for Bangalore to be dismissed for 84 there, having got to 80 for 5 to then lose their last 5 wickets for 4 runs was not what they would have been looking for at all. But a strong performance from Lancashire in the field. So we will have the opportunity in a moment to review that innings. But as you can see, the players walking from the field with the Bangalore representative 11 bowled out for 84 in the 20th over. So here are the wickets that the Lancashire Thunder took in that innings. That was the first of the day to go down. Krishika bowled by Tara Norris for naught, and then Rashini, the other opening batter for Bangalore, bowled by Phoebe Graham for a duck. This was the second wicket for Norris. That was Kumari departing, caught by Fiona Morris for 7. Then it was the first wicket for Hannah Jones, caught by Phoebe Graham there. Prerana departing for 15. Hannah Jones then getting a second wicket in the same over. Verma caught and bowled for a duck. At this point, 43 for 5. Bangalore were in all sorts of trouble. Then we saw a good partnership, which was ended here when Rajesh was bowled by Ditani for 18. And that triggered a collapse in the back end of the innings. Graham with that wicket. This one was for Ditani. As the wicket started to tumble, that was Prayuthsha out for 29, and then the last 3 wickets going down in consecutive deliveries. This one, the run out of Murali, not running her bat in there, and off the very last delivery of the innings, or so it proved, Ditani getting the outside edge of Sahana. Ellie Threlkeld making no mistake, and Sahana going for a duck as well. So the last 4 batters not troubling the scorers. 84 all out, and Polly having recovered to 80 for 6 or 80 for 5 at one stage before Rajesh went. We saw that good partnership between Rajesh and Prayuthsha. Then the last 5 going down for 4 runs. It was a rather drastic collapse for the Bangalore representative 11.
Yeah, it wasn't a good way for them to finish. I understand they've kind of got to be attacking those last few overs. They want to get as many runs on the board as possible. But there were some really silly shots. And I think they could have avoided that destruction quite easily. The run out I thought was really good from Thunder. A lot of good attacking in the field. They built that pressure throughout the innings. So really positive from Thunder and some excellent bowling on display.
Yes, the bowling was steady throughout. Phoebe Graham at the top of the innings with Tara Norris starting things off in exactly the right way. And then wickets for Hannah Jones's slow left arm, Naomi Ditani's left arm medium pace as well. So the Lancashire Thunder bowlers all working their way through the Bangalore batting lineup, but in good batting conditions. And we hear from Warren Hegg, the cricket operations manager for Lancashire out there, that the pitch is in good condition. Polly, Lancashire will be very hopeful / confident, you'd think, in chasing down just 85 in their 20 overs.
Yeah, you think they'll be confident to chase it down quite quickly. They've got a really strong batting lineup. They've got Fee Morris, who of course we mentioned about her being an excellent all-rounder, Ellie Threlkeld in there, Naomi Ditani. Then you've got more explosive players in the middle order, and so you would think Thunder will get this wrapped up quite quickly.
Yeah, I mean, this match, Polly, it's all about building for the new season. It's all about building confidence and getting players as match ready as can be for mid-April and the start of the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy here back in the UK. So I guess there might be some sort of thought that permeates around the Lancashire dressing room now that says, actually, whilst it's great to bowl Bangalore out for 84, it would have been quite nice to have been chasing 150 and putting ourselves through our paces a bit more, because what we saw in Dubai was lots of matches in and around the kind of 90 to 120 type of range, and the team as yet haven't had the opportunity to chase a really significant score.
Yeah, I was quite surprised that Thunder opted to bowl first. I thought they might want to bat, put a big total on the board and then have a bowl, but of course Ellie Threlkeld opted to bowl. It's gone in their favour, but yeah, at the end of the day it is pre-season tour. I think it's a massive opportunity for them to test their skills. India's a difficult place to go to and test those skills. It provides a challenge, as we know from other teams that go there, that they tend to struggle, but Thunder have done really well. Of course, Thunder, the whole of their starting 11 are professional cricketers. You look at this Bangalore 11, and I imagine the majority of them aren't. I know a lot of them are students, and so there is a disparity between the teams, which is clear. But I thought Thunder have played really well so far, and that's very positive ahead of the Charlotte Edwards Cup and Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy this year.
Thunder, of course, have got further matches to come. We'll be back on Lancs TV tomorrow for a 50-over match against the Bangalore representative 11. So please join us for that one as well. And just as a reminder, I'm sure you do remember, but at 7:30 UK time today, we will have the chance to watch the men's team, the Lancashire Lightning, take on the Karnataka 11, the state 11. So please stay tuned for us for that one. That will immediately follow this broadcast on Lancs TV. But from Chris Reed's perspective, Polly, as he kind of looks at the chase ahead to try and take down 85, do you think he'll have any reflections on changing the batting order from the one that he had in mind before the start of the game, or will it be, as we expect, Fee Morris and Naomi Ditani who'll be sent out to open the innings and told, look, if the two of you can knock 85 off, try and knock them off, you know, this is about winning the game? Or will it, do you think, be more about saying, well, let's see if we can get 3 or 4 players to get an opportunity to get 20 each?
Yeah, I'd imagine he'd give opportunities quite spread around. It depends, I think, also on Fee Morris and her injury that she picked up quite early on, if she opens the batting. But I think it's a great chance to give players who haven't had much game time a chance to open the batting or come in at 3 or 4. I think Thunder are playing this as a competitive game. So I think in that sense they'll want to get it wrapped up. They'll want to show what they can do. And if a player can go in and score quick runs, I think that's really exciting ahead of the season. But at the same time, I think it would be a missed opportunity not to utilise this as a chance to get the players out there in the middle and kind of playing with each other, because I mean it's been a while since the end of the season.
Yeah, Ellie Threlkeld had a 50 to her name in the Dubai leg of the tour. Ailsa Lister and Liberty Heap had a good partnership in the first game. Fee Morris was in good touch the other day in getting runs in a warm-up match here in Bangalore. So a number of the players have had the opportunity to get some time in the middle, which is usually helpful at this stage of preparations. Of course, no Kate Cross and no Sophie Eccleston on this trip. They're busy with the Women's IPL. Emma Lamb and Seren Smale are busy with England A in New Zealand. But this type of opportunity for somebody like Ailsa Lister, for example, Polly, new to the staff this year, young Scottish batter, a really good chance for her to really integrate with the squad on this kind of trip, get used to playing at this level and show what her range of abilities are going to be, because with some of those names I've just mentioned, they're coming back into the fold in the summer. It's going to be very strong competition for places in this squad.
Yeah, it's going to be a really competitive squad. And as you mentioned, it's a great opportunity for Ailsa Lister to kind of settle into the team, get to know her teammates, travel to the other side of the world and play a bit of cricket. And it's fantastic that these opportunities are available now. A couple of years ago, this didn't happen, and Lancashire and Thunder have been very progressive with getting pre-season tours. Other teams in the regional system now are following. But actually to be able, I know they had a spin camp earlier in the year out in Mumbai, and to be able to take the whole squad to Dubai and Bangalore is just an incredible chance for these players to get a bit of cricket in before the season starts, because previously they would just be in the indoor net, and actually that's not a great way to head into the season.
And as you say, that's a perfect example, the Mumbai trip as well. This isn't the first time that many of these Lancashire Thunder players have been out in the East this winter, because as you mentioned, 10 of the team were out in January with a specific focus on playing against spin bowling. So it's the second trip they've made in the space of a couple of months out to India. It just shows, doesn't it, the investment that Lancashire are making in the Thunder. 15 full-time contracted professional players, and the level of focus in preparation and in skills development that facilitates 2 international trips in the close season.
It's absolutely fantastic to see, and it's these big things which kind of get the headlines and are really important, but then you look at the smaller things that Lancashire have done throughout last season. For example, the women getting their own dressing room, like a home dressing room, things like that just make it, I don't know, I think a lot of the players have spoken about it makes it feel like home. Emirates Old Trafford is their home now, and so to be able to take these tours and, you know, do it alongside the men's team as well, I think that's really important, and it just shows Lancashire's commitment to women's cricket all through the age group system, but also their senior team. They funded extra contracts a couple of years ago when the ECB only gave out 5 or 6. They added an extra 1 or an extra 2, and things like that. You know, actions speak louder than words, really.
Polly, thank you very much for now. Polly Starkey, part of our commentary team here at Emirates Old Trafford for these matches today being played out in India. Well, we're got the picture on the screen behind us of the Alur ground, the 3-oval stadium in Karnataka. I know the ground staff are working hard in repainting the creases in preparation for Lancashire's innings. We'll be right back with you very shortly on Lancs TV to see if Ellie Threlkeld's side can chase down 85.
1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and his face is what a moment. Well, the real thrust of that innings came from Hagen's Fairbrother. Fine chance, 2 runs at the winning hit, on come the crowd.
In 1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and his face is what a moment. thrust of that innings came from Hagen's Fairbrother. Fine chance to run, get the winning hit, on comes the crowd.
(1864). We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Welcome back to live coverage of this pre-season T20 match between the Lancashire Thunder and a Bangalore representative 11, live from the Three Ovals Stadium in Alur in Bangalore. We're at the mid-innings point. If you're just joining us on Lancs TV, a very good morning to you. If you're joining us in the UK or a little bit later in the morning, perhaps in India, if you've just joined us, well, Lancashire have had much the better of the first 20 overs of this game, because they have bowled out the Bangalore representative 11 for just 84 and giving themselves every opportunity, you'd think, of winning this game. Paul Shaw, the former Lancashire Thunder coach, is alongside me. And Paul, what do you think the messaging will have been in that dressing room at the mid-innings break? Try and knock this off as soon as possible, or try and bat deep into the 20 overs to give yourself maximum time in the middle?
Yeah, I think they'll have been a really well done on the bowling and fielding performance, because I think they did incredibly well. And I think they'll be saying, listen, let's go with our game plan, which is playing real positive cricket and showing lots of intent. Play smart cricket, but let's go to finish this game as early as we possibly can, because it just sets that tone for the rest of the tour, but also for the start of the season.
Naomi Ditani and Fee Morris will open the innings for the Lancashire Thunder, which was what we were expecting to see. Fee Morris, though, taking a blow on her left thumb when she was fielding earlier, taking a good catch to dismiss Kumari after the bowling of Tara Norris. But Fiona Morris fit to come and open the innings here with Naomi Ditani, who picked up some relatively cheap wickets at the end of that innings, but certainly bowled well in ensuring that what had looked a position of some level of recovery at 80 for 5 crumbled away into 84 all out from the home side. And Paul, for viewers perhaps who've not seen Naomi Ditani or Fee Morris bat before, what can you tell us to expect from these two openers for Lancashire?
Well, Fee Morris is a good stroke player, so we'll look to hit the ball, strike the ball, and also time the ball and run quite hard between the wickets. And Ditani, again, will look to strike the ball. Obviously, the left-handers, so that would cause a problem for the opposition bowlers. But I think both of them will look to be really, really positive and strike the ball well.
Namita will take the new ball for the Bangalore representative 11. She'll be keen to make an impact with ball in hand, having been dismissed by Phoebe Graham for a duck when she came into bat at number 8 for the home side. Perfect conditions here, warm day in the southwest state of Karnataka. This is the venue for both the Thunder and Lightning matches today, and the Thunder's 50-over match against the same opposition tomorrow. So both these Lancashire squads basing themselves at this facility for the rest of this week and playing on these extensive grounds. And Fiona Morris will take the first ball of the innings, 30-year-old, originally from Reading in Berkshire, who has played a lot of domestic women's cricket in her career, scoring nearly 2,500 runs in List A and T20 cricket. And she's been getting herself ready for the new season even before this tour, with a bit of time with the New South Wales Breakers in Australia. So really working hard around the globe to get some proper outdoor cricket in preparation for the summer domestic season. Here's Namita then. Bit of width with that first delivery, and Fee Morris taking full advantage. Boundary off the opening ball.
Yeah, fantastic stroke there from Fee Morris. The ball is just a little bit wide and a little bit from full from Namita, but actually what a beautiful timing of the ball here. Just leans into that ball and times it through the covers for a well-timed, beautiful 4 runs.
Bit of width. Just what you want, isn't it, as an opening batsman, Paul, to your first cherry of the day. There to be punished, and Fee Morris absolutely doing that. Once more getting on the front foot, encouraging signs that she's confident to get forward. No run on this occasion.
What's really pleasing about this, watching Morris's first 2 balls, is certainly there is intent there, but more importantly, she's getting into the ball with a full body. Sometimes when she's not quite in sync, it's just her hands, whereas the whole body's into the ball, which is pleasing to see.
Again, Morris throwing her hands through that expansive drive through extra cover. Picked up in the deep and the boundary cut off on that occasion, but 2 runs comfortably collected as Pooja Kumari patrols sweeping that cover boundary, and a very positive start this for Fee Morris.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the ball's just been a little full and a little wide, hasn't it, from Namita, but that said, it's still important that Fee Morris can pounce on the loose ball, and she's done that really, really well. The run rate, of course, is relatively low. It's just above 4 that the Thunder are chasing, so they've made a great start to this chase.
Again, Morris driving that through the covers. Namita's pretty much bowled the same delivery in the opening 4 balls of her spell here, which, from a batting perspective, I guess it's almost a bit like facing a bowling machine, Paul, where you set it to the same point and practice the same stroke. But at this time of the season, maybe that's perfect.
Certainly perfect for Fee Morris, isn't it, at the moment? But it'd be interesting how Naomi Ditani goes, because obviously it's the left hand here. Is Namita going to bowl the same line? Is she going to go a little straighter? Be interesting how she sets up against Ditani here, and how Ditani combats what Namita's going to offer.
Well, decent start from Namita, having to make that adjustment, and Bangalore posting a slip, which I think makes a lot of sense. They're going to have to take wickets early in this Thunder innings, you'd think, if they're going to put any real pressure on Ellie Threlkeld's side. And Ditani will be someone that they'll want to see the back of pretty quickly. can score quickly, powerful striker of the ball, and if she gets her eye in, Naomi Titani could punch quite a big hole in this chase, you'd think.
Yeah, what is going to be important, similar to what Fee Morris was doing in that first over, was getting into the ball and getting ahead towards the ball and down the pitch. Titani's first 2 balls here, her head slightly going across, so she's just slightly falling over and just closing the blade of the bat. But actually, if she can hold her head in a strong position and get that head towards the ball, she'd be in a better position to hit the ball back past the bowler for 4 down the ground.
So positive start, 7 from that first over, and just the sort of start Lancashire would be looking for in this reply. Please keep your messages coming into us through Twitter. @ThunderCrick is the Twitter handle for the Lancashire Thunder, so really good to hear from you. If you are watching our pictures today, whether you're in the UK, India or anywhere else, it's always good to hear where you are. So @ThunderCrick, please tell us where you are, any thoughts on the game developing in front of you, or any thoughts you might have on the season ahead for the Lancashire Thunder. Please get in touch @ThunderCrick. You can also use the hashtag LancsOnTour, which applies to both the men and the women on this trip. Going to start with slow left arm spin. Often the way in the subcontinent for a spin bowler to take the new ball, but not something that every spin bowler enjoys, Paul, to cope with that new lacquer.
Absolutely. Sometimes the ball's a little hard and a little slippy, isn't it, early on?
Fee Morris in decent touch there, punching that backward of square for 4. She looks in really good nick. No evidence that that strapped thumb is causing her any concerns. Bit of width to that first delivery and a very nice late cut.
Yeah, no sign at all that that thumb's causing any problems. She's just picked the length of that ball, a little bit of width, rocked back and just played it behind point for a beautifully timed 4 runs. She's a touch player and she looks in great form. She's just got to keep playing today. If she can come off there 40-odd, 15 her out, then she's done a great job for the team.
Aditi Rajesh, 22-year-old, needs to find her line quickly here. A little bit of width again, but not able to steer it on that occasion. Fee Morris, Sahana Fields.
Yeah, Fee Morris wasn't able just to work that ball through that tight infield, was she then? But she's certainly looking to rock back and use her feet.
Mistimed on that occasion. First time Fee Morris hasn't managed to meet the ball at the right moment, and just for a moment looked like she might have given herself a bit of trouble. Stumping risk if she hadn't got a bit of an inside edge on that, but no opportunity for Rajesh. Oh, and that's loose. Very loose piece of fielding. That should have definitely been stopped in the deep. Krishika not able to cut this off. Poor ball, really, from Rajesh. But that is a routine stop.
Yeah, Bangalore will be disappointed with that little bit of fielding, won't they? It's a bad ball, yeah, and Fee Morris has played it well, but they'll be disappointed there.
Morris going down the ground. It's aerial. Has she got enough on this? Well, she certainly has. Really good strike from Fee Morris, and Lancashire, well, they're already a quarter of their way to this target. We haven't even finished the end of the second over. Third boundary in the over, and Fee Morris looking in confident touch, Paul.
Yeah, she sure is. She's still in a confident manner here, isn't she? She's come down the pitch, used her feet beautifully, and managed just to get to the pitch and hit that ball over the top and down the ground. Beautiful strike.
Switch to round the wicket from Rajesh, but in truth, lucky to get away with that final delivery because there was plenty of width on it. 19 without loss at the end of the second over. All 19 of them to Fee Morris. Some further thoughts from former Thunder coach Paul Shaw, and then he's going to be joined by Michael McCann.
You know, it's lovely to see Fee Morris playing the way that she is. Last season she batted at 3 and 4 in T20 cricket and did a fantastic job for the Thunder side in enabling us to reach the finals day down in Worcester. She played well in that finals day, but here she's batting even higher up the order. The head coach, Chris Reid, is given her opportunity at the top of the order, and she started really, really well. 19 of just 10 balls, and there's been some stroke play. She's hit a couple of balls hard, but mostly she's timing the ball beautifully.
Ditani trying to get her run tally off and underway, but we'll have to wait a little longer. Fascinating situation, Paul, relating to these openers. We saw Liberty Heap last season. Elsa Lister has opened with great success for Scotland in T20 internationals. Something of a movable feast, this Thunder batting lineup. That's a little too wide from the meter, who's trying to, with that outswing, just hide it outside the off stump in the power play.
I think the great thing about this Thunder squad now is there's some real depth. Depth in the spin department, in the bowling department, but also in the batting department, which has enabled the head coach to have a look and explore with Ditani and Morris at the top. You know, it's absolutely fantastic.
Ditani slightly uppishly sends that one away through the covers for 4, gets her run tally off and going. It was a half volley. There was just a moment where Naomi Ditani seemed to be thinking of whether to go up and under or go low and along the ground. In the end, just about got it over the outstretched hand of extra cover for her first boundary.
She did, yeah. She just managed to get enough of that ball to get it over the infield by about probably a foot or so. But the great sign is she's looking to play positively cricket as well and looking to get into the ball. If her head's moving towards the ball, she'll strike the ball really well.
Ditani that time with the bottom hand coming through a touch and ending up swiping at it. It was a delivery that was a bit of a better length than the previous ball, and Ditani, maybe with the adrenaline up from that boundary, wanted to go big again.
Yeah, absolutely. But if the ball's not there, sometimes, as you know, it's around just dropping and running, isn't it, and getting down the other end. The great thing with this Thunder depth of batters is there's real versatility.
And again, Namita just over-adjusting. I know one thing we were chatting about off-air that's nice with Ditani, if that can work in an opening role, is that you've then got a left-handed opener and you've got that left-hand, right-hand combination, which so many teams across the world, it's a big thing now, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. Certainly in the women's game. It just messes with the lines, really, of the opposition bowlers. And maybe that's what Chris Reid is looking at today, the right and left-hander at the top.
Ditani this time goes straight, but that's very uppish. It's just about cleared mid-off. And it's a big chase tumbling back. Well dealt with by Pooja Kumari. And Ditani picks up 2.
Yeah, she just didn't quite get into the ball enough or get enough of that, did she? But it managed to get over the infield and ran away for 2 runs. But I'm still pleased that she's, you know, playing with positive intent. It's just the execution at the moment that's not quite there. But the more she stays in the middle, the more it'll get there.
That's a front foot no ball and cut away nicely by Ditani, but out to cover point. One of the 2 fielders outside the ring in the first 6 overs. So very productive for Thunder and quite long for Namita. Over continue and elongated further. And the lasso, the unofficial description of that umpiring signal, is given by the umpire to confirm that this is a free hit.
Yeah, the Bangalore have made a disappointing start with the reasonably low total. Obviously, a team always wants to start really well with the ball, and they've not quite done that, have they? And Thunder's really taken the game to Bangalore in a positive fashion.
Oh, gets funky, Morris, off the free hit, and why not? It's one of her favourite shots, the little scoop down through fine leg. She makes it look so normal and simple. Every inch the impressive modern cricketer that she is. and that is 4 more for Thunder.
It's an outstanding shot, that, isn't it? I mean, it's a safe shot because she knows it's a free hit as such, but the way she gets into position, she premeditates, yes, but her head's in a great position. She's able to get her back playing in a perfect place to deflect that ball via the paddle for 4 runs in the vacant fine leg area.
So this over's gone for 14 already, and there is still this final ball of it for Morris to face. Morris goes down the ground. What a shot that is from Fee Morris. What touch she is in. That has not just gone for 6. It has cleared the sight screen, no less.
That's a fantastic contact, isn't it? Just full ball into the ball. Beautiful time and beautiful shape. What a contact that is as it sails over the sight screens for a fantastic 6 runs by Fee Morris. Outstanding cricket.
Well, you can see they're smiling and laughing on the balcony, and why wouldn't they be? 39 without loss after 3. Or as another way of describing that might be par 5, driver out, 350 yards down the fairway. Yep, I'll have a little look at a nice chip to put me in with a putt for eagle.
Yeah, that would be wishful thinking for me on the golf course for sure.
Wishful thinking for all of us, I think, on the golf course. Paul. Remember, you can get your tweets in on @ThunderCrick, Thunder CRIC. Your hashtag in season is Bring the Thunder, but particularly for pre-season across both men's and women's, you can use the hashtag Lancs on Tour to get in touch with us. It would be great to hear from you, and great to hear the thoughts, of course, of Paul Shaw alongside us about what is another really exciting season for the Thunder, and of course another really exciting summer for women's cricket. And fair to say that there's a fair bit of moving and shaking going on in women's cricket at the moment, isn't there, of course, because 8 regions are going to become 8 counties as of next year. What do you make of it all?
Yeah, look, I think it's really interesting the way the women's game has grown in the last 10 years, but actually in the last 5 years it's pretty unrecognisable from where it was and where it currently is. And I think that's just the next phase of professionalisation of the women's game and ensuring that we've got local sponsorship, local support, etc., that can really support the county game then as it transitions from regional to county.
4th over starting, and that is a nicely timed sweep by Datani, which will beat the fielder coming around from deep mid-wicket for 4. Well, Datani has seen the Fee Morris party and decided, I want a bit of that, and is tucked in nicely.
I think that's a great shot, isn't it? She's obviously picked the length, the line's right, and she's executed that shot really well. It's a great sweep shot by Datani. It is one of her favourite shots, but she's really executed that well in that instance. She's now got 11 off 8. Morris is 29 off 12, and the score's 43.
Sahana once more. It's a good matchup for the Thunder, this, because Sahana's turning the ball into Naomi Datani. That brings the percentages more into Thunder's favour. But this will be interesting to watch because Sahana is in the Royal Challengers Bangalore's WPL squad. As Datani sweeps that one, goes for the sweep again, but deep mid-wicket after that first shot had moved round to more of a deep square leg. So it's just the one. Made a golden duck earlier on. Sahana will be looking to make up for it with the ball. Just a touch more on what I mentioned with that. It's a new 3-tier domestic model. No promotional relegation. 8 clubs will be granted Tier 1 status, with the ECB investing an extra 4 to 5 million per year in the women's professional game, taking annual investment up to 16 million. Sahana now coming left arm around to Morris. He's just poking that away through the covers.
Yeah, I mean, I say it's moved really quickly, isn't it? It was only 2014, in fact April 2014, when the England team went professional.
Yep.
You know, and that's 10 years ago, and if you think about it now, 3.5 years ago, each region just had 3 centrally contracted players. You know, now the numbers are growing and growing and growing.
Datani just playing that off the back foot. Yeah, it was only last summer that the increased investments meant that we had more than 100 professional women's cricketers in England for the first time.
Absolutely fantastic, isn't it?
Again, Datani just rocks onto the back foot. Way through backward point this time. And Sahano's come back really well in that over, having conceded the swept 4 off the first ball of it. Has pulled things back nicely, albeit Thunder are more than halfway to the victory target already. 45 without loss after 4, so very much cruising and in control of this chase. Just the 40 left. Is this the kind of point where if you're in the coaching box, Paul Shaw, you're talking about tempo of finishing a run chase? Because this season in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, a chase like this could be net run rate. It could be pivotal at the end of the season. It's also about keeping that attacking impetus, regardless of the fact that the scoreboard is well in your favour.
Yeah, I think you've still got to remain really positive and play with real intent. But I also think that you have to be smart in these situations. So what you want to do is extend the partnership by playing positively. But if the ball, well, fine, you can nurdle it, get one. But wherever you can, you want to pounce on the short ball or the real full ball and keep that tempo up there for as long as you can, but not in a reckless fashion. And I'm sure that's what Chris Reed and his coaching staff will be focusing on. Play with real positivity, intent, and play real smart cricket.
Morris so far dominating the scoring, and is Morris facing up to the leg spin, and she's met that on the half volley and absolutely crunched it through mid-wicket for 4. 4 more for Morris. Well, it was against the spin, but when it's that full, the direction of spin is frankly irrelevant. Absolutely mashed away to the boundary.
Yeah, that's a fantastic shot, isn't it? It's, again, one of her favourite shots, but she's executed that superbly well. And the ball was full enough, even though it's against the spin, to get right on top of that ball.
That's a horrid delivery, and Morris has not quite got all of it, but has got more than enough to get it away through deep backward square. The 50 partnership is up, 53 without loss, and it has come at a rapid rate, with Morris doing most of the scoring. She has 38 now, back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, she's in real flow here. It's a poor ball. It's short and outside the leg stump, which enables Fee Morris to rock back and just work it behind square. But she looks in fine form here.
Now just hangs one outside the off stump. That's a nice variation from Prafusha. Alur Prafusha, who has represented the India women's team back in March 2021 at Lucknow and playing against South Africa. Didn't have her best game, unfortunately. 1 for 60 off her 9 overs. So that's slog swept away through square leg. That's so clever from Morris. She rolls her wrists on this one because she knows deep mid-wicket is out there and she wants to get the ball squarer, and she gets it away for 4. Brilliant batting.
That's an even better shot, isn't it? Because she's actually, as you've rightly said, she knows cow corners out there, deep mid-wicket, so she's actually worked it behind square. Fantastic execution of that shot there. Superb.
So where does Prafusha go now? How do you bowl to Fee Morris in form like this? Well, Morris steps down the track this time. Hits it hard on the half volley out towards mid-on, and that is deflected for 4 through mid-off, off the knee of mid-on. That has got to hurt.
Yeah, she's hit it quite hard as well. It just bounces. Hits from the left knee. Jeez, that's be pretty painful. Yeah, the line and length hasn't been quite there, has it, for Bangalore as a whole? There's been short, it's been full, and the line's not been great either.
Morris goes again. This could be a half century. It will be a half century. Morris has completely taken apart Prafusha in this over, hitting the Indian international for 5 fours to bring up a fine 50 from just 19 balls. What a player, what a knock, and what a way to get to the milestone.
That's a fantastic 50, isn't it, from Fee Morris? She's played superb from ball 1. She's got into the ball nicely. She's dropped back, worked it behind square, worked it in front of square on the offside, and hit the ball with real power down the ground for 4s and 6s. She's played beautifully so far, all with a bruised thumb on her left hand, but it doesn't seem to be causing any problems today. The 50 runs have come off just 19 deliveries. Outstanding knock.
Incredible knock. 65 without loss after 5, and Paul Shaw will be taking a well-earned rest, and Polly Starkey will be joining me shortly as Datani just works that away for one. Naomi Datani does exactly what one should be looking to do when your batting partner is in such excellent form as Fee Morris, which is go, yep, over to you. I'm going to go to the non-striker's end and have a first-hand watch of the Fee Morris show, which we're all very much enjoying watching every minute of right now. And poor old Sahana has got the job of trying to stop it. Not an easy one. And Morris that time just nibbles that one away. That's well bowled by Sahana. Slight chance of a run out at the bowler's end. And enjoying that all from the cosy green room has been Polly Starkey. Quite a knock. Quite a way to take apart a chase of just a paltry 86 to win. 85 to win even.
Yeah, I think we knew it would be wrapped up quite quickly, but Fee Morris has been absolutely outstanding. 51 from 20. That strike rate is exactly what you want ahead of the Charlotte Edwards Cup coming up this summer in the T20s. It's absolutely fine form.
It's quite the way to say, you know what, last season I was in the middle order and bowling my offies in the middle and was one of the MVPs of the comp, but actually I'm now in my opening the batting era. As Datani now comes down the track and meets this one on the half volley, and Datani smashes that one for 6 as well. Well, Datani's had enough of watching Fee Morris have all the fun and has said, I'm going to do a bit of it myself.
It's a beautiful shot. So much power to it and just sails over the boundary. Fee Morris, of course, has been playing in Australia as well, so has had quite a lot of game time over the winter, which I think gives her a bit of an advantage. And a lot of players are opting to do that now. It's now an opportunity that they can take.
This time Datani goes onto the back foot and slightly baseball style whacks it down the ground and it scampers through for the single. And of course it's just a different level of intensity. You're getting consistent, meaningful match cricket as opposed to nets. It's a totally different ball game.
Yeah, exactly. You get real life game scenarios, which can only help you when you're out in the middle.
Sahana this time spears this one in, and Morris whacks it away out to deep mid-wicket, who drops it. And really, that is a bad miss from Roshini. That's not the kind of life you want to be handing. Morris knew exactly where the sweeper was and kind of half stopped when she hit the shot because she was expecting that she was out and was going to be caught. But she gets the reprieve and Thunder remain on course for a 10-wicket win. Morris this time gets unconventional and that comes right off the toe end of the bat.
Yeah, Morris was very lucky with that previous shot. Should have been out and it would have been a very, very crucial wicket for Bangalore to take, but Morris survives, 53 from 22.
Yeah, so 76 without loss after 6. Fee Morris, who does a lot of good work off the field as well, is part of what was recently set up, the ECB's LGBTQ plus community network for employees in cricket. There was a Q&A with current and former players at both recreational and professional level that is well worth a look on the ECB's YouTube. Hen Cowan coordinating that, and Morris was featured on there. And as a proud member of that community myself, great to see such visible and open representation. And Grace's Cricket Club, the first LGBTQ club cricket team in the world that I'm proud to play for as a terrible opening bat and wicketkeeper, were featured in that as well. But great to see such aspirational role models like someone like Morris, a fine cricketer and also doing so much good work with an initiative like that. Back on the field, just the 9 to win. 8 to win, I should say, as Datani just slices that through third man. Third, I should say. Well, I say slices as well. We'll do a take 2 on all of that. Played through backward point with an open face. Forgive us, Divya, it is quite early local time here.
It certainly is.
We're not in Bangalore, regrettably.
No. Better be a lot nicer weather there than in rainy Manchester.
It was 15 degrees though here yesterday, which was exciting.
There was some sun.
There was some
sun. The rare sight of sun.
As Morris comes down the track, this is aerial and would have been an incredible catch in truth. It kind of landed in that 3/4 position where there was fielders chasing back from the edge of the circle and in from the rope, and nobody could quite get there.
Fee Morris 55 from 23 and Naomi Tatani 21 from 16. Target of 85 with Thunder 79 without any wickets.
And that's 4 more. So they now need just 2 to win. And Morris has absolutely dominated this run chase. She moves on to 63 off 25. And this is quite the audition to say, I will be opening the batting in the Charlotte Edwards Cup this season. You can actually see her there still holding her left wrist from the fielding injury she got. And if this is Fee Morris batting while injured, then no, maybe this needs to become something of a superstition. Because even by her high standards, this has been quite the knock. Oh, she's bowled. Gone. Morris won't quite finish off the run chase, and the Bangalore representative 11 have managed to take a wicket. And Fee Morris's brilliant innings has to finish with just 2 runs needed to win. She somewhat yorked herself, charging down at it, and it's 83 for 1. Morris has to go for 59 off 25.
A spectacular knock from Morris. I'd imagine she'll be slightly relieved as she looks in quite a lot of pain. But Bangalore seemed a bit of a consolation prize for them to get that wicket. With only 2 runs needed, the game is, well, it'd be remarkable if Thunder lost from here. Something would have to go very, very wrong. But Ellie Threlkeld will join Naomi Tatani at the crease to finish.
Yes, and as yours truly trailed the possibility of earlier on in the piece, Thunder are going to keep batting beyond the target because it would not necessarily be too beneficial for them in a pre-season game to be finishing the chase off with in the region of only 35% of the overs that they could face actually being bowled. So Thunder will get the opportunity for some extended batting practice. Of course, they must complete the procedural administration of finishing off the game itself first. And Threlkeld facing up with just 2 to win. Facing Murali, who just picked up the wicket of Morris. The 19-year-old into bowl to Threlkeld. A nice looking cover drive from Threlkeld, gets her off the mark. That's, for me, the trademark Ellie Threlkeld shot. If you watch her front foot when she faces up, it's actually pointing at sort of cover point, cover region. So she's almost preset modally, ready to play the cover drive above and beyond any other shot. And she's a fine player around the wicket, but thinking of that ton she got against Western Storm here at the back end of last season, commentating on that, that was the signature shot of that ton. Tatani trying to finish the game off, and will finish it off in style by cutting that away to the backward point boundary. So Thunder take victory by 9 wickets with 13 overs to spare. It's a comprehensive win, a very impressive performance. Tatani finishing things off with a flourish with the boundary.
A very convincing win from the Thunder. Played exceptionally well with both bat and ball, particularly Fee Morris's knock and partnership with Naomi Tatani at the top of the order.
So as far as we understand it now, once the handshake's completed, Thunder will go back to having a bat to continue their pre-season preparations.
And after a little bit more from Polly Starkey, Chris will continue.
It's been very positive for Thunder all round ahead of a very big season for them. They got very close to silverware last season, reaching the eliminator of the Charlotte Edwards Cup. Were knocked out by the Southern Vipers, who ultimately went on to win it. But they will be keen to get their hands on a trophy this season.
Thank you very much, Polly. Yes, it looked for a moment like Lancashire might bat on and get a bit more time in the middle, but as you can see from our pictures live from Bangalore, the players are shaking hands. There won't be any more action in this game. So Lancashire Thunder winning this one at a canter, really, 88 for 1 in just 7 overs, so 13 overs to spare, 59 from Fee Morris off 25 balls. Naomi Ditani unbeaten on 25, and Lancashire far too strong for the Bangalore representative 11. We have got an opportunity to get a post-match interview, which we'll bring you very shortly, just when things are readied, and these two teams will face off again tomorrow in a 50-over match. We'll bring you that as well live on Lancs TV, so please join us for that 50-over game. We've also heard on Twitter at Thunder Crick from Heather, who's in Adelaide, Australia. Hello, Heather. Thank you for messaging us, who says, I'm also a Fee Morris fan. Think we will get these in 10 overs. Well, Heather, it was even quicker than that. 7 overs was all the Thunder required to knock off these runs. It was a very comprehensive victory after a bowling display which struck early into the heart of the Bangalore top order, and they never really recovered from that. Only really one partnership of note when Rajesh and captain Prathusha were together, but unfortunately when Rajesh went, so did any real resistance from the Bangalore team. 80 for 5 soon became 84 all out, and Lancashire really on top throughout proceedings here. 2 early wickets, both openers gone for a duck, Rashini and Krishika, both of them making ducks, and only really Prathusha with 29 offering sustained resistance for the Bangalore representative 11. Lancashire's bowlers amongst the wickets, Phoebe Graham picking up a couple. Tara Norris having picked up a 7 for the other day. She picked up a couple as well. 2 more for Hannah Jones. Naomi Ditani picking up 2 as well, and a run out completing proceedings. So the Bangalore team that you see on screen getting a post-match debrief from their coach. Won't be able to take too much from this, but some experience perhaps for some of those young players in the Bangalore team, Polly, just to see the difference really against coming up against full-time professionals.
Yeah, I think that's really important to take into account, that, as I mentioned before, Thunder, their entire 11 are professional. And you look at the Bangalore side, a lot of them are students, a lot of them have part-time jobs. Most of them aren't professional, and that's where you can clearly see this disparity. Thunder train most days of the week. They have access to Emirates Old Trafford. They have nutritionists, physios, all these sort of things. And so naturally they are going to be a lot better. And you see that gap, and you see how professionalism has developed in women's cricket, particularly over the last 5 years. And so, yeah, that the Bangalore 11, they are a little bit further behind in professionalism, but you can see that professionalism can be achieved, and it can be achieved quite quickly. And so to see so many young players in this Bangalore side is very exciting for the future of Indian cricket, a country which now has the Women's Premier League, where people are earning ridiculous amounts of money in women's cricket, which we hadn't seen until last year. And so actually that transformation has been drastic.
Indeed, the wheels of change in women's cricket have been fast and significant, and long may it continue. Exciting summer ahead for these Lancashire Thunder players. Now, breaking news, folks, from Bangalore is that the Lancashire Thunder are going to play a bit of an inter-squad practice match for around about the next hour, because it's going to be 8 overs aside. Now, how they're going to form two teams out of a squad of 15, well, we will wait and see. It might be some sort of pairs match or some variation. There's Chris Reed, the new Lancashire Thunder coach, the former Nottinghamshire and England wicketkeeper, who is taking over the Thunder charges this season, just trying to work a few things through. The debrief continuing for the Bangalore players. Don't forget, we've got coming up at 7:30 UK time, that's about an hour and a half, the Lancashire Lightning against the Karnataka 11, made up of a combination of the state's under-19, under-23 and senior players. And I can actually give you the Lancashire 11 for that match. Keaton Jennings, the captain, Josh Bohannon, Luke Wells, George Bell, the wicket-keeper, Stephen Croft, Matty Hurst, George Lavelle, Tom Aspinwall, Tom Bailey, Will Williams and Jack Morley will line up for the Lancashire Lightning in that game in around an hour and a half's time. So please stay with us for that one. That will also be a T20 affair. And you can see a bit of practice in the nets there. Both of these teams based at this facility for this period of the tour. And Fee Morris there, all smiles, Polly, number 31 on her back, 59 off 25 balls. Well, her day kind of started in mixed fashion in the field because she didn't get a wicket. She took a catch but then injured her thumb, but that really was a huge confidence booster of an innings, and it built on the runs she scored against a Bangalore 11 just the other day. So she must be feeling in really good nick with the bat at this early stage of the season.
Definitely, she's a fantastic batter, and to see her at the top of the order, it's brilliant because she can really show what she can do and hone those skills that she's clearly been working really hard in Australia, playing club cricket and a bit of state cricket over there. And so to see her come back into this Thunder side and do such a good role at the top of the order is very exciting ahead of the season. I always think since she moved to Thunder, she's developed massively. She previously played for Western Storm and she was a decent all-rounder, but I feel like since she's come to Thunder, she's really kind of found a bit more fire for the game, and she's really proved herself for both Manchester Originals and for Thunder.
Well, Fee Morris, we look forward to seeing her as the summer develops, and hopefully she can recover from that thumb injury on her left hand as soon as possible, and ensure that doesn't affect her in any way. Thankfully not her bowling hand, and Morris in good form with the blade, as we were saying. If you're just joining us on Lancs TV, well, I'm afraid you've missed the denouement of this match. 88 for 1 Lancashire, chasing down the 84 runs that they needed to beat the Bangalore representative 11. A very comfortable victory indeed. But as we said, if you are just joining us, what you missed was a fantastic 50 full of fireworks from Fee Morris. And here are some of the very best moments. Well, Fee Morris was in good touch from the start, comfortable on the back foot as we see here, late cutting away down to third man, but also punching the ball over the top as well. That was a loose moment in the field, but by this time I think the Bangalore team knew that they were done and dusted, really. That was a lovely shot, Polly, wasn't it? Beautiful timing there, just easing herself onto the front foot there, Fee Morris, and there was her eventual dismissal when there was only one run needed. But I think it was the fact that Fee Morris was comfortable in so many different types of stroke, back foot, front foot. She was happy to use her feet to come down the wicket, but also that touch, that timing that we saw there when she stroked that through extra cover for 4 showed that she's obviously feeling at ease with her game at the moment.
Yeah, I think it helps the opposition being slightly easier to watch your face in the regional team, but actually the variety of shots, as you say, it was very impressive, and you want to see that when she comes into the Charlotte Edwards Cup. And as I mentioned, with her playing in Australia, she'll play with a different group of girls who she usually plays with, and so I think that helps develop the game, works with different coaches, and yeah, I guess that experience kind of shapes her as a cricketer. And so she's come back, and you know, she was a very good cricketer before, but it feels like her game has taken to a new level, and hopefully we see that more coming into the season.
Well, she'll have another opportunity perhaps in this little 8-over practice match that we're going to bring you shortly on Lancs TV, although whether she gets her chance, we will have to wait and see. There'll certainly be a queue of batters ahead of her to get some time in the middle today. Keen to continue this extensive pre-season preparation, which has already seen a trip to Mumbai for 10 of the Lancashire Thunder players back in January, and now this dual centre pre-season tour to Dubai, where the Thunder won 2 and lost 1 of their games, and now here in Bangalore, where they're going to complete their preparations. If you're not familiar with how the English women's domestic summer works, there are 2 competitions: the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, which is a 50-over format, and the Charlotte Edwards Cup, which is the T20 competition. Broadly, the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy played at the start and at the end of the season, and the Charlotte Edwards Cup comes in the middle. When you look ahead to the season, Polly, and someone who knows the domestic structure so well, and the respective strengths of the different competing teams, would you have more hope that Lancashire Thunder will be a strong outfit in the 50-over format this year, or do you think T20 will play to their strengths even more?
For me, I think their T20 game is really good at the moment. In terms of the batters they've got particularly, I think they've got a lot of explosive batters such as Liberty Heap. She's developed really well over the last 2 or 3 seasons. So I think having strong batters in the middle order will be really helpful for their T20 game. The issue they were having in the 50 over game a lot of the time was getting bowled out before those 50 overs. But I think with that new batting depth, they will be able to compete a lot more in the 50 overs. Of course, last season reached the eliminator of the Charlotte Edwards Cup, the 20-over format, and did really well with that. Obviously, got knocked out by the Southern Vipers, who went on to win and who are a massive force in women's cricket. However, I think they stand a really good chance of getting some silverware this season. They've got a couple of new recruits. We mentioned Elsa Lister. She's a fantastic wicketkeeper batter and has plenty of potential. So in terms of their hopes for the season, I would imagine silverware would definitely be on the cards.
Well, we mentioned earlier in the commentary today, of course, Polly, that 15 full-time professionals will have the opportunity to benefit from all of the preparation, the focus on nutrition, on diet, on training, physical conditioning. How much of a difference do you think that makes to go from a kind of hybrid model of semi-pro to being a full-time pro?
It's massive. I think also having your whole squad professional makes such a difference, because within the team you don't have disparity. And so for players coming out of education and being able to get a contract straight away, that's huge, because they don't have to have a part-time job alongside training. And for players who are a bit older, who have had to work alongside having cricket, you see their game massively improve, because suddenly they can fully focus on cricket, and you know, they're not sleep deprived after having to work long shifts and then come to cricket training. I mean, cricket it's exhausting, it's tiring, and so being able to fully focus on that, I think, is essential for the rest of the season.
Well, we're going to get some more cricket at the Alur ground in Bangalore. Naomi Ditani returning to the crease alongside Ellie Threlkeld. They were unbeaten, of course, when Lancashire went past the victory target of just 85. So they're going to continue where they left off. It's going to be an 8 overs per side game against the same opposition. So we'd heard various possibilities might be taking place. Lancashire were going to bat on beyond their target. Then there was going to be a Lancashire inter-squad game. But we're now going to have an 8-over-a-side game between the two teams who've competed before. So a bit like a throwback to the days in English conditions where it's poured with rain and it suddenly stopped about 5:30 in the afternoon. The ground staff have gone round and mopped up, and someone said, right, we can just about squeeze a game in, so we'll do 8 overs a side and give the crowd something to watch. So that's what we're going to have, 8 overs a side, a super short format for this game. Lancashire going to bat first, and a little bit more practice time in the middle. What's a good score in 8 overs, Polly?
That's a very good question. I mean, the way that Thunder were going, they were pushing towards the 100 mark.
Yeah.
So I think, given that they've proved they can get those strike rates pretty high, I think they would want to push for that.
Yeah, 88 for 1 Lancashire Thunder made in just 7 overs, so they'd fancy the chances of going beyond that in the 8 over format that we've got here. That was, of course, largely down to the fact that the form of Fee Morris was driving them to that point, with 59 off just 25 balls. And whether or not Naomi Ditani, Ellie Threlkeld and whoever comes in after them can keep up that scoring rate of over 2 runs per delivery, which Fee Morris set, then we will wait and see. But an opportunity perhaps for the Bangalore team to demonstrate some of their skills and potential and put up a stronger performance this time round than they managed in the main fixture of the day. And a chance perhaps for 1 or 2 of these Bangalore players to reset what they want to demonstrate in their own skill sets today and get out of this particular fixture. So Naomi Ditani will take guard. Left-handed opener. Rohita is going to come into her, and we're underway in this little 8 over challenge. And Naomi Ditani is off and running.
Yeah, so it's a great opportunity actually for Bangalore to kind of reset, and they did have a tough game previously, but if they can try and prevent Thunder from getting in that flow again and getting those runs going, then I think they actually stand a decent chance of holding their own.
Well, Rohita didn't get a chance to have a bowl in the first game, and she came in at number 11, so she's not really going to have enjoyed the opening experience. So good to see her given the new ball here and the chance to use her height and ask 1 or 2 questions of Ellie Threlkeld.
It's also a great chance for Thunder's batters to try their own against some different bowlers.
That's a good shot. Clipped away nicely by Threlkeld. It was there to be tucked away. Leg stump half volley, but Threlkeld onto it quickly. Good work at deep mid-wicket, restricting Ellie Threlkeld to just a single.
I briefly mentioned before, but I guess in the English regional circuit, everyone's quite familiar with each other, and particularly batters against bowlers, they're quite used to how people bowl, and so mixing it up and really testing what they can do is vital.
And that was a loose shot from Naomi Ditani as her hand came off the bat handle, a sure sign of a loss of control, but a missed opportunity in the covers there. It was Sahana who was running round, who couldn't get her hands onto that, but Ditani survives. I think she thought she was going to be making her way off there, as it stayed in the air for a long time, but Sahana not able to hold on, and Ditani continues.
Seemed like a slight miscommunication between 2 of the fielders, but it could have been a really good chance for Bangalore to do some early damage.
2 balls left then in this opening over of the 8 over challenge, and that's an awful loose wide down the leg side from Rohita. Taken 60 domestic wickets at 24 runs each, the seam bowler, so she's got some pedigree. She'll be capped at 2 overs, I would imagine, in the way the captains have agreed the bowling allocations for this 8-over match. Decent enough first over so far, that wider side.
Yeah, Bangalore have started much better here, really preventing Thunder from finding those boundaries, as they did very early on in the previous game.
Final ball then of this opening over. Rahita in, and that's a good delivery, and Ditani didn't know too much about that. Fortunate boundary, definitely a moral victory for Rahita, the bowler there, and Ditani for the second time in this innings has Lady Luck on her side. A slip would have probably snaffled that, but sadly that's a rare species in an 8-over game. 4 off the last ball, rather spoils the figures of Rahita, and 9 without loss at the end of the first over, the Lancashire Lightning.
It was a very good over other than that final ball. As you say, slightly spoiled her figures, but a great shot from Naomi Ditani. Read the field well and found the gap.
So Aditi Rajesh will open the bowling from the other end. We'll try and keep it a bit tighter than Rahita's 9. 22-year-old. Made 18 runs in a decent little partnership earlier in the game. Threlkeld immediately looking to take the attack to the off-spinner, but without any joy on that first delivery.
It's interesting, Thunder look very different to how they did 15-20 minutes ago. They look like they are struggling a little bit more for runs. They're by no means underperforming, but they'll be looking to find the boundary.
Threlkeld not quite timing that as the ball sat up to be swung away through mid-wicket. And they run again. Still perfect conditions out in southwest India. And that's a full toss, which Threlkeld isn't going to miss out on. Rajesh missing her length, and good footwork from Ellie Threlkeld in getting down the wicket to take advantage. Neatly done.
As we've mentioned before, it's brilliant that Thunder can go out to India and they can travel across the world and play cricket on pre-season tours. It's a chance that will really help the side within the season.
Again, missing her length there, Rajesh, and being picked off for a single. Thank you for now, Polly. Paul Shaw is going to step back in alongside me. And we'll hear more from Polly Starkey a little bit later in this game. And we'll see if Bangalore can give the Lancashire Thunder a better game here in this little 8-over challenge than they managed to in the T20 battle that the two teams concluded a short time ago.
Yeah, just looking at this and creating this opportunity for the Thunder batters to actually get in the middle. And of course also for the Bangalore bowlers to get into some decent rhythm and try and bowl wicket to wicket and build a little bit of pressure and make run score a little bit more difficult for the Thunder players. 2 overs into this this situation, and Thunder are 14 for none. Ditani is 6 of 5, Threlkeld 7 of 7 balls. The current run rate is 7 runs per over, and we're looking at Threlkeld, the Thunder captain, to take strike in the 3rd over of this situational game.
Now this again is a really interesting mini scenario, isn't it, Paul? Because in England, unfortunately, we are a country that is not always the most perfectly built for this sport that we play, that is so reliant on the weather. And this could quite easily be a key Charlotte Edwards Cup game that's rain reduced to 8 overs. That's a nice delivery that Frelkeld tries to smash through mid-wicket.
I think that's a really good point, and that's how the players and staff hopefully are looking at this this scenario, if you like, which is what's being created, because actually it can be on and off for rain, then all of a sudden you've a reduced game, Douglas Lewis comes to it, and you've got 8 overs to change down a total or set a total.
As Frelkeld gets this one down the ground and then gets scooting to run them up, but doesn't need to. That is very much a save your legs kind of a shot. And that goes for 4.
Yeah, it's a well-timed boundary as well, isn't it? Thunder just needing a few boundaries at this point, but there's just a few signs of swing there for the first time from Rahitha, who was none for 13 off 1.2, but just angled that ball into the middle and leg stump.
That's nicely bowled and just turned away by Frelkeld into the onside. They think of 2, and then quickly, after the enthusiasm of the fielding, decide against it. Rahitha, one of the most impressive bowlers in this Bangalore representative 11 lineup. 60 wickets at 24 at domestic T20 level. Looking to test herself now against Datani, who again gets the chance to open the batting and in some ways almost continue on her 25 not out off 17 earlier on in a new 8 over a side context. Oh, that's well bowled from Rahitha. That's a good area to be from right arm over against a left-hander.
Yeah, it is, and Datani just couldn't quite get her bat face onto that delivery. Just looking at the current run rate, 7.13, and Lancashire Thunder will look to be putting their foot on the accelerator as we progress through this mini innings.
He gets this one away for a single. So 10 Charlotte Edwards Cup games this coming summer. Realistically, you probably need to be winning about 7 of them to be getting yourself into finals day, as Thunder managed last season. And the campaign in that particular competition starts off against the Diamonds on Sunday the 19th of May here at Emirates Old Trafford. As Datani plays a nice looking drive through cover point for a single. She'll keep the strike, 20 without loss after 3.
The key thing here is for Thunder, as we said before, is just to gradually up the tempo now, but also the coaching staff will be really keen that that middle order, the engine room of this Thunder batting lineup in this particular game, get opportunity in the wicket to come in and ball strike from ball 1 and keep that tempo going. I think that's really important, hence this scenario that's being created, and then post a total which they then look to defend as tight as they possibly can and still take wickets.
Are we a little bit surprised that Liberty Heap hasn't opened the batting in this 8 over game to go up and be destructive, or Elsa Lister, who has done that so impressively for Scotland in T20Is, again hasn't been given the chance to say, look, it's an 8 over game, go out, free your arms and express yourself? Or do you think that it's a case of Datani have been batting well before give her an opportunity to carry on? Would you have been tempted to change things up?
I'd have been tempted, but it depends what's in the coaching staff's head around how they're going to start the season. And if these 2 players obviously are going to do, then they're going to give them extra opportunity in the middle.
Datani sweep. She does love a good slog sweep, but she's picked out deep mid-wicket. So Naomi Datani is out now, having made 25 not out in game 1. She has to go for 7 off 9 in game 2. It is a breakthrough for the hosts. Thunder 20 for 1.
And that was a good catch in the end, wasn't it? Just slightly juggled. Something of a circus act to some degree, but I tell you what, it's a good catch in the end. and Datani goes for 7 runs off 8 balls. So unfortunately, she wasn't able to continue that run of form that she had in the first game. It's a good contact, but she's just picked the fielder out there on the boundary.
Yeah, it's normally one of her best shots, isn't it, the sweep?
It is, yeah, and there she's not rolled her wrists on the ball. She's just hit the ball hard and picked the fielder out there on the boundary. I think what is important now for Thunder, you know, we were chatting earlier about the number of times that wickets come in clusters. A number of times it did last year, didn't it? And I think this is an opportunity here for Danny Collins to come in and, yeah, play with good tempo from ball 1, but play really smart cricket. And let's not turn 1 wicket into 2, into 3. So play real good high-tempo cricket, but play really, really smart, I think, and build a partnership here with Threlkeld.
Yeah, Danny Collins, he signed her first pro contract last June, was one of the players that benefited from that increase in funding from the ECB that meant that for the first time we got past 100 professional cricketers in England, and we had representative regional games for the first time that happened across last summer at various points where you had all 22 players on the field were currently active professional cricketers. Previously with the Lancashire Thunder, albeit that's very much semantics in the way names and badges have changed over the years. Cumbria, of course, and also a Manchester original when it comes to all things 100. Made a senior county debut in her hometown in Bury back in 2018, which I know is a very special moment for her. So very much bleeds the red rose, Danny Collins. And Sahana trying to kind of bowl tight to the body, is straight onto the pads, and that's a really nice pick up round the corner from Collins. She has timed the heck out of that, and it runs away for 4.
Yeah, that's really well played, isn't it? She's got into a good position. She's got her head right forward over the ball and being able to work that ball behind square for 4 runs. Timed it beautifully. And that's the type of start I'm talking about. It's a low-risk, high-reward shot. And she's played that really well and really smart.
Oh, and then Collins, having played such a beautifully well-timed shot to get off the mark with a 4 through backward square leg, tries an almighty heave and gets bowled second ball. So it's 4 and out for Danny Collins, and Thunder find themselves 24 for 2. 2 wickets in the over for Sahana.
She's doing the right thing by playing with intent, but we mentioned the word smart, didn't we? She's trying to do a job for the team here and get to the pitch of that ball. But I think this is premeditated shot. I think she could have waited a little bit longer, held her shape and hit down the ground. But it's one of those things, the intent's there. She's trying to do the right thing for the team and increase the strike rate as such. Be interested now with Elsa Lister coming to the crease, an opportunity for her to play for the Thunder with a Thunder badge, and hopefully she can push on and take this Thunder total to a reasonable total and make a difficult chase for Bangalore.
Yes, Ailsa Lister. We might have introduced Danny Collins as being a native of Bury. Ailsa Lister is, of course, not from Lancashire, Cheshire or Cumbria, and she will proudly tell you, and you'll know quickly from hearing her accent, is a Scot, of course, and will be representing Scotland at the ICC Women's World Cup Global Qualifiers that are coming up very shortly, having helped Scotland progress through to them in the Europe Division 1 qualifiers that were at Desert Springs in September when she struck a couple of half-centuries. She's facing up to Sahana, and immediately, in classic Ailsa Lister fashion, goes on the attack and thumps that through mid-wicket. Picked the length up really early. That's the thing to watch for here. Was straight onto the back foot and whacks it away.
Yeah, it's really well played, isn't it? She's picked the length really quick, rocked back and pounced on that ball and hit it hard through the leg side. I was just going to say that she does play the short ball really well. She judges length back. She's really strong through the leg side, but also rocks back and works through point quite a lot. So I'm sure that any bowler that misses length, she's going to be pouncing on that and looking to really push this total for the Thunder.
First ball 6. What can Lister do? Second ball. Just drops her bat on that one and has a look at it. She truly is one of those players that gets you off the edge of your seat, but it's not just whacking. There's a lot of thought behind it. I had a chat with her at Desert Springs when commentating on that tournament for Scotland about how she thought a lot about the wind direction of the ground, and that was a real factor into how she went about things. Is there she's beaten by an absolute peach from Sahana, but just makes her ground. No, she hasn't. Well, there did seem to be a bit of uncertainty for a second. And no, she isn't out. Well, forgive me, Divya. I was quite confused for a second. There was a moment where it looked like the Bangalore representative 11 players had started celebrating. Maybe something of a celeb appeal for those familiar with the term given to a certain S.J. Broad once upon a time. 30 for 2 off 4. A lot of kerfuffle for a dot ball here.
Certainly good delivery. Around the wicket, angle in, just grips and spins away. Really good delivery, but Lister managed, fortunately for the Thunder unit, to get back into her crease.
Yeah, really good response from Sahana to being hit for 6 first ball, and that is why she's been in the RCB Royal Challengers Bangalore's wider WPL training squad. 30 for 2 off 4. So at the midway point of this 8-over game, remember this is the second of 2 matches between these sides today. Wasn't scheduled to be like that as Frelkel drives down the ground. That is a classical, beautiful cricket shot to meet Prafiyashi, who has to reluctantly accept that that is not necessarily a bad ball, but has ended up going for 4. Classy stuff.
That's a beautiful shot, isn't it, from the Lancashire Thunder captain, Threlkeld. She's picked the length of the ball, she's up above her eyes, she's come down the pitch, used her feet beautifully, hit the ball under her eyes down the ground for well-timed 4 runs.
This time, Frelkel gets it away slightly more bottom-handedly through mid-wicket for 1. Now, this is an interesting thing because Ali Frelkeld's a highly impressive batter, but he's generally known a little bit more as a builder, someone to construct an innings around, whereas she's here in a scenario where one has to simply go for it. It's a part of her game I know she's been working hard on. As for Elsa Lister, well, that's first nature. As Lister gets us away through the covers, a quickly scampered single.
And I think that's why these slightly orchestrated situations, if we can call it that, are really useful for someone like a Threlkeld and a number of the other players, because they have to play slightly outside their comfort zone, and I think that just stretches the game a little bit, and I think that's really important for Ellie.
And of course, you know, the confidence you got from that 100 at Old Trafford against Western Storm in your final game as coach last season gave us something to kick on into winter of club cricket in the new year in Australia and then into this pre-season tour. Frelkel comes down the track, meets that on the half volley, but usually hit it straight at wide mid-off.
Yeah, that knock in the last game of the season was an outstanding knock. We talk about battership and dealing with tough situations. She played superbly well.
Comes down again, Frelkel, and meets this on the half volley. Slightly disappointed that she's lost strike there, only because that was a really interesting battle between Frelkel and Prafiyashi. Frelkel clearly consistently deciding to come down the pitch and meet it on the half volley. That's how she's going to deal with the challenge of the leg spin.
And I think what's really important here is, yeah, we've got to look for the boundaries for sure, but also if it's not quite there, let's hit the gaps and run 2s hard.
Lister facing up and just tickling this round the corner. This only short, fine leg behind square. It's a big chase for deep square leg coming round, who couldn't get there. So it's the second boundary in the over, which concedes 11. And after 5 overs, Frelkel and Lister going really nicely here. They've moved the score on to 41 for 2. And Paul Shaw, who's been replaced alongside me by Polly Starkey, is... We see that shot again from Lister. Really, that's a textbook hockey shot. I mean, you hear a lot of people talk about croquis and the influence of hockey on batting, and I think you wouldn't need me to tell you that Elsa Lister is a fine hockey player from that one.
Yeah, I don't know if she plays hockey, but yeah, that is classic hockey shot. You find there's a massive crossover, particularly in the women's game, actually, between cricketers and hockey players. A lot of them will get recruited by local cricket clubs. It does mean they tend to sweep quite a lot, which sometimes is advantageous, and sometimes it doesn't pay off. But yeah, Elsa Lister seems to be going very, very well.
So there's just 3 overs left of this one. Thunder would want 10s at least, so 10 and over would get them 71. Frelkeld facing up to Namita. Comes down the track, as has been her preference against the spin. It's gone very high. Tough catching chance out there, and the two fielders have collided. Thankfully, nobody seems to be particularly badly injured. It was Roshini coming together with Parana, and neither of them really actually came close to taking the catch because they quite badly managed to get in each other's way.
Yeah, a bit of poor communication. You've got to put a name on it. Luckily, as you say, no one seems to be injured.
Frelkeld again comes down the track, and this time absolutely belts that for 4. That's a brilliant shot from Ellie Frelkeld. Knew that she had to get it wide of the fielder out at long on, and did so quite comfortably. 4 more.
Ellie Frelkeld's finding a little bit of rhythm, but I think you can tell the difference between Fee Morris, someone who's been playing a lot of cricket, and to be fair, Ellie Frelkeld, she's been in Australia too, and the other players who haven't had game time, who've been doing winter nets. You can tell the difference who's had, you know, time in the middle, because they just seem it's a bit more natural for them.
Frelkeld this time fetches that from a long way outside off and has to reluctantly accept the dot. It's handy when you've never really stepped off that match treadmill of regular matches coming up in the calendar. As Frelkeld gets this wrong on the sweep, top edges it, and it should have been out. It's dropped at short fine leg. Well, that is quite the let-off of Frelkeld. And Aga Murali, the 19-year-old, unable to hold on. And the Thunder skipper will be all too aware that, well, it might be the day to buy a lottery ticket because her luck is in.
Yeah, that should have been a catch taken. Ellie Frelkeld got extremely lucky there with that one.
As Lister hits this hard through the covers. We only get 1 though. Craving a bit of acceleration here, Thunder. You never know when these kind of skills can come in useful. There's every chance in an English summer that across 10 T20 Charlotte Edwards Cup games you get some rain-reduced fixtures, as this is somewhat sliced by Frelkeld and not quite taken a backward point. It's a second let-off in the over. This was a tougher chance than the one earlier on off the slog sweep. She gets 2. 50 up for Thunder then, 51 for 2 off 6.
As you mentioned, it's really good practice for when things like DLS is in play and getting used to kind of game scenarios they might come across in the Charlotte Edwards Cup or even the Rachel Hare Flint Trophy. And of course, being in Manchester, you experience quite a lot of rain, so being used to playing much shorter matches, maybe 6 overs, 8 overs, and being able to accelerate that run rate, that's really good practice for the rest of the season when actually, you know, every point counts because it is so competitive now in the regional system.
Rain in Manchester, Polly. Did I hear you right? Heinous. Never rains here. 51 for 2 then after 6 overs, so 2 overs left for Lancashire Thunder to get as many as they can, and Aga Murali into the attack. And starting off with a full bunger, which Elsa Lister is able to take advantage of. 53 for 2 then. Polly, what would your What would your best guess be here? Lancashire on for maybe 80?
Yeah, I think around 80. I said before that they'd be wanting to pushing 100, but they had a bit of a slow start, and yeah, Fee Morris isn't out there doing her thing, so I think that hasn't helped massively. But Threlkeld and Lister have done well over the past few overs to kind of keep it steady, and yeah, pushing 80 would be good.
They'll need to go over the boundary a few times, and that this time is the end for Ailsa Lister. Well, there was a near miss a couple of overs ago, but on that occasion, Lister done in the flight by Murali, and she is stumped by a distance. So a bright and breezy innings of 14 comes to an end from 8 deliveries. The right tactic, I think, at this stage. Plenty of flight there from Murali. Doesn't really turn much, but just a swing and a miss from Lister, and she has to depart. So 53-4-3, and an opportunity for Shachapai to come in for the last 10 deliveries or so.
Yeah, it's not a disaster for Thunder that one of their batters have got out. It means another player can come in and have time in the middle and utilise the chance to play in India on what's been a very nice pitch, actually. It's been pretty good, and Ellie Threlkeld was confident that the conditions would have improved throughout the day, and she's certainly been right.
9 deliveries left in the innings then. Shachapai in the runs earlier in this pre-season tour. Didn't feature in competitive cricket for the Thunder last year, only appearing in friendlies, but there's a good start. Very confident, striking that down to long on, and that's what a few runs in the bank does for your confidence. Really good strike from Pai, and immediately another boundary in the bank for the Lancashire Thunder.
Yeah, read it very well and got a lot of power behind it. Sent it down the ground.
How does Murali come from this? Well, that was a decent response from the slow left armour. Hint of turn, but only negligible really. 1 ball left for her in what will be her only over of this 8-over match. Pai goes aerial, and I think that's a maximum. That looked like that had just cleared the rope. Good connection from Pai. It really made a good sound as it came off the bat. Well, I thought that was cleared the rope. How did you see this, Polly Starkey?
I think it just bounced before the rope. It's very, very close, though. Yeah, I think just before.
Just before. Okay, well, a good connection from Shachapai. 8 off 3 balls for her. 1 over to go then in this match. If you're just joining us on Lancs TV, a very good morning to you, wherever you're joining us around the world, UK, India, or beyond. We know we've got watchers in Australia today. Always love to hear where you're joining the coverage. At Thunder Crick, TRIC, is where you'll find us on Twitter. And we would love to hear where you're tuning in from. This is the second match these two teams have played today. Lancashire winning the first very comprehensively by 9 wickets, and hence this 8-over challenge match that has been quickly arranged between the two teams. And Ellie Threlkeld, the Lancashire captain, continues to enjoy herself.
Another good shot from Ellie Threlkeld. She's got plenty of shots in her bank. Another boundary.
Hi to Arjun Dev, who's been in touch on Twitter, the former team manager of Rajasthan Royals, who is enjoying the quality of the coverage. Thank you very much indeed, Arjun. Good to hear from you. And there's a wicket for Ananya Hedge. Well, we'd said earlier in the commentary, she'd taken 65 wickets at a shade over 17 in her career. And she picks up another one there with Ellie Threlkeld's breezy innings coming to the end. Bowled round her legs for 31.
Some much better bowling performance from Bangalore from what we saw in the first game. They've been able to take Thunder's batting lineup apart a little. And yeah, good to see a couple of wickets from some of those young bowlers who perhaps haven't had tons of opportunities yet to play really high level cricket, but many, I imagine, will go on to play state cricket or even represent India.
Well, Ananya Hedge in bowling leg breaks picks one of the hardest arts in the world of cricket, but that one certainly turned, and just desserts for her in dismissing Ellie Threlkeld. Nice moment for her to dismiss the Lancashire skipper, and this has put the brake on the Lancashire aspirations in the last couple of overs with the dismissals of Lister and now Threlkeld. So 2 new batters in, and that'll be another one because that's a first ball duck for Daisy Mullen. She is stumped first ball, and Ananya Hedge will be on a hat-trick here in this final over of the 8. Daisy Mullen has to walk straight off again, and it's 65 for 5, the Lancashire Thunder, with 3 balls to go.
Exactly, Daisy Mullen, very, very brief appearance, walking off. She's been decent in the Thunder shirt actually previously, been pro since 2022, but it just feels like Bangalore have found their rhythm with the ball, and Hedge has found very good form, taking 2 wickets already.
Well, never easy when you're coming in with a handful of deliveries to bowl anyway, because you know you're never really going to be able to put together a score of your own. It's just a question of whether you can put bat on ball and pick up a boundary or 2 perhaps, but coming out and facing a leg spinner is also another dimension to try and consider. And Ananya Hedge has the opportunity on what's been a tough day for her team so far to end it with a hat-trick to her name. Can she manage to do that? Well, she's bowled very nicely in this over so far. It's going to be Tara Norris batting at number 7 for the Thunder, who's got to try and keep her out. 3 balls to go. 65 for 5. You wouldn't have said was a cert for a match-winning score. And there is the hat-trick. Norris thumps the ball straight to extra cover, and the hat-trick is achieved. Well, it wasn't the best delivery by any stretch from Ananya Hedge, but she completes her hat-trick, and that is a nice moment for her, as that ball is thumped on the full straight to extra cover. Initially it looked like that might be more runs for Lancashire. I think it's Namita who is there, who has taken that catch, and that means a duck for Norris to back up the duck for Mullen. And sometimes as a bowler you don't mind how they come, as long as they come, and if that's what it takes to get a hat-trick, who cares?
Yeah, a drastic change from Bangalore's bowling in the first game, and a very well earned hat-trick.
So, all change on the scoreboard then. Lancashire suddenly crumbling a little bit here. From what we saw of the batting of the Bangalore representative 11 in the first innings, you'd feel that Prathusha is going to have to come good for them. She a long way looked the best bat in their side, but if she goes well at the top of the innings, then they might yet challenge this, as Laura Jackson is beaten outside off stump to the penultimate ball of this innings. Just 1 to come now in the Lancashire 8. What can Jackson do with this final delivery? Down the pitch she comes, punched to long on. I'm going to think about 2. Appeal for a run out, not given. So back for 2 off the last ball, Laura Jackson. 67 for 6 then, Lancashire, at the end of their 8 overs. And That is a score that's certainly competitive at just over 8 and over, but by no means, Polly, an absolute cert for Lancashire, you'd think, at the midpoint.
No, I expected them to get a couple more runs on the board. Of course, you've got to take the wickets into account. I think that definitely played into it. I think Lancashire Thunder, they did start a little bit slower than they would have wanted. Of course, Fee Morris not being there, that definitely made a difference, because she was kind of she was the key to their success in that first game, and she ramped up that strike rate. And when you don't have someone doing that, that makes it a lot more difficult. But I thought it was a great chance to see quite a few of the Lancashire Thunder's batters. They get a bit of game time, and I thought Elsa Lister batted quite well as well. She wasn't there for too long, but what she did do though is very promising.
67 for 6 then, the Lancashire total. 31 from Ellie Threlkeld, 14 from Ailsa Lister. So 68 will be the target for the Bangalore representative 11 in just a few minutes' time. But before we see if the home side can successfully chase down that target, we've got the opportunity to catch up with the Lancashire Cricket Chief Executive Officer, Daniel Gidney. He is in Bangalore, and he's going to be chatting to Cricket Operations Manager Warren Hegg.
Thanks, Chris. Delighted to be joined by Lancashire CEO Daniel Gidney, who's joined us here at the Alur Cricket Facilities here in Bangalore. Daniel, a lovely story about the reason behind why both men's and women's cricket teams are out here in India.
Yes, hi Warren, and welcome to all of our fans in England and members, but also all of our fans today seeing us on GeoTV in India as well. Welcome everybody. It's great to be here. Yeah, this is a really nice story. I met Brijesh Patel back in February 2020 in Mumbai, talking about all things India and all things cricket, and he said to me, Daniel, you must come to Karnataka on pre-season tour and play the Karnataka teams in Bangalore. And Brijesh, if you're watching, we followed your dream and we're here, and it's absolutely fantastic. Brijesh is the chairman of the Karnataka Cricket Association. We've been looked after royally, so thank you to him.
Absolutely, it's great to be here in India. It's great to have the facilities that we've got here. But Daniel, you mentioned Geo. There was an announcement yesterday about Lancashire extending its relationship with Geo for the forthcoming season. Tell us a little bit about that.
So we've had a relationship with Geo for about 3 or 4 years. We've been streaming our games live on that platform, but actually we met them earlier in the week in Mumbai, and in the space of 4 or 5 days, the Lancashire team and the Geo teams have actually put together a 24/7 dedicated cricket channel in India on the Geo platform. Millions of people on their mobiles or on their broadband package in their homes, and a warm welcome to all the India fans who are going to start supporting Lancashire men and Lancashire Thunder, particularly with this 5-day live streaming package of 4 games over the next few days. And it's beautiful here at the Alur facility. Amazing state of Karnataka, and obviously, you know, with the main city of Bangalore. So we're really delighted. This is big news for cricket, for an English cricket team to have their own channel on an Indian content platform to millions of subscribers. It's a great story, Warren.
It is a fantastic story and great opportunity, and there's lots of investment in Lancashire TV over the last couple of years, Daniel. Tell us a little bit how excited you are in terms of opportunities ahead of this coming season.
Well, I'm really excited. It's the first time now we've got a fully pro women's squad with Thunder, and we've got 15 pros going into the season. You could already see the intent this morning with in the first game, hitting over the top, a lot of sixes. Actually, 3 winters of professionalism has transformed our women's squad, and thank you to Hilton and Sports Breaks for their support in that regard. You know, I'm quite excited. We have 2 new head coaches on the men's and women's side. I think there's a lot to be excited about. But I must give a big shout out to 2 particular people. Colin McKevitt, our broadcast director from Badger and Coombs, and also James Price, our executive producer back in the UK. You got up at 3 AM this morning. Without those 2, these live streaming of these games live on the Geo platform would not have happened. So thank you to those guys.
Absolutely, massive thanks to them. Daniel, you've mentioned before how the club is looking to commercialise Lancs TV in the future. Is this the first step in that direction?
without doubt. So effectively, we're going on this platform with that number of subscribers and with a cricket mad market in a country such as India. This is about a perfect opportunity for UK brands that want to get their message across into an Indian market, but also for Indian brands to associate themselves with a 160-year-old club with our heritage and with our success. You know, I want to educate them all on the 9 finals, was it, that you played for this great club? So, you know, this is about the history and heritage, but it's also about the future. So there's some great opportunities for Indian and British companies to get involved with us and really attack that Indian market from a cricket-loving perspective.
Absolutely. It seems like another great opportunity, from what you've just said, to further educate you know, our supporters on Lancashire cricket's connection with India. Obviously, one of our greatest overseas player, Farooq Engineer, was one of our greatest players.
Oh, Farooq's a fantastic character and personality, and he's really a Lancashirian now, but he's obviously an Indian legend, former Indian captain. You know, opened the batting for Lancs, kind of reshaped how one-day cricket was played, and then, you know, then you kind of followed that with that wicket-keeper batting in the 50-over stuff. But no, Farooq's been amazing. We've had some unbelievable players. Sourav Ganguly, of course, and Vivies Laxman, who our Director of Cricket, Mark Chilton, actually captained at Lancashire. A lot of people don't realise, and he's now a director at the National Cricket Academy. It's all those connections and links, and this is our 3rd pre-season out in India now in the last 4 years, and it's something we're going to continue to build and grow. India is where, you know, our heart is now at Lancashire, and we've got all of our UK fans and members, but now we're reaching out to all of our fans in India. You know, become part of that Red Rose family from a customer perspective.
23rd of March, start of the IPL, a wonderful, wonderful cricket show worldwide. Of course, Lancashire, more connections in the IPL. Joss Buttler, a superstar of world cricket. Liam Livingstone, our own Liam Livingstone. Tell us a little bit more about that connection.
Well, it's fantastic that it shows the quality of our squad at Lancashire, that we've got so many strong Lancashire players playing in the IPL. So, as you said, you know, Livy, Phil Salt, Joss Buttler, you know, just to name a few, but also Kate Cross is currently with Royal Challengers Bangalore. You know, Tara Norris last year became the first player to take a 5-fer in the Women's Premier League for Delhi Capitals, and of course Sophie Eccleston for UP Warriors. So we've got strong connections with the IPL. I think there's a big game starting this weekend, you know, CSK versus RCB. A little bit of rivalry, not quite as much as Lancashire-Yorkshire, but we'll, you know, they can work on that. But, you know, so we're looking forward to those connections continuing.
Obviously, you've mentioned the great Farooq Engineer, but in more recent years, Washington Sundar played here at Lancashire. The boys loved him coming over to play. There'd be probably some Indian fans watching on Geo today, wondering if this is the kind of thing that's going to be more of in the next couple of months.
Without doubt, we want to continue those links, and we want to get an Indian player for the 50 over and possibly some of the county championship. We had Washington before. He was fantastic for us. What a lovely man, great player, really naturally talented. I think he could be a real great for both India and Lancashire. And, you know, watch this space, but, you know, speak to Mark Chilton, he might tell you who he's working on in terms of Indian players. And we just want to continue building those links because, as we've seen in the recent Test series, you know, the quality of cricket in India from, you know, hundreds of players, thousands of players is incredible. And we want a bit of that in the Northwest and in Lancashire, and to carry on those traditions.
CEO of Lancashire, Daniel Giddy, make sure you wear your sun cream out here. It's a little bit warmer than Lancashire and Emirates Old Trafford, but thanks for taking the time during this this cricket camp of ours. We've seen some great cricket today, some real positive cricket from the Thunder team, but let's go back, enjoy the second half, and Chris, back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Warren.
Thank you, Warren, and big thanks to Daniel Gidney, the Lancashire Cricket Chief Executive Officer there, just reflecting on the games on this tour so far and the wider context of Lancashire cricket and the many connections with India, both past and present. And in the present, well, Bangalore have got 8 overs to chase down 68 runs if they're to equalise Lancashire's victory earlier in the day today in the T20 fixture. If you're just joining us on Lancs TV, the Lancashire Thunder chased down 84 comfortably to win by 9 wickets and in just 7 overs. So a hastily arranged 8-over challenge match was put in place. That's what you're watching right now. And Lancashire, having batted first, scored 67 for 6 from their 8 overs. We're watching Hannah Jones. opening the bowling for Lancashire against Prerana and Rashini. And Prerana, who showed a bit of promise in the first game that we saw today, getting on the front foot there straight away. And Bangalore starting with some style. Warm welcome back to Paul Shaw.
Good morning, Chris. Yeah, we've seen a little bit more intent from the Bangalore batters here, and that's pretty important when they're chasing a target of 68.
Big shout there, and that's the end of Prerana's promise. Looking back down the pitch, he's not so sure about the decision, but we'll get Paul Shaw's reflection on that in just a moment. Let's have a look at this one.
Yeah, she thinks she's got a little bit of bat on that, or maybe some glove, but if she's not, then it looks absolutely plumb, doesn't it? And we know that Hannah Jones just bowls wicket to wicket with that angle, just drifts it in. We can see here, that's pretty straight. I don't think she's got anything on that, so I think it's a good decision from the umpire.
Now, Hannah Jones, Paul, is a player I believe you coined the quiet assassin in your time as Thunder coach. Care to tell us a little bit more?
I certainly did. She's the player that just keeps on performing consistently when there's pressure on or things are happening everywhere. But she just runs in, bowls the ball, bowls it as straight as possible, and picks up so many LBWs and balls because she keeps the wicket in play. Nothing seems to fuss her really at all. She just runs in, bowls the ball, looking to it middle and off.
And that may well have been where that ball was headed had Prerana's pad not intercepted it on that previous delivery. Krishika is in at 3, and on that occasion, just as Paul says, she never bowls a bad ball, you know, she hits middle and off. There's a dart down the leg side and a wide.
Just testing the umpire, I think, that's all, and certainly testing me.
Commentator's curse. I'm sure it's a rare aberration. We can forgive Hannah, it's pre-season. And again to Krishika, who was one of the players dismissed for a duck in the game earlier. 4 of them, in fact 5 in the Bangalore innings, were unable to get off the mark. Krishika will be keen to change that as soon as she can.
Yeah, it's looking tough, isn't it, at the moment for the Bangalore batters with Hannah bowling so straight. They've got to think of a way of actually hitting the ball hard down the ground and working it into the gaps, but she's not giving them much room at all to do that.
Very full again from Jones. Pie in quickly to field. Well, off the second ball of the innings, a crunching cover drive for 4. But by the end of the over, Lancashire had picked up the wicket of Prerana, and the Bangalore representative 11 5 for 1 at the end of the first over. What do you think some of Chris Reed's messages might have been, Paul, as Lancashire go out to field here in this foreshortened version of a warm-up match?
I think he'll want them to bowl with real intent and keep the wickets in play as much as possible and build that pressure and all dismissals. But as an inner-ring fielding unit, he will want them really, really sharp and hunting run-outs. And also the people that are in the outfield, the couple that they've got out, to be herring in, stopping twos and trying to create a run-out. So he'll want real high intensity and really good leadership from that team and staying really switched on in each moment, an important moment of this second half of the game.
Phoebe Graham with the new ball for Lancashire will take up the attack. She'll be pleased to get some more overs under her belt. She got through 4 earlier, picking up 2 wickets, and love the chance for at least 1 more here, potentially a second. How do you think Phoebe Graham's approaching this season, Paul? Because she struggled for traction really last year, ended up going out on loan to Western Storm, got a little bit of cricket at the end of the summer. But what do you think her mindset will be on this tour and her own aspirations for this summer?
I think she'll be looking to bowl really good areas as consistently as they possibly can with good pace and really impress the new head coach, Chris Reed, to give her the best chance again in the team.
Decent line there from Graham. How does she rate pace-wise compared to other quick bowlers on the women's circuit, Paul?
Yeah, she's up there. She's probably just under the pace of the key England bowlers, but with the height she gets great bounce. So she's got the pace and she's got the height. It's just that little bit of accuracy, so she's working that off-stump line a little bit more often to build more and more pressure and take more caught behinds and balls.
Decent line again, beating the outside edge of Krishika.
But she's certainly bowled well today, hasn't she? As you say, she's bowled good areas. She had a little bit of movement off the seam in that first game, so she'll be doing a good job. But this is about backing up that performance in the first game and ensuring that she can be as consistent as she can, and show the new coaching team that she can be that type of bowler that they want come the start of the season.
Just lost her line a couple of times today, going down the leg side, perhaps just overcompensating a bit for beating the batter outside off stump, trying to just straighten the line and coming a little bit too far the other way. She's one of the more experienced players in the squad, of course, Paul, because she's played for a number of the counties, and what is quite a young squad. Could you see her taking on perhaps more of a mentoring role as well in the group this year? And she picks up a wicket, a nervous nurdle outside off stump from Krishika, unconvincing stroke, and as easy a catch as Ellie Threlkeld will probably have all summer. It was an unconvincing innings and an unconvincing end for Krishika. Very good line from Phoebe Graham, perfect line on off stump, and guided into the gauntlets of Ellie Threlkeld. Lancashire strike again.
And that's exactly what I'm sure that Chris Reed and his coaching staff will want from Phoebe Graham. That tight line draws the batter into playing, and as we said before, brings in all dismissals. But if we look at this slight angle in, the ball just holds its line, top and middle and off, topper of off stump, little nick there through to the skipper Threlkeld. But yeah, look, I think she's a good performer. It's just consistency that's going to be the key for her moving forward.
Well, earlier in the afternoon, local time, in the early morning, UK time, Prayuthya was the most impressive of the Bangalore batters. The captain, who had played one-day international for the Indian national team, certainly on paper looked the pick of the home lineup. And Prayuthya was in decent touch for 29, although she got becalmed in the second half of her innings. Let's see how she goes this time around. She's going on the attack straight away and getting a little bit of luck as Daisy Mullen sticks up her hand there at extra cover, almost manages to claim it out the sky. But getting away with it, the skipper, and she's off the mark.
Just going back to what you're saying about Phoebe and the question you asked about perhaps mentoring the younger players in the squad. I think that's something that she already does kind of informally, and I think this year she'll have a big part to play with them.
Phoebe Graham's last delivery of the second over. A dot at the end of it.
That's an excellent line again, isn't it? And that's bring the batter into play and brings the outside edge into play. So another good delivery, and that's the consistency that we're talking about with Phoebe. That's a great delivery, and all in all, a good over.
8 for 2 then, Bangalore, at the end of that second over. They need a further 60 runs off the last 6 overs to win this game. We've got a men's game coming up, of course, as well, around about 7:30 UK time. We're going to bring you toss news of that just as soon as we've got it, which might well be before the conclusion of this match, as the Lancashire Lightning take on the Karnataka 11. And Paul Shaw will now be joined on commentary here again by Michael McCann.
Well, here we are, and we've got a new bowler. We've got the young left-arm spinner coming into play. That's a good contact, well fielded by Sachi Pai in the covers. But Sophie Morris coming through the Thunder Academy over the last year and a half, and comes into bowl. That's well fielded again by Sachi Pai. They just take 1 run. The score is 9 for 2. Run rate of 4. Yeah, Sophie Morris is a bowler that's really come on over the last, as I say, year and a half. She's still some way to go, but she's doing all the right things and progressing nicely. And obviously the left arm option is another great option for this Thunder team as they go through the season.
Yeah, never any harm to have a bit of variety in a bowling attack. That is dragged short by Morris, but deliberately dragged short because she saw Rashini coming down the pitch. It's that classic game of cat and mouse. Bowling attacks are a little bit like licorice all sorts. Good ones. That's what you want. Bit of everything in there. Adjust yourself to conditions. Here's Morris. That brings me on to something that's often discussed in both men's and women's cricket in England, which is development of spin bowling. How easy or not so easy can that be at times as a head coach from your experience?
Well, firstly, it's really important, and we can see Morris running into ball here. That's well played. Sacha just managed to get a hand on that and stop the ball running through into the outfield. Look, I think it's really important, especially in the women's game, but it does take time. It takes time to read the game, to develop the spin and the mindset to ball spin.
Morris completing her over. And again, Prafusha trying to play that as late as possible, almost cutting it off the stumps. So late was she back deep in her crease and doesn't get any reward for it. Nice tight over from Morris that concedes just 2. So end of the third over, 10 for 2. Of course, we've got the men's game coming up on the horizon. Lancashire Lightning playing at Karnataka 11 as Morris completes the over now and does get a dot. So third over is now finally finished. Forgive the technical glitch on the scoring. All sorted now. 10 for 2 or 3 then. And we can give you some toss news from that men's game. Lancashire Lightning in action against a Karnataka 11 in a T20 fixture. Of course, they'll hope to get pushed a little bit harder than Thunder were earlier on when they managed to polish off the Bangalore representative 11 in such quick fashion that this 8-over affair was hastily arranged, because in game 1 they won by 9 wickets with 13 overs to spare. Now Morris on to bowl the 4th over of 8. Bangalore already behind the required run rate, and Roshini won't help that there.
It's a good start there from Morris. Got through her action really well there. See if she can follow up a great batting performance with a good bowling performance here.
Morris just floats that one up, a teaser outside off. Yes, it's something we picked up earlier on commentary. Wasn't quite completing her action with that conviction, and it brought about a frankly uncharacteristic number of full tosses from Fee Morris. Bowled probably as many in that spell in the first practice game as I remember seeing her bowl in the entirety of last season.
Yeah, just her weight was slightly back, which means she throws the ball up a little too much, whereas driving over that front leg and driving through the action enables the ball a yard quicker and probably a yard fuller, and then she becomes a real dangerous opposition.
As Morris that time really beats Roshini in the flight. Roshini jams it into her pad and is left somewhat frustrated. That's really clever from Morris.
You can just feel the pressure building and sense the pressure building on Bangalore.
Morris holding that one outside off stump, just inside the wide line. That's a really good variation to have as an off spinner. As a bat, you're always wary the ball turning into you, and then suddenly it's right just inside the tram lines outside that off stump. Pushed through quicker and flatter. And that's swept by Roshini, but straight to short fine legs. The pressure continues to build. Well, one feels like we're at the kind of point where the statisticians would say something's got to happen here. Roshini probably will be very reluctant to see off a maiden it's not even T20, it's 8-over cricket, and indeed she's not. She smears it away through mid-wicket, It's a shot that is effective in at least avoiding the maiden for her, but Roshini will keep the strike, and one can understand Prafush's frustrations in having watched Roshini score just one off that over, having to be at the non-strikers again. Morris concedes just one. Brilliant from her point of view. 11 for 2 off 4.
Yeah, with the run rate being just 2.75 in a target of 68, then as you say, the statisticians will be sweating a little bit now and trying to push the envelope a little bit. But Fee Morris has started really well there. Just one run off that over, so the 2 spinners are bowling well. Jones bowled well earlier on as well, so that's 3 spinners. Phoebe Graham's bowled well in this game too, and now we'll see how Laura Jackson does and see if there's any swing still left in this game today.
Jackson to bowl the 5th, bowled very effectively in the middle overs of game 1 with Frelkeld up to the stumps, and starts in similar fashion here. Laura Jackson, who I'm sure will be keeping a close eye on events across the road today in men's football. She's a season ticket holder for Liverpool, who of course have got a game of football I'm sure a few people will be having their eyes on happening this afternoon between 2 clubs who get on oh so famously well over the years in Manchester United and Liverpool, of course. As Jackson is cut away this time. Wasn't that short, but Roshini picked up the length really quickly, rocked back and committed to the shot and gets it away for a much needed boundary.
Yeah, Roshini picked the length really well, as you say, rightly say, rocked back and worked the ball past backward point. That's a good shot, timed it really, really well, and a much, much needed boundary. 4.2 overs gone, score is 15 for 2. The run rate, incidentally, is creeping. 3.46 is the current run rate.
Roshini gets this one away for just a single. Tani does the fielding. Jackson, one of those players that follows a great tradition, came through the setup initially at Cumbria and Cheshire, and it's important to say that for many a year Cheshire was a real powerhouse in women's cricket in terms of being one of the very best counties around. Still produces a heck of a lot of talent in that part of the world. One of the very strongest regions of women's cricket that does not have a first-class county attached to it. When you think of the talent that's come through there over the years, Laura McLeod would be one of the most obvious ones. More recent times, Sophie Eccleston, of course. Nicely bowled again from Jackson.
Ellie's in good nick with the gloves, isn't she? She's in good positions, taking the ball really, really clearly, and she's in the hunt for a little stumping or maybe a nick.
Yeah, it's a nightmare for a batter, Frelkeld, the way she can stand up to everyone, including opening bowlers, when she wants to. That's sliced away by Prafusha. It's a frustrated shot that brings about her downfall. The pressure tells, the pressure that was built by Jackson, the pressure that was built by Morris in the previous over. And after 5 overs, the hosts are in all sorts of trouble. Thunder doing a brilliant job here. 16 for 3 off 5.
Yeah, it's certainly looking an uphill task now, isn't it? And the batter there has just sliced the ball, and Daisy Mullen jogs around from point and just collects that ball easily. Yeah, it looks pretty tough, but really pleasing from a Lancashire Thunder perspective. The ball, really strong areas, consistency has been key, and they're showing really good control of the ball. So they'll want their fielding unit to back them up in the ring and in the outer ring to build real pressure for the remaining part of this game.
Great as always to get the insights of Paul Shaw, who of course until recently was Thunder head coach, building a young squad on a long-term journey to put them into a position this season where realistically Ellie Frelkeld's troops have the kind of campaign they want. They can rightly dream of being in contention for trophies again. Fee Morris, someone who has plenty of experience of competing at the top level and has been such an asset as an all-rounder, and alongside me someone who's always an asset in the commentary box, Polly Starkey. Morris starts her second by being turned away for 1. Another pretty comfortable win on the cards here, it seems.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think Thunder's batting isn't what they would have wanted, but they've backed it up with the ball and they look very, very comfortable.
Yes, historically, and it's something Paul Shaw would agree with. I know they've been stronger as a bowling team over the years. Their bowling has, as he put it, got closer to that level that can help them compete for and win trophies quicker than the batting. So that's straight back towards Morris, who fields well off her own bowling. Rajesh still yet to score in this innings, somewhat stuttering and faltering.
It's been a fantastic day for Fee Morris, obviously with the bat in the first game. And she's bowling very nicely today. 1 run from the over.
Swept away this time, just for a single. Rajesh off the mark. Again, more valuable match practice, and they'll get plenty more tomorrow as well. 50 over fixture here at the Alur KSCA Stadium for the Thunder. Floated up by Morris. Attempt to Roshini, all too happy to take the bait. Absolutely thumps it at mid-off.
I think the 50 over format will challenge them a little bit more. I think T20 is where they excel with the strike rates and getting through the overs quite quickly. But I think with 50 over it is a bit more of a challenge, that longevity.
Well, LBW appeals against Roshini looked from our view in the commentary box thousands of miles away, like that had hit Roshini well outside the line of off stump whilst playing a shot. So that's a full toss from Morris. Not a good delivery, and it gets the treatment it deserves. Whacked in the gap for 4, and Roshini has a boundary to end the 6th over. The Bangalore Invitational 11, 22 for 3 off 6.
There's a poor delivery from Fee Morris to end what was actually a very good over for her. So I'd imagine she'd be slightly disappointed with that. But it was dispatched. It's a very good shot. Bangalore 22 for 3 with 2 overs remaining. A target of 68, which Lancashire Thunder set in the first innings.
And you'd have to say, Polly, Lancashire are favourites.
Definitely. I can't quite see where they could lose it from here, to be fair.
No, I think that's absolutely fair enough. I think we said at the mid-innings point, 68, well, certainly very competitive, but Bangalore might think they had a chance. That has proved not to be the case, as once again the Lancashire bowling has been just a little bit too strong for the home batting lineup. And an opportunity here for Hannah Jones to potentially add to her earlier wicket when she dismissed Prerana in the opening over.
Hannah Jones just showing what she can do, and again, economical wicket taker. She's perfect in this Lancashire Thunder side.
Titani doing the fielding at long on. Yeah, useful overs for Hannah Jones to get under her belt. 2 wickets earlier in the T20 victory, and more valuable overs for her here as Roshini has the solace of a boundary, and she continues to build a nice little cameo, which will be in vain for the home side, but having made a duck opening the innings earlier in the day, at least a few more runs for her here.
Yeah, as you say, it will be in vain, but she has played some really nice shots across her innings. (27 for 3). The target of 68. Final ball of Hannah Jones is over.
28 for 3 then, the Bangalore representative. 1 over to go in this game. Lancashire Thunder will be returning another victory. But what of Lancashire Lightning? Well, they're going to follow the Thunder out onto the Three Ovals Stadium in, we think, around about 15 to 20 minutes' time. The toss news there is that Lancashire have won the toss against the Karnataka 11, and Lancashire will bat first. So Keaton Jennings winning the flick of the coin in the same way that Ellie Threlkeld did earlier, but unlike Ellie, Keaton deciding to have a bat first. So Lancashire will bat first, and we'll be bringing you full coverage of that match, as I said, around about 15 minutes' time, once this game is concluded and we've had a chance to catch up with one of the players who starred in it. Phoebe Graham is going to complete proceedings for us, bowling her second over of this second game of the day. So that lament, she's had 6 overs in the day, and aside from a couple of leg side wides, Polly Starkey, Phoebe's looked in good touch.
Yeah, it's been really positive. I think it's been mentioned a couple of times that she went on loan to Western Storm last season and struggled for game time with Thunder, but you see the hard work she's put in over the winter, and it's very clear that she's worked really hard. She gets a wicket now of Rajesh for 2 runs, and yeah, her game's come along a long way, and that will really help with her confidence going into the season.
A little bit difficult to calibrate, of course, in these kind of pre-season games as to the quality of opposition, pitch, etc. But Phoebe Graham has certainly looked in good rhythm. She's hit that off stump repeatedly in terms of her line through the games today, and she's asked questions of the batsman outside off stump on a number of occasions. So encouraging early signs for Phoebe Graham as she builds up to preparations in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. Lancashire Thunder, of course, getting underway there in mid-April in the 50-over format, with a trip to the Northern Diamonds up in Durham before returning to a home fixture at Sale Cricket Club on the 24th. So not too far away now, just over a month. Very different conditions, of course, likely to be in England in mid-April to the warmth of southwest India today. Kumari in at number 6 then. Gets a good delivery again. Graham continuing to ask questions in and around the top of off stump. And Kumari, as many of her teammates have done through both the fixtures these teams have played today, struggling to find answers.
As you say, it's difficult to genuinely judge ability when the opposition is slightly weaker to what Thunder might be used to. But seeing the line and length that Graham's bowling and that consistency and finding that rhythm, it's very, very promising.
Swung away by Kumari on this occasion as Graham straightens her line a little bit and gives Kumari the chance to open up and swing over wide long on. Bit of defiance from the young batter. And Pooja Kumari will have the opportunity to try and see if she can find the boundary again in the last couple of deliveries, which will be purely academic, really, in the chase for 68 runs that the Bangalore representative 11 embarked on in this little 8-over challenge. They've been comprehensively beaten again by the Lancashire Thunder here, but Kumari keen to try and finish with a flourish. Good stop from Graham, prevents a possible boundary. And Hannah Jones completes the fielding. What do you think, Polly, Chris Reed's main message will be to his team after these 2 victories today?
I think he'll be very happy with how they've played. I think this game, perhaps less so with the batting. I think in terms of the bowling, I think he'll want them to, not bowl those wides and things like that. But on the whole, I think he'll be pretty pleased with how his team has done. Fielding-wise, pressure in the field, I think they've done pretty well. Batting, of course, V Morris has had a day out, and she's done really well. But getting that across the board, I think, will be the key to success this season.
Well, that concludes proceedings in this 8-over impromptu challenge match between the Bangalore representative 11 and the Lancashire Thunder. 36 for 4 is where Bangalore finished in pursuit of Lancashire's 67 for 6. So the Lancashire Thunder winning this second match by 31 runs. 2 for 10 from 2 overs from Phoebe Graham, the pick of the bowling figures in this victory. Rashini with a bit of defiance, 20 not out, the star turn with the bat for the home side. This, of course, after the 2020 match between these two teams was won comfortably by Lancashire earlier this morning. Fee Morris's explosive 59 off 25 balls, making short work of the 84-run target that Bangalore set. Lancashire racing to 88 for 1 inside 7 overs. Naomi Datani unbeaten on 25, backing up Fee Morris's innings. And then Lancashire, in setting 67 for 6, saw their captain Ellie Threlkeld enjoy herself, making 31. Ananya Hedge picking up a hat-trick at the end of that innings. So a nice day for Ananya Hedge, the young leg spin bowler for the Bangalore representative 11. And we will see them, of course, tomorrow, because these two teams will go head-to-head again in a 50-over match, again live on Lancs TV. And we will bring you that action here on Lancs TV tomorrow. But before we think about that, or we move our attentions on to the men's T20 match, which is coming up very shortly here, where we'll have the benefit of the insights of Paul Alur and David Lloyd joining our commentary team. We're going to get the chance to get some match reaction pitch side from today's match. So let's go back out to Bangalore and join Cricket Operations Manager Warren Hegg.
Great.
Thank you, Chris. Delighted to be joined by Phoebe Graham. Phoebe, first time at the Alur. Fantastic performance from you.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it's an amazing stadium and just a whole new challenge for the girls playing an 8-over match. It's great.
You've played a couple of games before on this tour, but that seems to have turned up now. A different kind of wicket. Tell us a little bit about the pitch.
Just had a bit in it for the seamers and it was carrying through nicely, so that hard length was quite difficult to play, but I think our girls went out there and batted superbly and really took on the short ball and the full balls.
Absolutely, they looked like they were really, really aggressive. But let's talk about your bowling. You've worked really hard inside this winter with new coach Chris Reed. Paid dividends?
Definitely, we've been doing a lot of scenario work and work at the death, which I think has proven really successful for the girls in both this 8-over game and the T20 game. You can just see a lot of clarity and it's been really helpful to challenge that tactical side of the game.
Well, it certainly looked that way. And let's talk about our batting now. The girls went out there with some serious intent. We saw some great sixes. Fee Morris, Datani played really, really strong.
Yeah, Fee Morris was unbelievable today, 59 off 25. Just a bit of a joke, really. And then it's nice to see Dats powering through with positive intent, and then even like the likes of Elsa coming through. She seems to be a great talent.
There seems to be some serious talent on show at the moment. Hopefully some from silverware this year, but for the girls. But tell me how important it is to come out here to India to put your skills on show.
It just takes our game to the next level, to be testing our skills with competition and putting us under the pump in high pressure situations. So it's been great to be out here. First Dubai, then India, and Bangalore's incredible. I love it.
Fantastic performance today. Thank you for joining us, and we'll speak to you later. Thanks, Chris. Back to the studio. I think we're going to go straight. We're going to go straight into the skipper.
Hello, Eggles. How are you, my friend?
Very, very well. Keaton, first T20 game here at Alur. Tell me a little bit about the team today.
Yeah, we have 3 guys missing out. We've got Baldy missing out. Young Boyds is a little bit ill, and Singy misses out. Otherwise, we're a little bit older than we were the other night. I include myself in that older category. So yeah, look, it's a good run out for the lads. Bells will get the first run out properly on some good green grass. So yeah, looking forward to today. It'll be good.
Much longer because I know the umpires are on the way, but we're batting first, looking to put a score on the board.
Yeah, massively. Look, to be honest, I haven't seen the wicket. We bowled first the other night, so it's more just about sort of looking at ourselves, what do we do well, and then putting ourselves under pressure. It's a pre-season tour to come out here, see where guys are, and make sure guys get some good time on feet. So our field is fairly small. Trained it the other day. There's a bit of wind blowing, so look, it'll be interesting, and hopefully the boys get a good run out.
Go and get your gloves on, get your hat on, get your bat. Best of luck today.
Cheers, Eagles. Thank you, Matt.
No problem. Come on, go.
1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and he's gracious. What a moment. He don't play. Well, the real thrust of that innings came from Hagen's Fairbrother. Fine chance to run to the winning hit. On come the crowd.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
But the heritage of the club is actually everywhere you look. So there will be a new heritage of the nurtures that I've done over the last year. So many people say they're both.
Hi Noah. Nice to meet you.
No. I can't stop smiling. Trying not to.
Yeah, that's it.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that?
Emirates Old Trafford, where we're going to have continuing coverage of Lancashire's pre-season tour down to Bangalore. The Lancashire team today are playing a T20 match against a Karnataka 11 made up of some of their under-19s, some under-23s and one or two senior players. The news from out at the Alur Oval is that Lancashire have won the toss and have elected to bat first. So it's the first meaningful outing for Lancashire on this pre-season tour. They played a warm-up game in Dubai en route, and things looking quite lovely out there in Bangalore. Weather good, as you'd expect, warm, sunny, and ideal conditions for preparation for Lancashire for the upcoming 2024 season. I'm delighted to have David Lloyd alongside me. David, good to see you. And we're here in wet and chilly Manchester, and I wish I was in Bangalore with the rest of the lads.
Well, it brings back memories, Bangalore. I stayed there quite a number of times when working on the IPL. Wonderful place, a fabulous place. The one thing I do remember, coming out of the airport, there are 17 lanes out the airport, but they all go into one, so it gets a little bit congested. But conditions look lovely. Look at that pitch. And what an opportunity for the Lancashire players to go out and practice and prepare for the season out in India.
Well, exactly. I mean, a number of the senior players and the England players are not with Lancashire, but let's concentrate on some of the ones that are. Keaton Jennings, of course, as captain, alongside the new vice-captain, and that's an official post now, Josh Bohannon.
And wasn't he the captain on the England Lions tour? So he's obviously got a lot about him. Great opportunity for him because, in my opinion, England are looking for a number 3. And that's where he bats. And was he leading wicket taker in the county championship? Who was run scorer. Run scorer. Run scorer. He was right up there. And so this is a wonderful opportunity. But again, I mean, I'm jealous. I'm envious. I remember my time here at Old Trafford. We went to Machynlleth in the coast of Wales. It was freezing cold.
Do you remember that trip we went to RAF Sealand?
RAF Sealand.
Nearly did you? Ended your career.
I didn't last the course. I ricked my neck. I pulled a muscle. We're running up mountains and all sorts. So what an opportunity, and the facilities. I mean, it looks absolutely great. Bangalore is a wonderful place to play cricket, but the pitch itself looked marvellous. Be a good test to get into T20 cricket, and also to play 4-day cricket in conditions like this. I think it's absolutely brilliant.
So T20 today. Thunder play a 50-over game tomorrow, and then the Lancashire men's team play a 3-day game beginning on Tuesday. Yeah. All of this is going to be live on Lancs TV. Brought to you on a ball-by-ball basis from 4 o'clock in the morning. We'll be up bright and breezy, won't we, on Tuesday morning for that 3-day game?
Yeah, and this game, Lancs have won the toss and batting first in a T20.
Yeah.
I just thought usually if you win the toss, you want to know how many you're chasing. But it looks like he wants to set the scene here, Keaton Jennings, and it must be a good pitch if he's saying that we're going to bat first. Unless he's saying that it might spin, if they spin into the attack, but the pitch looked to have a decent covering of grass on it.
Keaton was interviewed by Warren Hegg just briefly after the toss, and said he wanted to challenge the team. They batted second in the first game they played in Dubai.
Okay, so change it round, yeah.
Change it round, just set the boys a challenge. This is all about getting used to match situations for the new summer. T20 is a little bit earlier this year, of course, but the first 4 or 5 games will be red ball and 4-day cricket. So it's a good combination, easing yourself into cricket preparation with a T20, and then they'll probably say down to the serious stuff of red ball later in the week.
Yeah, and again, that'll be an opportunity to get stamina into your legs, particularly you tell us about fast bowlers need to be bowling. You need to get mileage into your legs and into your body, because fast bowling is the arduous task of the game, and of course you've got to be ultra fit to do that. and whether you ease into fitness at this stage of season. Do you go 100% at this time of year, or do you just throttle back 80%?
You've got to be. It depends who you are, I think. You know, the bowlers in this match are Tom Bailey, Will Williams, Tom Aspinwall. So Tom Bailey, senior bowler now, isn't he? He's into his 30s.
Yeah.
He'll be easing into it. He'll know exactly what he's got to do. He doesn't want to be coming at it full tilt in the middle of March. So he'll just ease himself in. Tom Aspinwall, younger lad, full of vigour and vitality. You'll probably see him running and bowl quite quickly today. Will Williams, steady. He's another one who knows exactly what's what. Lancashire have already had 2 injuries to bowlers. Jack Blatherwick's
pulled a
hamstring.
Yeah.
So a couple of injuries.
Where's Balderson? Is Balderson around?
George is playing.
Yeah.
I think he's playing. Oh no, I don't think he is playing today. We've got Aspinwall, Bailey, Williams, Jack Morley,
left arm spinner.
Stephen Croft, he's still playing, you know. Crofty.
Well,
he's gone to play
on the
coach.
coaching staff, isn't he? But he's also registered as a player.
Yeah.
You know, I think that he's as fit as a fiddle for a start. Age is just a number with somebody like Jimmy Anderson and like Stephen Croft as well. So he's just a bit of an insurance there, and so it gets him a game, and he gives lots of experience. So have you got the team there? Have you got that team?
I've got the team. That's the team there, David.
Right, let's have a look at it. So it's Jennings, Bohannon, Wells. Is this going to be in batting order, this? Jennings, Bohannon, Wells. It would normally be Jennings, Wells, Bohannon.
Although Wells has been a bit of a floater, hasn't he?
Okay.
In terms of
Bell's the wicket keeper. Croft, as we've talked about, or Hurst. Who's keeping wicket? We'll find out.
Say Bell.
Lavelle. There's another wicket.
3 keepers.
I think that's a cunning move, isn't it? Let's play 3 wicket keepers: Aspinwall, Bailey, Williams, Morley. And so, you know, it's a good side. It's a balance to the team. They've got a balance.
Yeah. Wells will bowl his spin, won't he? Croft can bowl as well. So they've got 3 seamers and probably 3 spinners.
Well, you're covering everything, aren't you? And I suppose you want everybody to have a go. And you know, I get back to that pre-season, that your quick bowlers are your engine room. Your batters are your fancy dance. You go out and play, and it's very nice, and pitch it up and hit it to the boundary. But your work, your potent work, in my opinion, is done by your fast bowlers. And you need, for a whole season, you need a battery of fast bowlers. You need plenty that you can interchange and give them a rest now and again, because inevitably they'll get injured.
Well, as I say, Jack Blatherwick's come home injured. That's not a good start for him. Luke Wood's not out there. He's been away playing franchise cricket. Jimmy will play a few games for Lancashire, but we're not quite sure when and how many, but he will play.
I wonder who would dictate that. I assume that Jim would have a big say in that. The England management would have their say, but I think he's got to a stage, Jimmy Anderson, where he would say, I need to bowl. I need to have a ball to prepare for what's coming ahead. So I think also that he... I'm not saying he's a rarity, that's not the word, but he enjoys playing for Lancashire. He likes coming back, he likes the dressing room, he likes the challenge of county cricket.
Well, he does, and I think you're dead right. When you get to that level of seniority as a bowler, then Jimmy will know exactly how much work he has to do, he keeps himself wonderfully fit anyway, but it's a question of bowling fitness. And how many games he will need. See, there aren't any test matches, are there, till July? So it's a question of keeping himself ticking over, and how many games of those first tranche of matches that Lancashire play through April and May that he'll want to play, because the tests start, good bit of planning this by the ECB, slap bang in the middle of the T20 summer. So there'll be no red ball cricket immediately preceding the Test matches this summer.
But there's a World Cup, isn't there, out in the Caribbean and America?
Yeah.
And so it's a T20 World Cup that has probably shoehorned into the English season, so everything's had to move around. I've got my IPL, and it's not doing me any favours. I'm leaning back, and it looks like I've put a bit of timber on. I haven't. This is me. This is
your
IPL.
Nehru jacket, isn't it?
No, it was issued from the IPL, so this is about 15 years old. But it's not doing me any favours when I'm sitting back here. I look like a balloon. So I'm going to just slacken it off a little bit.
Yeah, we don't want you sweating up in the paddock, do we?
Well, I'm not. I mean, I've not moved weight-wise
no.
for about 15 years, but I look like I've been eating balloons.
Right. Well, with some good news, David, because I can see that the umpires are making their way out to the middle, out at the Alur Oval in Bangalore. There they go. And that is obviously signifying that play is about a couple of minutes away. Resplendent in red and black, with a bit of advertising, which you see on everything these days, don't you?
Yeah,
Emirates, of course, part sponsors of the Lancashire trip, along with Hilton. So Lancashire very happy about that, to have those two major sponsors involved. And here are the Karnataka side. A mixture of some senior players, some under 23s and under 19. So, in a way, a little bit like the Lancashire setup. A lot of youngsters play, and we've highlighted the fact that Hurst and Aspen, well, they will. Doesn't matter whether you're 15 or 35. If you're playing in a representative team in India, you can play the game.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, they have millions to choose from, but I think they've got a fabulous system. We've just seen a test series out in India, and younger players were coming in and having a massive impact. They played so well and technically well, mentally sound. And it is Bohannon. Bohannon going to open the batting?
Well, I think this is probably a statement as much from Josh as it is from Lancashire, that he wants to try and improve his white ball cricket. I mean, he's fundamentally classed as a red ball batter. You already mentioned number 3, and he's got aspirations to play Test cricket, as all young players have.
Every chance.
Yeah, but I think he really wants to try and improve his one-day performances, and I think he thinks the best way he can do that is to open the batting. And he'll have to be a little bit more flamboyant than he is when he plays red ball.
Do you know the first time I saw him was in a second 11 T20 game, and he got 100 in 48 deliveries. And I thought, he's a real dasher, this lad. But he's made his name as a number 3 is the most difficult position to fill in a Test team. And I think he's absolutely ideal.
Here we go there. We're underway. First ball, false start. Lost his run, did the Karnataka opening bowler. We'll try and give you some details on their team.
I wonder what ball's being used. What make of ball?
I think it'll be a white Kookaburra. So it's Rao, the opening bowler, and here he goes. Oh, nicely played by Josh Bohannon first up, but no run. 20 overs a side, of course, and all these players, all these Karnataka players will have been brought up playing T20 cricket with the IPL on the horizon. I think that's every Indian cricketer's ambition, to represent the team in the IPL and to play for India. So Lancashire away with a quick single down the short fine leg. Josh Bohannon off the mark. Keaton Jennings on strike, Lancashire's captain. Second year in charge for him.
I wonder if you're looking at this stage of the season, when you're having your team meetings, that each T20 game we're going to have a base number, and that base number is going to be 200. We're going to be looking for 200. That'll change depending on where you're playing, what sort of pitch you're on, the circumstances. But if you're batting first, that base number, has moved up from 150. It used to be round about 150, 7 and a bit, and now you're up to 10 and over. You get 10 over, you're absolutely in the game, and if you're chasing it, you've got a big chase. So all these will go into plans pre-season. All your chats in the changing room as to the collective, what it wants to do.
Keaton Jennings away first ball. Oh. Bit misunderstanding. Not open together, I don't think, before, Jennings and Bohannon. They're smiling about it now, but that could have been a start that Lancashire didn't want.
It's a wonderful piece of fielding. A direct throw and he would have been gone, so they've had a complete mix-up. Talk about swing. Is it going to swing?
No great pace from Rao, but steady to start with. Bit of a firmer call there.
Well, it looks a good pitch. You know, the bounce of the ball is coming way above the top of the bails. And Indian bowlers now, they've got some fabulous bowlers. You're looking up at Jasprit Bumrah, and each of these guys will think, I want a piece of that. It'll be a good run-up. We've just seen here, Rao just into his first 4 deliveries. Aggressive run-up, hits the crease hard.
Good run again. Nothing loose, though, from Rao so far, and nothing expansive from either Bohannon or Jennings in this first 5 deliveries.
And Warren's out there, isn't he, Warren Hegg?
Warren's at cricket operations now, Warren. That's what he does.
He's doing the interviews out there.
He
I've
has,
seen
yeah,
him.
everything. Should be a wide, that. Not given, so a little bit of leniency by the umpire. 3 without loss after the first over, then Lancashire having elected to bat first.
You've seen a young wicket keeper there, and I'm absolutely thrilled that Rishabh Pant is getting back into cricket. Horrific car injury. He was very lucky to come out of that alive, and thoughts that he might not play cricket again, but he's back. He's a wonderful cricketer. He spent time over in Hull and Cleveland as a youngster, as a young cricketer playing club and league cricket.
Number 37 for Karnataka is Riddiman Basu. He'll be bowling the second over to Josh Bohannon. Ooh, a little bit of bounce.
Ooh, I'd like to see a quick bowler on this piece. That's a cracking pitch by the look of it. Basu will share this new ball.
Well, the quickest of the bowlers, as far as I can see, will be Tom Aspinwall. He hurries it through. Have you seen much of him, David?
No, I haven't. I've seen Blatherwick, Jack Blatherwick.
Well, I'd be interested to know what you think about Aspinwall when he gets a go later in the day. He's got the build of Darren Gough. He hustles like Darren Gough. Bowls nearly as quick. And there's no mean batter either. Just nip back a little bit.
I'm sure he got a nick on that because it looked full and straight. The stifled appeal might have just got an inside edge. You mentioned George Balderson, again an emerging cricketer who's got every chance of going on to international honours. A genuine all-rounder.
That will be a wide, I think.
It's not an easy one to call that because yeah, he's called it. I know it looked really wide, but the batter himself has moved so wide. You've got to take that into consideration as well. I wonder if they'd be fretting a T20 game. It's against Yorkshire, Derbyshire, and they've gone 9 deliveries and not hit a boundary.
Well, I was just thinking exactly the same myself. This is a very much an early season approach to cricket. Doesn't matter whether it's 2020 or whatever, because in a T20 game played out here at Emirates Old Trafford, they'd be swinging from the hip. That's a nice improvised stroke from Jennings. That's the first boundary, and it's a 6 over fine leg. No fielder down there, but it's into the sight screen. Beautifully played. Little scoop from Jennings.
And it's a matter-of-fact shot these days. It almost looks like you need to be a contortionist to play it, but it's quite natural to so many players. And there's no fielder there. There's never a fielder down there.
No, there's an element of predetermination about it as well, isn't there? You're looking for that shot round the wicket now from Basu. There's a bit of swing and a bit of movement off the pitch as well, isn't there? Making it a little bit tricky.
They all got the new kit, won't they? All the new gloves, the new pads. A new bat. You cherish that new bat. There'll be viewers watching who will be vintage like me. My vintage used to have to oil a bat, put some oil on it, knock it in.
Well, you'd start preparing it about now, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And we didn't used to turn up till April the 1st, did we?
April 1st.
That was the start date, yeah.
And you had 2 weeks of fitness, 1 week of indoor nets. You might have a couple of friendly matches and start in May.
That's it. With your bat nicely oiled.
Nicely oiled.
Sanded, used a bit of sandpaper.
And knock it in. You used to have a ball in a sock.
Or a mallet.
A mallet, yeah, there was a knock-in mallet.
None of that now. They get them straight out of the wrapper. They're twice the size of the ones you used to use. And off you go.
So a sedate start, you would say. Run rate is just about 5. That won't do. That will not do. Are they going to get to 200? I mentioned 200. 20 overs, let's get to 200. Early days. Well, that helps. And that's a second. I think that's gone for 6 as well. It has. It's just teetered over that boundary rope and hit the screen. Length ball. Lovely swing of the bat. Effortless. Be a wide down the leg side. There's good carry from this pitch. I don't think either of these bowlers are express. So a 6 each, one unconventional and one very conventional for each batter. You want to score early season, you want a bit of confidence, you want a bit of movement at the crease, bit of poise. A heave, gets a single. So run rate, it's just jumped up with that 6. Get a partnership going. Spring into action. Technical issue, even a technical issue.
We're all right now.
That's another swipe. Keaton Jennings has just had a heave at that and it bounces just in front of mid-on.
Yeah, really good shot from Josh Bohannon earlier in the over. That 6 straight back over the bowler's head. Just the sort of ball that Bohannon was waiting for. It doesn't look to me like a pitch that you need to be too full on as a bowler. It's giving you a little bit of help, bit of green in it. Jennings getting a singled out to deep square leg.
You're looking for timing. Early season, you get confidence into your play and movement, your feet movement. Got to get everything going in sync. You've tried all winter maybe indoors and you've been abroad playing. And then you're preparing for the season. You've got to get your feet going. They've been in Dubai, haven't they, the team?
Yeah, they had a 3-day stop off in Dubai. That's over the top. Won't run away for 4. Anishwa, the captain, did the fielding there, number 43. It's 22 without loss from 3. I think you're just starting to get a little bit of a move on. I think you said earlier, David, 200 is perhaps your sort of base target for T20. You've got to assess that, though, as you go along, and this pitch doesn't look like a 200 pitch to me.
Depends what bowling attack they have. How big the boundaries are, of course, if there's one an inviting boundary. The facilities look super, they really do.
Well, it's one of a number of grounds in and around the area that Lancashire are practicing in. There's another scoop from Keaton Jennings. He's set himself up beautifully for that. I think that's going to be another 6 into the sight screen over the keeper's head.
So to combat this, it's his length that he gets into position and he gets the length that he's gambled on. So to combat that, he's got to get it as full as he can, the bowler. Yorker length, you can't play that shot off Yorker length, and then you're dependent on your mid-on and your mid-off.
Well, I think it just goes back to what I was saying before. It looks as though the pitch is offering a bit of help. There's a bit of grass on it. So the bowlers will tend to want to bowl at just a standard good length delivery. No ball this time, so we'll get a free hit next delivery. Jennings slaps it over square point and comes back for 2.
And we're just envious, and you can see in the background all the lovely trees and bushes and flowers are out there. The sun's shining. It'll be nice and warm. Up where I live in North Yorkshire, I can see the grounds are just starting to be prepared. There's one ground where the machine's stuck. We can't get it out.
Bogged down, is it? Swing and a miss from Jennings.
If Jennings still has international aspirations as a test match cricketer.
Well, he was there or thereabouts for this winter's trip to India. He was on the standby list, but didn't get the nod. That'll be wide down the leg side. When Harry Brook pulled out,
yes,
I think Keaton thought he might get drafted in, but not to be.
It was Dan Lawrence.
Dan Lawrence from Essex, yeah. So I think he, as far as having aspirations is concerned, I'm sure he has, because he's an intelligent cricketer. He's mature now, and he realises if he scores runs, they'll have a look at him. Whether he's the type of cricketer that fits into the modern England regime at Test level or not, I'm not quite sure, but he certainly has become more expansive in his batting.
I think he's a good all-round cricketer. He's very tall. I mean, Crawley is a tall batsman, opening batter. There may be an opportunity for another opener with England. There's definitely an opportunity at 3, definitely.
You think Ollie Pope's not a number 3?
Just beats the fielder, just lobs over his head. Well, getting back to Ollie Pope, 47 Test matches, averaging 33. You need something better than that. They're just plinking a few, these two. They're losing the shape. They just shape a shot.
Just getting a bit frustrated, I think, that the ball's not coming on quite as they'd like it to. Not sure he's middled that quite either, Josh Bohannon. Captain again, Anishwar, number 43. No change of bowling yet as we come to the end of the 4th over.
6 overs, just a reminder. The reminder for myself is this: power play 6 overs. Just 2 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle.
Bohannon on the charge, came very early. Bowler saw him and threw it a little bit wider off stump. Sometimes umpires are a bit more lenient when batters come down the track or start moving around in the crease. But that was very wide. Difficult to time the ball on this pitch.
Well, yeah, we've seen that a lot. Both batters looking at the bottom of the bat, right at the base, and they both look wonderful pieces of wood.
Still, Lancashire ticking over nicely at 10 and over, 40 without loss from 4.
They'll get 200, I bet you.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Got to change the bowling.
We've got
like
spin though, you never know,
yeah.
do you?
No,
I was just going through the, I mean, we know not an awful lot about this Karnataka 11, but I was just going through the details of the play, looking them all up, and every one of them bowls. Everyone's. There's not one of them that doesn't bowl. Even the wicketkeeper bowls off spin.
I've just had a little video. You know, you get these clips now, modern ways, a clip of a friend of mine who lives about 5 miles from here, who's out in India. He's gone out for a few weeks, and he's been playing cricket in the street. He's been riding an elephant and playing cricket in the street. And I've got a video of it. The cricket matches break out all over the place.
So we've got some slow left arm from Hegde, who's come up through the state ranks, through the academy at Karnataka. Gets a little bit of turn, a little bit of bounce. As Jennings looks to play the reverse sweep, gets a single, a leg by.
That's one of his shots, isn't it, Jennings? Reverse sweep.
Very strong with that.
I watched a lot of that Test series, and I'm just going back to my time as a young player at Old Trafford, and then as an umpire, and then as a coach. Be very careful if you're sweeping in line. If you miss it in line, you're out.
You are these days with
DRS. It's just out.
I mean, it's changed the way that batters bat and umpires umpire. To be perfectly honest, they give a lot more now. How good are this Indian team, though?
Fabulous, fabulous
absolutely
players.
Brilliant.
Oh.
And there were some serious players missing from the Indian lineup. Chipped into mid-wicket. That's the first wicket down for Lancashire. Josh Bohannon looking to work that through the leg side. Just chipping a catch to mid-wicket. So with the introduction of spin has brought immediate success.
His bottom hand that flicks it into the leg side. Just a change of pace from India. Just working it into the leg side, and he gives it a real flick with the bottom hand and just finds mid-wicket.
Bohannon will be a little bit frustrated. He was probably getting frustrated, not timing the ball as he'd have liked. And he'll probably rue that stroke. First ball to the slow left arm of Headgate. Not really the shot to be looking at, whipping it through mid-wicket against the spin. And it's proved his downfall. Luke Wells is the new batter, coming in at number 3. Number 3 on his back as well. Another batter who's improved out of hand in white ball terms, turned himself into a very aggressive, attacking batter and more than useful spinner.
I mean, it just helps if you can bowl a few overs. And I don't think he played much white ball cricket when he was down at Sussex, and he's found a new lease of life here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Well, his form in T20 got him into the 100, didn't it? And he played a brilliant innings down in Cardiff in the first game of the 100, I think it was last summer.
Oh, what's that? The B3 bat, isn't it? That B3.
Who's that made by then?
I think it's something to do with Jack Blatherwick. That his dad.
Yes.
I'm obsessed with cricket bats.
Have you still got some of your old ones?
No, I got rid of everything. I have nothing. Absolutely nothing to remind me.
You used to use Stuart Surridge.
Stuart Surridge Jumbo. That was the one.
One of the first bats that looked to pack a bit more weight into the back of the bat.
Back of it, yeah.
Go away from the traditional shape. There was that and the Grey Nichols scoop with the two that. Oh, that's an edge, and it'll probably run away down for 4. Nobody down there at fine third. So Jennings into the 20s.
And nobody at slip. Ooh, straight to slip.
Clubbed into the onside for a single. So what's the fascination with bats then? Is it the natural makeup of them, the craftsmanship that goes into
it? It is, and it comes from your senior players at your club. How many grains has your bat got? That used to be one. How many grains? And it used to be Fort Law was you need 7 grains, and some you want them tight together. You get a knot in, a little bit of a knot. And equally, you know, it used to be the Test and County Cricket Board, as it was, used to be obsessed with the size of stickers. Surely there's more things to worry about in the game than a sticker on a bat.
Yes, you were. There were stringent guidelines on the size of those. You weren't allowed to advertise anything other than the bat the bat's maker. That's all.
You couldn't have stripes on your boots.
Kippax, you see. Jennings using that's a Yorkshire.
Peter
brand.
Kippax, who a wonderful cricketer he was. GM, that would be Gunnar Moore. You know, sadly, Duncan Fernley passed away last week.
He did, yeah.
He made fantastic cricket bats. Gregarious character as well.
Well, they were used by the world's best in the time, weren't they? None more so than Ian Botham. Viv Richards used them for a while. Graham Gooch, most of his career.
Viv also used Stuart Surridge. Yeah. You had to catch Duncan in the morning because he used to get very thirsty in the afternoon.
He was a great chairman for Worcester as well. Not only was he a fantastic bat maker, but he really pushed Worcestershire to the forefront of English counties.
Well, he gets 4 there, but it's right at the bottom of the bat, which is odd, you know, because the pitch looks to have a little bit of bounce to it.
Yeah, I think it's just a little bit uneven, isn't it? Bit of width, which allows Jennings to free his arms and hit that straight. We've got to change of bowling. Kumar it is. Manvanth Kumar. Dispatched first ball for 4 by Keaton Jennings. Straight up in the air. This could quite easily be caught, and is comfortably at mid-on. So Jennings, annoyed with himself, out for 25. Second wicket down for 51.
And another, not timed again, right at the bottom. He knows the fate as soon as he hits it. A comfortable catch at mid-on. Just reached the 50 of Lancashire and lost the second wicket. Another almighty swipe right at the bottom of the bat, way into the air. I don't think mid-on really moves on the edge of the circle there. So the 51 for 2.
So 2 new batters at the crease then for Lancashire. In a way, Lancashire won't mind that. They want to get some overs into as many players as they can in terms of batting and bowling. So George Bell, outstanding young prospect for Lancashire.
Now just, you know, talk about you're preparing for the season. Now you've got Wells on 1, Bell new to the crease. You've got to keep going. You've got to keep going now, because you're a bowling side now who'll get 2 or 3 overs in and keep them quiet. They've got to respond. Wells and Bell have to respond here.
Well, just tick it over. We've seen that it's not easy to time the ball. There's a little bit of uneven bounce. Slip in place. Feisty young player is George Bell.
Every time I say, I think he looks about 10.
He'll be 20 now, George. But you're right, he doesn't look much more than a teenager, does he?
Yeah, I'd be really interested if we're playing a game situation and the captain wants to challenge them. These two have to kick on.
Nicely played, just had to wait for it. Gets him off the mark. George Bell with a single. Very interested to see how Bell kicks on this summer, and Matty Hurst as well.
Who would be Lancashire's? They've got that many wicket keepers. Phil Salt's a wicket keeper. Josh Butler's a wicket keeper. Lavelle, Hurst, Bell.
So there's 5 of them, and they can all bat. So they can all play as batters, to be perfectly fair. I think Bell's keeping in this game. That's what we're hearing anyway. But we've got a complete change in hierarchy at Lancashire as well. All the coaching staff has changed, of course, with Glenn Chappell leaving the club.
Carl Crow's left, hasn't he?
Carl Crow's left, yeah. Got Will Porterfield in as a batting coach.
He's
Dale Benkenstein as head coach.
And Craig White.
Craig White as bowling coach. So a complete change in the coaching staff this summer. Six overs gone then. Time for me to take a quick break. David, you can hang on for a minute or two, and I'll catch you in a bit.
Well, that run rate's just fluctuating. You get 2 wickets, and so the run rate's dropped down. Wells is on 1, Bell's on 1. Run rate is 8.67. 6 overs, it's 52 for 2. We've seen a number of slow deliveries from the Indian bowlers, and I think that at this sort of pace is the way to go, and that wouldn't be lost on Lancashire's bowlers. To change your pace, it's all part of T20 cricket.
52 for 2 off 6. And exactly as you were just discussing, Bumble, really important in the modern era not to go quiet when you've lost a couple of wickets and the power play is concluded. Well, there's not a lot you can do in any format with a delivery like that.
It's a lovely delivery, isn't it? Left arm spin, which pitches and just flashes past the outside edge.
George Ballier, of course, first made his name as a member of England's 2022 Under-19 World Cup squad, as well as breaking through with Lancashire with shots like that. That is outrageously brilliant from Bell. Well, that is a way to keep the pressure on the bowlers out of the power play. What a response to the beauty of a ball before.
And he plays it quite naturally. You've seen the ball previous spin. He picked up length so quickly there that the length of that and the line of it was just outside off stump, which gives him that freedom.
So what happens next in this duel of ball versus bat? Oh, that's an excellent delivery from Hedge. And Bell was in all sorts of trouble once again.
It's a lovely action, number 77. There's just enough evidence that this pitch is going to spin. See 2 or 3 from Hedge.
Goes to the reverse once more, Bell, and executes it with perfection once more. So, a fascinating ding-dong contest of an over this, which brings its second boundary.
With shots like this, it's a dilemma for the captain. Do I put a fielder down there? Because if you do, you release a space somewhere else. And it just looks like they're going to try to manoeuvre this field, try to stop that shot because he plays it so naturally.
Well, you notice as well there that Hedge was trying to hide the ball outside the leg stump to stop that shot from Bell, and even then he couldn't stop him from playing it for a second time. More conventional this time from Bell, just dropping his bat on it to get a single and move into double figures.
Yeah, that's good. You know, I mentioned about the 2 batters coming together and there's nothing really happening. So Bell suddenly has just kicked on. He's picked his 2 boundaries up. He's been in for 7 deliveries. He's scored 10. So they've maintained that rate. It's just under 9 and over.
Probably targeting 200 plus.
Well, 200 I think is a base score for 2020 these days.
Comes down the track, Wells, and meets that on the half volley and meets it beautifully. A 3rd boundary of the over, 13 off that one. Well, that is plenty of intent outside of the power play from Lancashire.
It's a lovely shot. I'm going to leave you with this. There was a great coach, John Inverarity, from Western Australia when he was at Kent. Rob Key tells the story. He got all the batters round and he said, what is it when you go down the pitch a stride and you catch the ball just as it bounces. What do they call that? And the lad said it's a half volley. And Inverarity walked away and he said, I don't know about you, I used to love half volleys.
Well, certainly loved that half volley. Absolutely climbed into it, smashed it to the boundary. 65 for 2 off 7. Bumble replaced by Paul Shaw as Lancashire look to kick on. Bell and Wells all too aware of the fact that they can't afford a few quiet overs. We're well past an era of T20 cricket where a quiet post-power play period exists, where once upon a time it might have done, as Bell just plays that out through extra cover. Paul, from one head coach to another as you replace Bumble, what are your thoughts on this 7 and a bit overs we've seen so far?
Yeah, I think Lancashire are doing all right. They started pretty slow. Doesn't look the easiest of pitches, actually. It looks a bit of indifferent bounce. But I think they're on track to post in around somewhere between 180 and 200, I would have thought.
And then continuing after a very good first over, and he might have got a second wicket in his second. Well, he hasn't, but that's very nice bowling, and it tracks a mistimed shot from Bell, who's a bit fortunate.
They have got some good young players yet to come in. They've still got Crofty to come into the crease and hopefully play well and give the innings some impetus. But I do think this partnership is pretty important. You've got the Bell that's improvising, lots of innovation, creativity, and Wells a hard-hitting shot player. So I would hope that these can build a partnership here that can post a decent total.
Luke Wells, he loves scoring on the offside in particular and down the ground. We saw that with that boundary smashed off the spinner. This time absolutely thumps that square of the wicket out to the sweeper for 1.
He's worked the sweeper well there, Wells, hasn't he? He's picked the length, rocked back and just worked it out there into the outfield. Be looking for 4s and 2s at this stage of the game. As I say, and look to build a really strong foundation to really up the tempo as it goes later into that innings. It's important here that I know they've consolidated a little, but they've got to keep going, I think, at this stage.
Yep, that's the consensus in the commentary box. Chelarando needed from Lancashire, and Bell just drops his bat on that one though and takes a single.
I've seen quite a bit of young George Bell over the last year and a half. I think he's an exceptional young talent, loads of potential, gutsy performer, good wicket-keeper batter, and I think there's lots of potential and also potential to be fulfilled around the corner. We're up for some really good performances for Lancashire.
Yeah, it often wasn't easy for Bell in the T20 competition last season. He often found himself batting quite low in the order. Wells faces up now. Nice looking pull shot round the corner for 4. It wasn't a quick enough bouncer to really be threatening for Wells, and he put it away oh so nicely. 72 for 2.
Yeah, it is shorted, but the ball's just held up a little bit there in the pitch, so Wells has done really well to control that ball and just get it behind square there. It's a good shot. He's played that pretty well, had good control on that ball.
And just jumping back to Bell, it's very difficult when you're batting in that sort of 7-8 role in a T20 game. You get for very little time and opportunity to have an impact, and you're often in the most difficult circumstances. Wells only picks out cover because, of course, if a T20 batting unit is functioning well, you'll often not even bat at all. You might come and bat at the end of an innings, face 5-10 balls max, needing to hit 6s from ball 1 as we reach the end of the 8th, 72 for 2. Or you'll come in an incredibly difficult run chase where your team is 50 for 5 and in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, it's a difficult position to bat, certainly in T20 cricket. If the team's doing well, then you've got to go in and score at something like 2%. strike rate, haven't you? So that's a challenge. And also, if the team's not doing so well, you've still got to find a way to get the team over the line and score at a good rate. So it is challenging, but it's a good way to learn the game, coming in at 6, 7, 8 in different formats of the game, because you often find yourself in different situations and learn how to play those situations.
Remember, you can use the hashtag LancsOnTour to get in touch on Twitter. Always good to hear your contributions. Remember to keep up with Lancs TV, and great to see the new streaming partnership with Jio in India, as well as Lancashire Club incredibly proud of all of its Indian links. One thinks once upon a time with the likes of VVS Lakshman, Saurav Ganguly and Farooq Engineer all playing for the Red Rose. As that's just turned away by Bell at the start of the 9th.
Although Lancashire will clearly be looking for boundaries, and we talk about tempo quite a lot, don't we? But it's really important that they just do keep rotating the strike too, so the scoreboard is still ticking whatever the situation, and that's something that they are doing pretty well. I mean, the score's 73 for 2, run rate currently is 8.94, with just under 12 overs remaining.
Doesn't quite get all of that down the ground. Of course, brings so much experience, the 33-year-old. He's often best known for his batting, but he was Lancashire's third highest wicket taker in the T20 competition last season with 23 wickets. Brings more than a decade of experience at Sussex before he joined Lancs 3 years ago. Now the youngster Bell facing up. Bell doesn't really time that, and it's in a way a good thing he didn't, because had he got much more on it, it would have been a catching chance for long on. Both batters not quite finding their rhythm here.
Yeah, and that's a sign that the pitches is not the easiest of pitches to bat on. It's often, when you see this a little bit too pace, the odd ones bouncing and going through, and the other ones just holding up a little bit. And all the top 4 batters have struggled to time the ball consistently.
Met on a half volley by Wells, who'll get just 1. Certainly there is only so much one can tell commentating, as we are not in Bangalore but on Old Trafford, at Old Trafford, watching the same pitches that you're watching at home. But it does certainly seem to be quite slow and just holding up a bit.
Yeah, and I think that's the challenge, because as I say, the odd ones going through and the odd ones just holding up, which makes it difficult to be consistent with that timing.
Nice. Bell will want to this time, and will get relatively comfortable too. Of course, pre-season well underway, but the season itself not too far away. Once Lancashire done with overseas expeditions, on March the 26th starts a 3-day game at Loughborough University, and the County Championship Division 1 season for Lancashire gets underway at home against Surrey on the 5th of April. Nice. Bell comes down the track, gets a good piece of that, and gets a boundary to relieve the pressure that's been building up across the over. A boundary to finish the 9th, 82 for 2 off 9.
It's well played, that, isn't it, by Bell, because the ball before he managed to get to it and work it into that area for 2 runs, and then he's managed to come down the pitch and strike it into that vacant area for 4. So he's beginning to find a way to score runs. He's now got 20 off 14. And I would expect, if Wells is in for any period of time, him to accelerate as he goes through this innings. Yeah, 82 for 2 with 11 overs remaining.
Lancashire, of course, targeting a first T20 Blast title since 2015. Finished 2nd in the North Group last season with 8 wins, 5 losses, which all came in a particularly barren middle part of the campaign. 1 no result, and then lost to Surrey by 13 runs in the quarter-final at Emirates Old Trafford. That's the tough nature of how knockout cricket can go. That win, had they won that game, would have taken them into finals day, which of course the Thunder team on the women's side of things did manage to reach for the first time in their history before losing to the Southern Vipers, who went on to win that competition. Plenty of high hopes for dual success this season. If you're just joining us on the men's stream, you'll be pleased to know that the Thunder women's team won their warm-up fixture comfortably earlier on. So comfortably, in fact, they had time to beat their opponents for a second time. As Wells faces up. And again, he's a bit frustrated to not make the kind of contact he wanted.
Yeah, just got to get through this period, hasn't he? The last 3 or 4 shots he's played, he's not been able to time the way he would have wanted, but it's that type of pitch. Hopefully get through this little passage of play and is able to then really push on in the latter end of this Lancashire Lightning innings.
Hard to cover. Run, run, run was the call from Wells. There was a shy, and there's applause from Wadward, the bowler, rightly so. It looked like a gamble worth taking. A direct hit could have been very dicey there at the bowler's end for Wells, who does make it home.
Yeah, looks like a good effort as well from the fielder. It looked pretty close, that, didn't it? A direct hit, and I think he'd have been sweating a little bit there. We know that direct hits are normally very close, in fact, often out. So, pleasingly for Lancashire that didn't quite hit the stumps.
Gets funky again, Bell, and that's when he's looked at his very best today. Gets this away through fine leg. It's fielded at the expense of one by Bim Rao. I think Wells there was trying to get that straight over the wicket-keeper's head, judging by the field placings. Just re-rehearsing it now.
Certainly a creative player and lots of innovation, Bell. So the traditional way of hitting the ball down the ground or hitting it through the covers, I think he does have that, but he's also got the ability to paddle and sweep.
Oh, Wells gets lucky. Well, sometimes it's better to be lucky than it is to be good, and as good a batter as Luke Wells so often is, that time he was just lucky. 4 more to the scoreboard.
That's a really good delivery from Wadwar. What a wonderful length to ball. The line's good. It's just angled in, continues on that line, and Wells just gets an inside edge, and it's missed the bail by a coat of varnish, as they would have said back in the day.
That is quite the bit of luck for Lancashire. They're building a platform to mount an assault for 200 plus. And Wells plays pretty much the same shot. We'll pick up a single. It's fair to say that Bell is looking the more comfortable of the two right now.
Yeah, Bell's playing well, isn't he? And I think on a pitch like this, it's about just holding your shape for as long as you can and let the ball come right into you. Not an easy thing to do, but I think it's really important for Lancashire batters to do that, and then to keep building and building and building at a good tempo to see if they can get close to that 200 mark, which at this stage they're well set to do.
Plenty of firepower left in the tank as well, of course, with the likes of Croft, Hurst and the Bell to come. Blocked back by Bell, he just has to respect a good delivery to finish. All told, a pretty good over from Wadworth. 4 of the 7 he's conceded came from an inside edge that went through fine leg for 4. You can't really legislate for that. 89 for 2 of 10 as this partnership continues to build. It's worth an unbroken 38. Bohannon and Jennings had added 41 in good time for the first wicket. Change in the commentary box. Delighted to have Chris alongside me for the first time today.
Thank you, Michael. Hello, everybody. Yeah, Lancashire with a really good platform here to build from, you'd think. 89 for 2 after 10 overs. Plenty of batting to come. Lancashire batting deep in this lineup.
Forced away off the back foot by Wells. No run. Wells just struggling a little bit with the pace of the pitch.
It's a little bit too paced, isn't it? It's not the easiest pitch to bat on. Bounce slightly variable as well.
Kumar Inns once more met by Wells, who is somewhat fortuitous to not be out. A magnificent diving effort from the fielder charging forward. And then a good boundary save behind as well. Means that it's a very eventful 2.
Yeah, Luke Wells living on his luck a little bit there. Made a decent enough connection, but that's a long boundary out to deep mid-wicket. And the fielder misjudging as he comes in from the fence there. Jasper not able to claim the catch. So a little bit of luck for Wells.
It's actually a good boundary stop by Manvath Kumar coming in behind. Doing what you should always do, covering your teammate. As Wells hits that hard down the ground, one of his favourite areas, his favourite shots, and he's shown why there. That's Luke Wells at his very best, and maybe that can get him going here. He almost took out his partner.
Yeah, George Bell having to be alert to that one, but as you say, Luke Wells does like to use his feet to spin bowlers and drive straight where he can.
As Wells comes down the track again. Let's stop using the tried and trusted long barrier. Good aggressive running to pick up 2. Wells will, now he seems to have got his tempo and adrenaline going, want to stay on strike here and fancy himself to take Kumar down. The old school logic of a boundary and then knocking the 1 is long since gone these days.
Yeah, Luke Wells, a player who struggled to get a regular spot in the T20 format for Lancashire, Michael, when everyone's been available. So when the likes of Livingston and Butler and Salt are available, it's been difficult for Wells to budge those players out of the lineup from time to time. But he's played a few cameos in this format, but that's the end of this one today. Gone for 26 as he holds out to long off.
Wells has to go. 97 for 3. Just in the over where it looked like he might be starting to find some kind of rhythm. He's in fact sliced one to present a pretty simple catching opportunity. That will give Lancashire's mid-order some valuable pre-season exposure of playing in a difficult scenario.
Yeah, Paul Alur was making the point earlier in the broadcast, wasn't he? Which is actually, in some senses, everyone getting 20 odd isn't a bad outcome at this point in when you're developing in readiness for the season, because you're trying to build up time in the middle. You're trying to ensure everybody gets a bat or gets a bowl. They're going to move forward later this week to move up to eventually playing a 3-day red ball match. And so it's kind of, you know, you're stepping out from net practice. You're getting some time in the middle, so you probably don't want a scenario where the openers both go and score hundreds and you score 200 for 1 in 20 overs. It's probably not really ideal in terms of pre-season practice. So these kind of 17 to 25 type cameos, which the top 3 have recorded so far, maybe not a disaster, but probably the onus now on George Bell to try and go on and score a 50 or beyond if he can.
Stephen Croft facing up. Starting by just turning one away to get off the mark. The 39-year-old. Insert all the cricketing commentary cliches about being almost double the age of the likes of Matthew Hurst and Tom Aspinwall, who are in the same side as him today. Croft, who has taken up a player coach role here at Lancashire, as Amor and Paul Alur were discussing. Will only play in the T20 Blast this season, but what a player to have in that format. Of course, Lancashire's all-time leading T20 run scorer with just the 4,813 runs, an average of 30, and their 3rd all-time highest wicket taker as well in the format.
And great to still have a player who was there at the very end when Lancashire won the county championship in 2011, and it was in fact Stephen Croft who hit the winning runs at Taunton that day. So a fantastic nod to the past, and as you say, Michael, a great player to still have available in this format. All the know-how, the run scoring. He's still a terrific fielder despite being nearly 40 now, and making that transition this season into a player coach role. Exciting for him.
Doesn't quite get that one away, Croft, and still as good as ever. Anyone who watched that destructive 101 from 52 balls against Northamptonshire at Wantage Road in June will be able to tell you with their own eyes that it's easy to see why I want to keep Croft in a player role, as well as the Thunder have a watch of the men's team having done their work so impressively earlier on trashing the Bangalore Cricket Association 11 twice. Croft will get one this time. It's a dicey single, but he knows that can't afford to be chewing up too many dot balls.
It'd be interesting to see if during the summer, Michael, there's an injury crisis, whether Stephen Croft could be tempted back into red ball cricket in an emergency, or maybe even back into One Day Cup 50-over cricket in an emergency. I'm sure that the door is not firmly shut and bolted. I'm sure it's a never say never situation. The intent will be that he's going to play T20 and T20 only, but I'm sure he could step back in if required, if there was a combination of England calls and unavailabilities through injury or franchise cricket or whatever it might be. But I think he probably recognises himself now that with so many great young talented players bursting onto the scene, it's time he steps away gradually.
Spell again goes for that reverse scoop, which played twice in quick succession off left arm spin. Different style of executing it, of course, needed against the seam of Wadhwa.
Yeah, it's a shot that we've seen more and more players play more and more often, but always looks covered in risk, doesn't it, from any kind of club cricketer watching this to think, how can a professional attempt that sort of shot to bowling of this pace?
Oh, Bell plays a slog sweep from outside off stump against the pace bowling of Wadhwa and absolutely nails it. Every inch a brilliant modern cricket shot from the ever-modern George Bell.
Well, you say ever modern, and of course it is, Michael, but that makes me think Malloy.
Malloy.
That was Malloy from about 15
Bretley
years
Commonwealth
ago.
Bank Series, yeah.
Indeed, right. Yeah, the ability to get down on one knee and pick a ball up from outside off stump and deposit over deep mid-wicket.
I suppose the difference is back then Malloy was considered sort of another planet to be doing such a thing. Beyond the Maverick's Maverick.
Indeed.
The one that all the Mavericks looked at and thought, that's too far.
That guy's wild.
Exactly, yes. Whereas now George Bell is only following the fashion, and why not? And of course, going back to what you said about club cricketers, you're absolutely right. But I guess the modern philosophy is if you're going to get out, it doesn't really matter how you're going to get out. As Bell tries the exact same shot. That one just kept a touch low from Wadhwa.
Yeah, that looked premeditated. I wasn't sure the previous one was, whereas I got the impression there George Bell was determined to try and repeat the stroke regardless of where the ball was pitched, and hence the execution didn't match the intent. But yeah, the previous ball was beautifully picked up. I mean, that's a sign of confidence, a sign of skill, a sign of timing, and George Bell delivering on all fronts. But as we've said, when you've got 5 wicket keepers on the staff, all of whom can bat, you know you're in a constant battle to hold down your place in the side, both as a bat and as a keeper.
Bell sides that one slightly bottom-handedly through the covers, and 3 or 4 faint attempts to shy the stumps, eventually coming to out. 105 for 3 off 12.
Well, Lancashire's scoring rate has dropped a little in the last few overs. 40 on the board after 4. Suggested a score in excess of 200 was very achievable for the Lightning in this innings, but steady wickets have stunted progress somewhat. 105 for 3 now after 12, just under 9 and over, as we welcome Paul Shaw back into the TV studio here at Emirates Old Trafford, where I'm pleased to see that the sun has emerged and we can see the cricket ground behind us. For those of us who are here at 2 o'clock in the morning UK time, that seems a long way off, but it's nice to see Paul again, and it's nice to see a bit of sun. Croft's crunching slap down the ground shudders into Bell's boot. They do pick up one. Paul, how are you seeing the construction of this innings?
Yeah, it's just stuttered a little bit, hasn't it, just recently, with Wells getting out. But I think Bell's playing pretty well. Hopefully Croft can come in and offer a little bit of impetus to this innings to get them a little bit closer to 180 stroke 200. But I think, look, all in all, it's a great workout for the lads, isn't it? Because it's given the opportunity to be on grass, play competitive cricket, and look to see if they can post a score.
Shashi Kumar continuing to persevere around the wicket to the right-handed George Bell, which pretty much takes LBW out of the equation for him as an option, but might just shut down Bell's angles a little.
Yeah, we were saying before, Bell's a good young player, and he looks in decent nick. But if Croft and Bell can build this partnership here and really push on, then it gives Lancashire a really good opportunity to get a good win here.
Dragged down from Kumar, but Croft not really timing that.
It'll be interesting how Croft manages his role, actually, because obviously he's still a player doing some coaching at the club too. So how he balances that out will be quite important, I would think.
4 more to George Bell there. Pretty rancid full toss that was there to be swung away, and George Bell making no mistake. How difficult is it, Paul, having spent so long coaching yourself, to adapt from being a player to a coach? Because it can't just be the case that, well, because Stephen Croft's an experienced and highly capable cricketer, he can coach. There will be a different skill set required, different areas of focus. Talk to us a little bit about how a player starts to plan that very different role.
Yeah, I think it can be a challenge, that transition from viewing it as a player, because you're viewing it through the lens, it's your lens, your playing lens, your experience, or perhaps how you've been coached, but then you find yourself in responsibility at a group of players where everyone learns in different ways, everyone develops in different ways, so it's really important where possible to individualise, you know, your communication style, to adapt your personality to their personality, because at the end of the day you're wanting to impart really positive messages and good messages, and our intention is for those messages to land. So it's kind of a different skill set that you have to develop along the way. There's coaching qualifications that will enable players to do that and develop coach development opportunities, but ultimately it's about the player becoming the coach and adapting and flexing their style to meet the needs of the person that's in front of them.
And how difficult, Paul, is it to gain a level of, if not respect, but a different emphasis from players who have been your colleagues and are still your colleagues in T20 cricket, to suddenly having a coaching relationship with them? Because that's not the easiest transition for a coachee to be suddenly getting Stephen Croft's advice and guidance as the coach, and it goes a bit beyond, I think, just a word here or a word there. You know, I guess there can be some quite difficult conversations, some challenging conversations about selection, about form, about technique. But if you've then got to be in a partnership with that same player a week later when you're thrown together in a T20 match, that's not always the easiest dynamic to manage, I would guess.
No, completely right. It's a bit like the old football manager, the player manager, isn't it? That a number of good footballers did, and a number succeeded, but some really struggle with that transition.
Hector continuing, bowling his slow left arm. I've been impressed with him so far. Shubhang Hegde, 22-year-old, who has come through the Karnataka system. Seen Tom Hartley benefit from his height on the recent Test tour of India, and Hegde also someone who has the benefit of bringing that ball down from well over 6 foot.
We can see that the run rate's at 8.44, but it was almost at 10 at one stage, so it's just beginning to come down. The boys are finding it quite difficult to get away.
Yeah, hard to know, isn't it, Paul, what a good score looks like on this wicket. Again, Stephen Croft a bit early on the shot there, playing it uppishly. Perhaps the wicket just a little bit slower than he was thinking.
It certainly looks that way, doesn't it? And talked earlier about holding the shape a little longer. I think that's going to be important in terms of ball striking.
Lancashire, of course, will commence a 3-day match later this week. Full coverage, ball by ball, on Lancs TV for you of that one, running from Tuesday through to Thursday, with once again the Karnataka 11 providing the opposition, expecting to see a stronger side fielded in that fixture by Karnataka, one of the Ranji Trophy competing states, and expecting probably pretty much a full-strength first team. So make sure you come and join us on Lancs TV from Tuesday through to Thursday. And just as a reminder, tomorrow we're back on with a similar start time for the Lancashire Thunder's next match against a Bangalore representative 11, 50 over format tomorrow. And again, that will be live on Lancs TV.
I think that's a good point to mention, actually. Lots of the preparation to the season is around the red ball game, isn't it? So this will be a little different for the boys at this stage, because I know their focus has been red ball and will continue to be, with the start of the season being that, the 5th of April. But this is an opportunity to look at their white ball skills and start developing them.
Shashi Kumar continues with the 15th over, and we did think at the start of this innings, when Rao and Basu took the new ball and two seamers open proceedings, that we did anticipate that it would be very much an emphasis on slow bowling once the lacquer had come off the new ball. That's the way it's proven so far. The spinners proving difficult to target, doing a very good job for their captain Anishwar Gautam.
Also, not to forget, there's a brand new coaching team in place, isn't there? So there's an opportunity for that coaching team to gel together and gel with the players whilst overseas.
Got to be close to a wide, that one, you'd have thought. It was speared in, Paul, wasn't it, across Stephen Croft. I think he probably looked at the umpire and thought, how about a wide for that one? But no interest. Now there's a better connection from Croft, and that's gone for a maximum. Well, Stephen Croft, it's taken him a while in this innings to really get going and time the ball in the way that he loves to do, but that was vintage Croft there, picking that one up early and depositing it over the rope for 6.
Yeah, he's managed to get hold of that one, hasn't he? He's gone with it, and actually he's got it over the boundary edge for a well-needed 6.
That one really bounced from Kumar as he comes back at Croft, having gone for the maximum. Classical swept pickup from Stephen Croft. Seen that shot plenty of times down the years at Emirates Old Trafford and beyond. And Kumar just losing his line, veering onto leg stump, and Croft taking full advantage. 1 ball left in the 15th then. Lancashire will have 5 more overs after this to try and get as near as they can up around perhaps the 180, maybe towards 200 mark. Croft going big again, and another maximum, I think. Swung away over mid-wicket this time, much straighter than earlier in the over. Pulling that from outside off stump, that took some power, but a really good connection, and just what the Lancashire scoring rate needed.
Yes, Croft has given himself a chance there, hasn't he? He's picked up the line, he's waited, held his position, and picked that ball up nicely and hit it really hard to the vacant boundary, around a cow corner really. But it's a good shot. It's not premeditated. He's lined it up, he's ready, but he's waited for the right ball to put there. It's a good shot.
5 overs then left in the innings. Lancashire still with 7 wickets intact. Matty Hurst, George Lavelle, Thomas Binwall, all still to come, who are powerful ball strikers. And then Tom Bailey, Will Williams and Jack Morley complete the Lancashire 11 today. No Josh Boyden, he is ill. And Harry Singh and George Balderson miss out from the squad who have made the journey to India. We expect to see them later in the tour. May well feature in the 3-day game. being broadcast live on Lancs TV from Tuesday through to Thursday, particularly Balderson, very much one of Lancashire's key players in the red ball format. Chance for George Bell to perhaps eye up a 50 in the remaining overs here. It really is crazy competition, Paul, isn't it, for the wicket-keeping clubs at Lancashire this summer? Bell, Lavelle, Hurst, Salt, Butler. 5 keepers. I mean, you normally get 2 on a staff, perhaps with a third who can kind of take the gauntlets in an emergency, but 5 frontline keepers? Talk about an embarrassment of riches.
Yeah, but I do have a slight bias towards keepers, being a former keeper myself. And do you know what? The wicket keepers are often fantastic fielders as well, aren't they? Because they're in such good physical condition, and all the Lancashire ones, they can all field. They're all like pretty quick in the field and powerful. So yeah, it's an embarrassment of riches.
George Bell's already been tuning up for the new English summer, getting a bit of time in grade cricket in Australia earlier in the winter. Had a good 2023, scoring 749 runs across all formats and taking 32 catches, so probably starts the summer as the man in position. But is that the end of his contribution today? It is. He departs for 35, and the reverse sweep is the downfall of George Bell. A breezy innings with some decent strokes in there, but he falls to Shubhang Hegde. Easy catch in the end.
Yeah, and you can see by his body language, George Bell's disappointed with that, but in the context of the game, it's been a decent innings. And I would like to have gone at a slightly higher tempo, but actually he's done all right in terms of the game today, and I know I'll be disappointed with that, but actually that's just didn't quite execute it as well as he would have liked. So Lancashire now, let's just have a little look at the score. 129 for 4 with 4.1 overs remaining. The current run rate is 8.15.
So 1 ball left in a very tidy spell from Shubhang Hegde. Stephen Croft will be the senior player left in the Lancashire order to try and guide things from here, a situation he's seen countless times before. Matty Hurst has come out to join him, coming in at number 6 for Lancashire today, the man from Billinge. 20-year-old young keeper batsman. It's he who faces Hegde. But, no run coming. 129 for 4 then at the end of the 16th over. Further word from Paul Shaw. And then Paul Alur and David Lloyd will guide you to the end of the 20th over.
Yeah, I think they're just reassessing what would be a decent total here. We talked earlier at the top of the show that maybe somewhere between 180 and 200 would have been a good score, but looking at it now, it might be more around 170. I think Lancashire may well be happy with the 170 at this stage, but let's see how we go. Just looking at the scorecard, Bohannon 17 of 15 balls, Jennings 25 of 16, Wells 26 of 19, Bell 35 of 32, and currently Croft not out 18 of 14, and Hurst just faced 1 ball, not out.
So 4 overs to go then. It's just stuttered along the innings. I don't think they've really come to terms with the pitch. That's a wide stance. That is wide. So run rate's just hovering. It's about 8 and over. So looking at 160 maybe.
Yeah, well, I don't think 200's on, is it? Not now. The pitch is just a little bit unpredictable still. But you won't have seen much of Matty Hurst, David. Newton Llewellow's cricketer. Young lad. Very aggressive. Very aggressive batter.
And another wicket keeper, as we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, coming out of Lancashire's ears, the wicket keepers. Stephen Croft goes on forever, doesn't he? 22 not out.
Slow deliveries, lots of slow deliveries. That'll be the way forward. When Lancashire come out to bowl, they're all, I think they're all looking at this pitch and saying, you know, there's suspicion about the pitch. Forget it. That's how it is. That's what it is. You just got to get on with it.
Well, I agree with you. I think any batter, though, in this sort of pre-season build-up wants or would like an even pace pitch. That's all. I'm not quite sure this one is at the moment. Full tosses don't matter much, and that gets Hurst off the mark.
So have they got a big push the last 4 overs? It's a preparation game, is this? It's good practice, middle practice is far better than being out in the nets. You get a middle practice, and these last 4 overs, there's got to be a push. If you're playing at Emirates Old Trafford and there were 15, 17,000 on, they'd expect a push, and the crowd would help them along.
Yeah, playing at EOT, you'd be looking at probably 12 to 15 and over from here on in. I think there's got to be, I know what you're saying about get on with it, forget the pitch, but you still have to temper your aspirations a little, don't you?
I think they bowl very, very well. That last delivery again, it's full, it's wide, it's slow. Take pace off all the time. That's what India, or what do we call them? Corner attacker?
Corner attacker 11, yeah.
Yeah, what they've done it well.
Yeah, it's the Karnataka Cricket Association, which is based in Bangalore, and it's a thriving cricket association with everything you'd expect: local leagues, academy, first class level T20 cricket. And fantastic facilities as well. Another slightly slower ball, that's dragged away by Stephen Croft over mid-wicket. Punishing stroke from Croft. Had to wait and wait for it. And all the way into the palm trees.
From a low base as well, he just stepped across towards the offside. Power shot. Ends the over. How many from that over? 6, 10, 11, 12. That's good. So 3 overs to go. 141 for 4.
40? Is that a reasonable target?
Yeah,
40
you're
off
looking
3?
at 10 and over. And again, I think it's so important that if you were playing, you try to put this game here to Emirates Old Trafford, and you've a full house, and they'll drag you along. The crowd will be really behind you and pushing you forward. It's a bit different there. There'll be nobody there. Some lovely trees. You just got to try and get that game head on.
difficult time to bowl as well. Wadwa in his third over, going okay at the moment, looking to get that ball full, and he's got Stephen Croft picked up at backward point, just trying to slice that away. It's a good catch at backward point and a good innings from Croft, 29 from 19.
Yeah, he gave the innings some impetus there, Stephen Croft. It must have been a good catch, this. Sliced away to backward point. You see that length again. That's Indian bowlers will bowl that length. You know, he's timed it pretty well, a metre either side, and he gets 4 there, but it's a safe catch again. Croft goes for 29 from 20 deliveries. Run rate's just increased above 8 and over. 17.2 overs have been bowled. Who's the new batsman? Lavelle.
Yeah, George Lavelle. Got his own style as George. Another keeper.
That's the name of a pop star, isn't it? George Lavelle.
You mean it should be, or it is?
Well, there's Michael Lavelle, who's in Coronation Street. He's been there for hours, for years. But it's a catchy name for a pop star.
Let's look at the grip here of George Lavelle and the stance. It's idiosyncratic, to say the least. It seems works for him, though. Squirted away, backward a point again. It's Lavelle moving.
And where's George Lavelle from? Where's he hail from? He's a local lad.
George is, yeah, local lad. It's a good question. Where is he from, George?
I know Hurst is from Billinge.
Yeah, plays his cricket at Newton Willows. George Lavelle, I have a feeling he's Boltonish. Hotbed of cricket, Bolton.
Always was. Club and league cricketers are just getting the kit ready again. There's some practice matches pre-season before the season starts proper. I'm trying to get a game this year. I might get an odd game.
It's too late for you,
It's not. I can have a do. In
bit
the
of league cricket.
Bilmore League, Wednesday night.
20 overs.
Sometimes it's 16. It depends how thirsty everybody is.
Bit of a fumble. Let's let Lavelle come back for 2.
It's a feature of any Indian team that you see. This back end here, just note that they're bowling wide of off stump. So what they're trying to do is to just eliminate one side of the ground. You can only hit one side. And then they'll bowl slow deliveries, either very full or into the pitch. Clever. Producing some fabulous cricketers. You just saw what happened in the Test series, which was quite predictable. The younger players that were coming in were sensational, and Yadav, left arm wrist spin, fabulous.
Again, wide of off stump, but the field set wide on the offside, allowing just the single. That's a good over at this stage of the game to just go for 6 and take a wicket. Good figures for Wadwa, 1 for 20 off 3.
Yeah, good. And again, in a game situation, I think the previous over went for 14. So then you drag it back with a 6. So 2 overs for 20. So Lancs have got 12 deliveries here. Come on, what can they get? Can they get to 170?
Well, I think these 2 youngsters will be looking for 170. But difficult with 2 lads have only faced 7 balls between them. Come in and just suddenly hit boundaries. Stephen Croft proving to be pretty fluent, 29 off 20 in the context of this innings was a good innings. Lavelle on strike then. Again, it's wide of off stump. Unable to find the boundary, just a single.
I tell you what, it'd be nice if we could perhaps get a chat with a player about what they think of conditions, what they think about this pitch. Are they about par, above par, below par? Because there's no 50s, is there? There's no big innings. It's been 20s
and it's been
graphed and grind it out.
Well bowled, good Yorker. I'm still a great fan of the Yorker. I know everybody says that it's a difficult ball to bowl. You want to get it slightly wrong and it's a half volley or a full toss. But to be perfectly honest, that goes with any ball you bowl. You've got very little margin for error these days, and a good Yorker, so effective. Searching for that Yorker again, and his field set back allows just the single down to long on. .160 is the target now, I think, not 170. It's 150 up though.
Van Vanth with 3 singles here. It's excellent bowling on the back of the 6. 6 runs from the previous over and then 3 singles. Just pegging lengths back. 150 for 5, 18.3.
It's a lovely strike from Hurst. Over long off, all the way for 6. That's just got Lancashire back up to 170. That 170 target is in sight. That's the sort of thing that Matty Hurst can do.
I'm going to be greedy. I'm pushing them 175.
Well, a couple more of those and they'll get there. Again, with that consistent line roundabout off stump just outside, Hurst setting himself there for the good length ball and hitting through it with power and poise and balance. Dragged it this time over mid-wicket. That's another 6, so you've 175. Good prodding, David. Good prodding.
I'm going 180 now. Come on, 180. He started so well. Single, 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 then 6, 6. Boom, boom.
We're talking about line and wide of off stump, but length important as well. That's just a hit-me length at this stage in a T20 game. Good length, very similar deliveries. And Hurst picking his spot twice in succession. The ball's disappeared into the bush.
And again, length. It's what we would call a good length. He's very hittable. We're not seeing the umpires come out. Have a 4th umpire. Where's the 4th umpire with a box of balls?
Might be a little bit low on resources at the moment, I think.
There's some splendid trees and bushes and cordyline. I think they're like a cordyline. I'm into my garden. You're into your garden.
Yeah, you're right. They do look like cordylines. I think they probably look like a sort of mini type palm tree. Umpires checking the ball now. You have to check it when it's been dispatched out of the ground for, I don't know what they check it for, shape and whether it's got any debris stuck in it. Splinters, bits of glass. Final ball of the over then. Hurst on strike. Better ball, Fuller. And Hurst just gets the single. Lancashire won't be displeased with that, with his hitting power. 16 off that over, 163 for 5, 6 balls left then.
So 16 gets that 180 off this final over. 4th over was a biggie. Just need a good finish. they've had to work hard to get this far. I don't think any batter really has come to terms, and that tells you 25, 26, 35, 29.
Never feel in. That's that sort of feeling, and maybe it's the pitch, maybe it's the bowling. I think the bowling, as you say, David, has been good. Variety of pace has been good. Final over then. Nicely played by Hurst. He didn't only hit hard down the ground. There's subtlety involved in his game as well, and that's 4 more.
Yeah, this is the innings from Hurst. Almost like a hockey shot. How many is that? I'm looking for 180, 167. Come on. 5 deliveries.
We've gone from 160 to 170 to 180, back to 160. Now we're up to 180 again. Just a single this time. George Lavelle with the responsibility of trying to get a couple more boundaries in the final 4 balls of the over. Up and over the offside this time, but caught at long off, so George Lavelle falling in the quest for runs. It's a thankless task sometimes for batters coming in at this stage.
Leg cutter. Takes the pace off. It's another good catch. Counter-attacker fielders have caught pretty well today. Lancashire lose another wicket.
Yeah, good catch by the captain, Anishwa. Out on the long off boundary. Wadworth's bowled well. Good figures those. 2 for 25 off 3.5 overs. Tom Aspinwall is the new batter.
I wonder if they've crossed. Who's going to be on strike?
I think they did cross. No, they didn't. Product of Sedbergh School, Tom Aspinwall. Excellent rugby player. Played England schools rugby, England schools cricket. Punchy batter, good aggressive all-rounder.
That's a great venue. I've only
Sedbergh.
been up once at Sedbergh School. Yeah,
Fantastic,
oh, fabulous. And what a pitch!
Well, I've got some stick in some quarters for taking some games up there, David. I just think it's what it's all about. You've got to spread the game.
Too, outgrounds.
And it's a beautiful place. Great facility.
I think it's also like I mean, I'm just a supporter, but I stayed overnight. Me and a pal went up, and we had a lovely time.
Yeah. Hurst misses out, or misses.
It's 170, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, unless a big finish here, 6. Come on, big finish.
175 has a ring about it, doesn't it?
Well, he's going to bowl it outside off stump. So what's a batter thinking now? What's he going to do? Well, everything else has been outside off stump. What sort of length? What sort of field is being set? So you have a good idea what should be coming.
He wants his 3rd man back, I think. I'm not sure he's getting it. Final ball of Lancashire's innings then. Hurst on strike. Good ball, looking for that Yorker again. It's a low full toss, they'll get a couple. And Lancashire have broken through that 170 mark. Finishing on 171 for 6, I think. They just got a couple on that off that last delivery. Matty Hurst with an enterprising 22 from 11. That might click over to 24 actually off 12. Just waiting for confirmation of that final score. There we go. 24 off 12 for Hurst, 171 for 6. Lancashire finishing their 20 overs. The Karnataka players seem relatively pleased with that performance in the field. Congratulations all round. It's been an entertaining and enterprising innings.
I think they've bowled pretty well there and fielded well, Karnataka. 171 for 6, and I'm going to transport this game to Emirates Old Trafford, and we're playing Yorkshire, and Lancashire have batted first. We've got 171 for 6, game on, because Yorkshire will fancy it. They will definitely fancy that. Have they got enough? Well, speaking of Yorkshire, there's a Yorkshireman, sort of. Great lad, one of the great men. Craig White. He's new. He's the bowling coach, isn't he?
Well, he was with the Thunder for a while, and then he's transferred over and become bowling coach for the men's team as of now.
A 90-mile-an-hour bowler himself.
Slippery,
from nowhere.
Yeah, ambled up. A bit like Jasprit Bumrah, not in style, but in the fact that there was no great pace in his run-up. Ground staff are busy preparing, or just sweeping and rolling, only a light roller. And there'll be a break of probably not much more than 10 minutes between the innings. David and I will leave you now, and we'll catch you again at the start of the Karnataka innings in a few moments. But we'll be carrying on with our coverage through the break, showing you highlights of the Lancashire innings. Just stay with us.
Welcome to Kannada Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that?
So a chance to have a look at some highlights from that Lancashire innings. 171 for 7, Lancashire closing on at the end of it. Matty Hurst with a breezy unbeaten 24, but we look here right back at the start of the innings when Keaton Jennings and Josh Bohannon were trying to give some early emphasis. Jennings here getting that one high on the back, going spiralling up, caught by McNeil off the bowling of Manvanth for 25. Lancashire's top order full of cameos, really. Luke Wells, we see here, looked to use his feet, as he loves to do, get down the wicket. And he was going nicely to 26 before he spooned that one up to long off, and Kumar picking up the wicket at the end of Wells. George Bell then came in, and Stephen Croft joined him. Stephen Croft sweeping here majestically for 6, rolling back the ears and showing that he's as hungry as ever as he prepares for another season of wearing the red rose, at least in T20 cricket. Ultimately, that was the end for George Bell, but Stephen Croft continued to swing away. His eventual departure. So the end of the Lancashire innings, 171 for 7. Paul Shaw, the former Lancashire Thunder coach, is alongside me. And Paul, that was an innings of cameos, really, wasn't it? Bohannon 17, Jennings 25, Wells 26, Bell 35, Croft 29, and maybe the standout innings, Matty Hurst's breezy 24 not out off 12 balls. How do you think the Lancashire batting department will view that effort?
I think you've described it really well. It was a series of cameos, wasn't it, all the way down, and Hurst's late knock gave real impetus actually to get a total of 171. I'm sure one or two of those batters would have liked to have gone on, because it doesn't look like the easiest pitch to properly get in on, and I think once you're in, then you get the pace of the pitch and understand, you know, what a reasonable score is. So I'm sure they'd like to have gone on a little more and batted for a little longer. And perhaps they targeted maybe 200 at the start of the game, but actually I think what they did do when they found it a little tougher than they thought was reassess, and they've got themselves a total that they can bowl at. And the other thing to say is, you know, vast majority of that order have batted today, and that's really important on a pre-season tour. Yes, it's about winning games of cricket, but it's about ensuring that that top order, middle order and lower order get some exposure and some time in the middle.
We saw a lot of spin bowling, unsurprisingly, in India from the Karnataka attack there. Once Rao and Basu had taken the shine off the ball, it was only Wadwa who bowled with seam up. If we look at the Lancashire attack ahead of the reply, Aspinwall, Williams, Bailey, all bowlers who obviously like to get the ball through, but there are some spin options as well. Luke Wells' leg spin, alongside perhaps some off spin from Stephen Croft, and Jack Moley, slow left arm. So a lot of balance in the Lancashire attack. But how much of this do you think will be about Lancashire going hard at trying to win this game versus saying, well, actually, we want to make sure we get 4 overs into Tom Bailey and Will Williams, for examples, even if actually this is a pitch that probably suits spin bowlers better?
Yeah, I think they'll be considering how they can win the game, yes. But the most important thing at this stage of a pre-season is ensuring all the bowlers get some miles into the legs, the work through the variations. So I'd expect spinners to bowl today. Of course, it didn't look easy against the spin bowlers of the opposition today. But also the pace boys. I think a little bit of pace in the pitch may have gone now, but actually when they start bowling slower balls and keep the line straight, I think they could well be in the game. And I think there's some skillful fast bowlers in that Lancashire team. So I think they're well balanced. I think they'll look to get miles in the legs of all the bowlers, both spin and pace. And then they'll look to see if they can build a lot of pressure and take wickets.
If we pick out a couple of the innings that we saw there, let's start with Matty Hurst, because coming in at number 6, he didn't have very much time, and it's sometimes difficult, particularly on the subcontinent, to come out and be expected to suddenly be peppering the boundary from ball 1. We saw other players struggling initially to time the ball, perhaps struggling with their footwork a little, playing too early at times. But Matty Hurst came out this morning and really looked like he was completely at home. It was a really breezy innings and ultimately turned what might have looked nearer to be 150 into the 171 that it became.
Yeah, for sure. And he gave the team that impetus that were desperately required at that stage of the innings. He one that came out, hit the ball with real purpose, with power, run hard. I thought he played really well in the context of the game, and I think Lancashire should be happy with how he performed that cameo role late in the order. I mean, the other thing to say is we've talked a lot about the pitch being a little bit too paced, and I think it is. But also, Lancashire's not played on grass for a while, have they? So the pre-season tour, such as this in India, is to get used to the conditions, hold the shape for a little bit longer. So that's part of the process, again, them ready to be playing, you know, out here in just a few weeks' time. So I think all in all, they'll be relatively happy with the total that they've got. Yeah, they would have liked 190, 200, but you know what? We're where we're at. They've got something they can bowl at, I think.
Now you mentioned, Paul, the situation behind us. I look over my shoulder here at Old Trafford. The ground staff are actually taking the covers off. I don't think there's a start that is imminent here, but they're taking the covers off. There's been a bit of rain here on a grey morning in Manchester, but of course this will turn from being off-season to very on-season very quickly. 5th of April, Paul, is the start of the season here at Emirates Old Trafford, and Lancashire couldn't have it much tougher in their opening men's match of the season with champions Surrey coming to town. Is that a good thing to get the twice champions of the last 2 years in the first round? You maybe catch them cold a bit, or could it be looked at differently to say, well, goodness, that's the worst start we could have had?
They'll certainly be called one way or the other, won't they?
Yeah, there's no half measures, is it? It's one perspective or another, I think, on this one.
But yes, no, I think it's a good time to play them. I think it'd be a little bit colder up here. There'll be obviously quite a bit in the pitch, I would have thought. and hopefully Lancashire will be more suited to these conditions. So if there's ever a time to play them, and not down in Surrey, it's up here on a cold, wet April morning come the 5th of April. So I think they'll be happy that they're playing them at that stage of the season, I think, because I think it's a great leveller. Yeah, they're a very good side, but so are Lancashire. And Lancashire's got a new coaching team that actually I'm sure will be gelling whilst they're overseas now and be looking forward to a really positive start to the season.
You mentioned the coaching team, Dale Benkenstein and Will Porterfield, reunited from their days at Gloucestershire, although I understand Will Porterfield always had a base up in the northwest. Craig White, who Bumble and Paul Alur were talking about just a few moments ago. So lots of fresh thinking there, lots of different perspectives. How difficult will it be for the players that have been used to a fairly long era of Glenn Chappell, Carl Crowe, Mark Chilton before he moved upstairs, to adapt to different perspectives, different ideas?
I think that's a really good point, because obviously Glenn is a fixture in the club, been here a long time, I think 30 odd years all in all. Did a terrific job over a period of time, as did Carl Crowe in supporting that first team and supporting Glenn. So I think for the players it will have been a challenge in terms of transition. But I know Lancashire brought in some good people. Porterfield's a good man. Benkenstein clearly is very, very good coach and full of experience, insight and wisdom, as is Craig White. I mean, I've been fortunate enough to work with Craig for the last 3 or 4 years with the Thunder, and he's not just a bowling coach, he's an outstanding coach and an outstanding man. So his quiet, unassuming conversations in and around the dressing room, I think will have a major impact with the Lancashire boys. I really do, and I think he's a coach that's softly spoken, little words at times. They'll not overcomplicate things, or keep things simple. And I think he'll be a really good mentor figure within that dressing room. And I think that coaching team will start gelling and work really well together.
What sort of brand of cricket do you think Dale Benkenstein will bring?
I think they'll be looking to play positive cricket. I think, most teams do now, but I think with the coaching staff that they have, I think, yes, they will. I think they'll be extremely hard working. I think work ethic's a big area that he'll focus on, or will be focusing on, and he'll want them to play real smart cricket. You work, play your situations really well, be positive, yes, but actually make sure you make good decisions at the right time to give Lancashire the best chance of winning games of cricket in all formats of the game, I'd suggest.
And which of the 3 formats do you think is most likely to bring success for Lancashire this season? I'm sure, of course, they'll want to compete in all 3 formats and will feel with good justification that they can. But if you look at the squad and the balance, the arrival of the likes of Nathan Lyon and Tom Bruce to the side, which of the 3 formats would you say the squad is best tilted towards?
I think over the recent years they've been highly competitive in all 3 formats, haven't they? So I don't see that changing, if I'm honest. But what I do think with Lyon coming in for sure is, I think the 4-day cricket, that bit more experience, that skill, that world-class performer coming in that's hungry to take wickets over here. I see them going really close in the county championship. I think they'll do well in T20 cricket, which I know is a format they've traditionally done really well. I think they'll do okay with the youngsters playing probably lots of the 50-over cricket. But I have a sneaky feeling that the county championship cricket, the 4-day game, the red ball game, is an area that I think they can really move on.
So we've got about 5 minutes before play will resume back in Bangalore. Thank you for now to former Lancashire Thunder captain Paul Shaw. We'll rejoin play in around about 5 minutes' time, but a chance to catch up with some other stuff before.
Stafford, Bumble and I, and you've just had an update that the covers are coming off here. No play though. They're rolling the pitch, which will be used for the first county championship game of the summer, which begins here on April the 5th. In the meantime, we're bringing you coverage of Lancashire's pre-season tour out in Bangalore in southern India, and Lancashire are playing Karnataka 11 in a T20 game. This is the position at the halfway stage. Lancashire won the toss, batted first, 171 for 7 they made, with Jennings 17, Bahanan 25, Wells 26, George Bell made 35. Players out in the field. Will Williams is bowling, and we're underway in the second innings then, with Karnataka chasing 172 for victory, as Luke Wells does the fielding off the first delivery. David, interesting warm-up situation this for Lancashire. You were saying 200 has to be a target. We looked at the pitch. It's been a little bit variable in pace. There's been some good bowling. I think we're in for a cracker, aren't we?
Well, it's a working total, 172. I think Karnataka bowled and fielded intelligently. You're taking the pace off and defending one side of the pitch. Of course, you get a number of sixes, but by and large, I think they'll be happy restricting Lancashire to 172.
Kartik has got the innings off to the start. He's about their most experienced cricketer. Over 3,000 runs in domestic cricket with 700s. And this Karnataka side made up of one or two experienced first-class cricketers, of which Kartik is one, and a blend of under-23s and under-19s, academy players. A little bit similar to Lancashire's setup as well, but experienced bowlers with the new ball. I would think Will Williams. Tom Bailey will probably take the new ball at the other end. Two slips, you don't often see that in T20. Rohan Patel is the other opening batsman on strike now. Just 22 years of age. He's had a couple of decent scores in recent T20 games, a 50 and a 30. A little bit of swing for Williams, angle and swing away from the left-hander.
Yeah, two slips. Just aggressive fielding. Usually in T20 that doesn't last long. One big hit and either one or both slips would disappear.
Williams' great attribute is his consistent nagging accuracy. Not an awful lot of pace, but he'll put the ball on a sixpence time after time, ball after ball.
Bailey the same. Very, very similar bowlers, Bailey and Williams. And so you're saying that Aspinwall is the firepower?
He's got a bit of pace, as Tom, yeah. Angles the ball back into the right-hander. Can be slippery at times. Extravagant stroke from Patel, but it's a good start from Will Williams. Just 3 runs off that first over. Karnataka 3 without loss, chasing 172 to win.
It was angled more than swing, wasn't it? Just angled across the left-handed batter towards the 2 slips that are in position. So a good start from Williams and Lancashire, just 3 in that first over. Who's going to share this new ball? It will be Bailey, I assume. Aspinwall will be a goer.
Plenty of dust coming up from the pitch, wasn't there, when we saw the ground staff out there at midway point. So dry and dusty. It is going to be Tom Bailey.
I thought you were talking about Emirates Old Trafford. There's no dust coming from there. The ground staff are there mopping up.
They're rolling the pitch, though. I'm surprised the roller hasn't sunk. So, Tom Bailey. Nice start from Tom Bailey. One of the mysteries for me is that Tom Bailey, who's been playing for Lancashire now for the best part of 10 years, never really established himself as a white ball bowler. And I think he's got all the attributes to do that. He's got good accuracy, height, gets bounce. He's got great control. Swings the new ball. Two pretty decent deliveries to start.
Shape away from the right-handed batter. There's a legacy of this pace, and probably Ken Higgs started it and you carried it on. That medium accurate bowler, tall, got to be tall, Carl Hogg, Tom Smith, Glenn Chappell, Peter Martin. It's been like a legacy of Lancashire bowlers.
And Ian Austin fits in there as well, certainly in a one day.
He don't fit in much.
No. But again, Ian Austin naggingly accurate, fine one day bowler, especially for Lancashire. Tom Bailey looks fit, doesn't he? Looks lean.
New haircut, it works wonders, a new haircut.
Well, I haven't mentioned yours, but you're looking pretty dapper as well. It's good bowling. Followed him this time.
Well, Mrs. Lloyd does mine.
Does she?
Yeah, did it last night. Said I needed a haircut, so she got the shears out, and I said to her, "You've no chat, have you? You don't have any."
They usually do, hairdressers, don't they?
They do. You got the
chatters
game.
and good listeners.
You got the game. Have you been down the pub?
Not all that.
Anything for the weekend? I said, "You've no chat. You've got to chat."
Tom Bailey making it talk. I thought he might. There's enough in this pitch for him to exploit.
Well, come on, you
5 dot balls.
You've done this. We've seen corner-tacker bowlers who didn't swing the ball, and then suddenly, is it the time of day? It might be the time of day. Might be the atmosphere. Are they getting a bit warmer?
Might also be the experience and quality of the bowler. I think the corner-tacker opening bowlers were youngsters. We didn't see, as you say, much swing, but Tom Bailey. Oh, it's an exemplary over. Fantastic piece of bowling. Maiden to start with for Tom Bailey, moving the ball both ways and proving very difficult for the batsman to locate the ball.
Well, that's a super over, isn't it? And it's a rarity in T20. You don't get many. The second over of the game is a maiden. From a bowler who you say he sort of fills in T20 cricket, doesn't he? He's not. You wouldn't say he's a name on the sheet. Get him in. It's not that case, but that was a wonderful over. Conditions, I mean, your experience is right on the grip.
Well, he does everything right. But he stands tall. He's got a high action. His wrist, fingers are behind the ball. He's got a bit of a snap in the wrist. Very similar to Will Williams, to be honest, who loves to bring the ball back into the right-handed batter and consequently angle and slant away from the left-hander, which we've seen the last few balls of his first over, and then again there.
And neither of these two batters, Kartik and Patil, have been able to get after. How you look at Jayaswal in the Test match. What a player. In a Test match, straight in.
They don't mess about these days in Test cricket, do they? Oh, width on the leg side, and that's just picked up and flicked away into the allotments.
That'll take some finding, that cricket ball there. Williams strain, leg side. batter quick as a flash.
That's the groundsman's house there. You've got a little garden, a few veggies and all that.
It did look like an allotment.
It did. Oh, I'd love to see a shot of that.
I just put my beetroots and radish in this weekend.
Did you?
They've gone in.
You've been dibbing out, have you?
Yeah.
Worked away on the leg side. They'll pick up a couple here.
Onions are cracking on. They're going fine, the onions.
Got any sprouts? Sprouts are a winter veg,
yeah,
aren't they?
Sprouts have been a failure, sadly. The early potatoes, earlies have gone in. They've been in for 2 or 3 weeks.
Is it rabbit proof? Have you got fences and stuff?
Yeah, I've got netting round it.
Better line back to that off stump just outside line from Will Williams.
And Patil he has not just lined him up there on off stump.
Keep seeing the scoreboard in the background, and it changes as scoreboards do, but it's blatantly irrelevant to this match. Oh, that's pulled away. Beautiful shot. Again, into the groundsman's shed or house.
This is proper club and league cricket. This is how it should be. Smack it into the groundsman's shed. Scuff the ball up a bit. You've got to keep it away from his leg stick. Keep it away from leg side.
Well, we've seen where he's weak. Patel, that's outside off stump. We've seen where he's strong. Anything slightly leg side, he's going to pull, flick, sweep you away. Even that's gone onto the leg side. Bohannon doing the fielding. Expensive over. 15 from it. 18 without loss. Karnataka. They're underway and going well.
Yeah, 2 good shots. Really good shots. Ball's round about leg stump and flicked away. Powerfully. We do like these grounds, don't we? I mean, Emirates Old Trafford is fantastic. It's a stadium. It's a world-class stadium. But there's nothing like going to out grounds. Like groundsman's shed into an allotment. Where was that? We were when we played out in the Caribbean, and you took us, you captained us, and
St Lucia.
St Lucia, the fella hit you into a herd of cows.
I was in one of my aggressive phases there. I thought I could. You don't try and bounce West Indian openers, do you? Especially when I was in the latter stages of my career.
And so the first ball disappeared into a cafe outside of the ground. You were captain of the team. I was there just as a guest, and you wrote me into play. When this fella hit you into that herd of cows, I was at leg slip, and I'm winding you up. Come on, Wally, bang it in. Get it round his ear rolls. And you told me to shut up. Will you shut up? Come on, Wally, bang it in. It was 35 overs a side, and they set fire to the pitch. Do you remember?
Put petrol on it, didn't they?
Yeah, to dry it up, to dry the pitch.
They need about 100 gallons of it out at Old Trafford, Emirates Old Trafford today.
Nice and tight from Bailey. Tall man, high action. He'll be round about 78 miles an hour. He swung the ball first over. His first over was a maiden.
Bowled again. It's encouraging, this, from Tom Bailey and Lancashire's perspective, the way he settled straight into an immaculate line and length with movement as well. You were asking me at the start of play, or before the start of play, David, about how bowlers approach a pre-season tour. I think everybody will be expecting to just ease Tom into the season over the next few days. He may well play in the 3-day game, but I don't expect him to bowl heaps and heaps of overs.
I suppose if you play a 3-day preparation game, you'd be saying, aren't you, coaching staff, your medics, fast bowler maximum 15. That'd be enough in the day just to get mileage and rhythm into the action, into your body. It all depends, of course, what they've been doing all winter.
Looking to improvise, Patel, with that leg side shot of his. Well, in terms of what they're doing all winter, David, I mean, they do, unlike years and years ago when we played, we had one indoor net a week, probably from January on. These guys are in at Emirates Old Trafford 3-4 times a week, doing the training, their weights, the running, their exercising, skill work, whatever. So I suppose it's a slightly different approach now. He's got that away down to fine leg from probably 3 feet outside off stump. So 20 to Patel. Can't say there's much wrong with the delivery from Tom Bailey.
Well, they're good shots, well thought out shots. All 3 boundary shots from Patel have been leg side. So 4 overs, 24 without loss. Now then, this is him.
Yeah, I expect Tom to be a little bit more aggressive than the 2 Lancashire bowlers we've seen so far. He rushes up to the stumps and gets the ball down at reasonable pace. Is this your first look at him?
Yeah, and look, whether looks are deceiving, he doesn't look tall.
No, he's like Goffey, similar build to a young Darren Goff, hustler. Bit short and smacked over mid-on, not timed brilliantly, and fielded by Keaton Jennings, scoop back. Just a couple off that first delivery then from Tom Aspinwall. George Lavelle doing the mopping up. Don't know why I said he was from Bolton. He's an Ormskirk lad, as is Tom Hartley, of course. Oh, that's in the slot and slapped straight back over Aspinwall's head, but straight to Stephen Croft, who takes, Josh Bohannon, who takes the catch. And that's the first wicket down.
Well, it's a batter who's got it right at the bottom of the bat. It's a big shot, is that? It skews off a thick outside edge from the bottom of the bat. It's a comfortable catch for Bohannon, just moving backwards. So Aspinwall gets the first wicket. Guard attacker 26 for 1. Bustling action. High into the air. That was a previous shot again, which wasn't timed. Been a feature, hasn't it? A feature of the game is that the batters are not timing it. That's the way. Give the umpire a drink. Keep the umpire on your side. He's a good lad. Go a long way, that lad. Who is it?
George Lavelle.
Lavelle.
Yeah,
That's it. Keep on top of the umpires. Keep them your mates.
He gets things right, does George. He's captained the second team plenty of times. Still trying to break his way into the first 11. But a very polite young man.
There was another Lancashire wicket-keeper who went to Derbyshire, Guest.
Yeah, Guest he went and has done well.
Yeah, he has done
good
well.
Batter.
Done very well.
Good batter, good keeper. George Balderson there, running on. I just wondered whether he got a bit of a niggle or whether they were just letting him rest today and play in the 3-day game. Chetan LR is the new batter. I wonder what LR stands for.
Pulls up short, doesn't he? First 3 deliveries from Aspinwall. As soon as he delivers, he stopped. Doesn't seem to drive down at the batter. Talk about the follow through for young bowlers. It's a snap in your action and then the drive through. He's up very quick, isn't he? He's up very, very quick from his action.
He's been, yeah, one of the things he's been working on, he tended to lean away at the point of delivery and everything was angled back in. So I think he's trying to stand up taller in delivery, hold that left side up a bit longer, and he'll be trying to concentrate on that. That might just make him stop a little rather than follow through away to the offside, which he used to do. It's going to be another wicket though. Keaton Jennings taking that catch as Cheaton tried to smack it over mid-wicket. Again, I think the bottom of the bat, and Aspinwall's got 2 in 4 balls.
Well, what a start. Come into the attack and pick up a couple of tricks for nothing, just for 2 for Aspinwall. An enterprising start has been pushed back, shunted back.
Not the ideal way of dismissing batters as a quick bowler, caught long off and caught deep mid-wicket, but doesn't matter. In T20 you're going to get them anyhow.
So you might know this, and Lancashire have signed Nathan Lyon for the whole season. Tom Hartley has emerged with England at Test matches. Morley's playing in this game. Particularly for white ball cricket, is there a wrist spinner on the horizon? I know Parkinson has left. Parkinson has gone to Kent. I'm absolutely certain in my time in cricket, in white ball cricket, you need a wrist spinner.
I think the simple answer to that is nobody in the professional ranks at the moment. I think Wells bowls a bit of off and leg spin. Liam Livingstone bowls a bit of leg spin, doesn't he? And off spin. How much Lancashire will see of Livingstone is open to question.
Where would he be now? By the way.
Well, wherever there's a franchise tournament, he'll be, probably.
Probably, yeah.
It's a nonchalant stroke from McNeil to get off the mark. 5 gone, 27 for 2. Good over from Tom Aspinwall. 2 wickets in the over. And straight on the mark. You wouldn't say he's got them in the traditional way of a quick bowler, either bowled LBW, caught behind, but that doesn't mean to say that they're any less valuable.
Bustle, isn't he? You can tell the way that he's going to bustle in. He'd be quite an aggressive cricketer, I would think. Having played rugby to a high level, you're saying?
Good rugby player. He packed up playing rugby to concentrate on his cricket. and Cumbrian based, Sedbergh School, and now on the staff here, having been in the academy. Tom Bailey to continue. I always think it's a good idea from a personal perspective as a bowler to get your overs in early in T20. Very nice to bowl 4 and then take your sweater. Thank you very much.
I wonder if that it gets mentioned. I wonder if that would come in, that you're allowed an active substitute in cricket. We're going to sub him.
Well, I know when in the early stages of discussing how the big appeal for LBW is going down the leg side, in the early stage of discussing how what turned out to be the 100, there was a view put forward that in the new format of the game you could have 5 batters, 5 bowlers and 5 fielders in your team and rotate them. So it's a bit like having special teams in American football and all that sort of stuff. But active substitutions in cricket, I don't think it'll be far away. Again, a little bit of nip back from Tom Bailey. Can hardly get a bat on him. Can't attack players at the moment.
And tactically, that might be a batter who's just say batted through an innings and got a massive score, and you sit him out and put a gun fielder on, put an absolute blinding fielder on.
Or it works for a bowler that's not quite as
agile,
mobile, agile in the field. Fine leg, he's up, and that's beaten him, and it's 4. Outfield looks good, doesn't it?
Yeah, just a flick down the leg side. Always a pleasant shot, the leg glance. Flick of the wrist, just beats short, fine leg. And he's looked for somebody to chase it, and there's nobody bothering.
Morley worked on his fielding as Jack Morley. He wasn't particularly clever with the high ball in his younger days. I remember going out to Oman with the academy, and first day of fielding practice he tried to catch a skyer. Hit him straight on the nose.
Oh no.
He was all right, thank goodness.
Remember Mickey Stewart hitting catches to Devon Malcolm. Devon wasn't noted out in the deep. Fantastic bowler, quick, rapid. And he's dropped a couple, and Mickey said to him, and it's a very sunny day, he said, "Devon, you've got to get to the other side of the sun." He said, "Mickey, it's millions of miles away."
Last ball of the power play then, just 6 overs of power play. Sliced away, over point, and will go for 4. So 9 off the last 3 balls of that Tom Bailey over. He's none for 15. It's 36 for 2. Karnataka chasing 172 to win.
Well, Lancs are doing things right here. There's been so many big shots from Karnataka, but they're only 36 after 6. They're just going at 6 and over. So Lancashire bowlers are pegging things back. There have been big shots, and they've been boundaries. There were 2 boundaries in that over there, but 3 dot balls and a single. So barely 3 overs with really good figures. 3 overs, none for 15. 36 for 2. Changing the bowling.
Well, David, you were talking about the lack of a leg spinner in the Lancashire ranks. Here's the current offering, Luke Wells, into the attack, and he's proved a useful bowler down the last couple of seasons in this format from time to time.
Well, I'm good with theories. I like theories, and in one-day cricket, particularly T20 and the 100, it doesn't have to be good a wrist spin. It doesn't have to be good potent. So get them caught right on the boundary edge from poor deliveries.
Just a little bit short, Wells, with his first couple of deliveries.
And again, Wells, I think he's a bit of all sorts that he bowls. You do see that wrist spin, very tall. He must be 6'4", and he stands tall. You don't get that many. Arnold Cumbly was a tall, different style of leg break bowler.
Very quick through the air, wasn't he?
Yeah. Chandrasekhar. I played against Chandrasekhar, and he was quick through the air. Lancashire had one back in the 60s, Tommy Greenough.
Yeah, if you can get a good one, David, they can be nigh on unplayable in domestic conditions. In the wickets, Anil Kumble took for Northamptonshire.
Yeah,
consistently.
Yeah, fabulous bowler.
Bit short again from Wells, but is he getting the wicket? Absolutely he is. David Lloyd saying you don't have to be the best bowler to pick up wickets in T20 bowling leg breaks. Proven.
And again, it's tried to be a big hit, but just finding the fielder. It's Williams down there at mid-on from the ball that's back of a length, short of a length from the wrist spinner. And so Lancashire are just starting to pick up wickets. Kind of attacker 38 for 3. He's not a big spinner by any stretch, and you can see the wrist movement. The wrist does something. Must be warm work out there. They've had plenty of drinks. It looks, from our perspective, it looks rather pleasant.
It does. Well, I've heard it's warm out there. Warren Hegg was saying earlier at the toss, David, today that it's very, very warm, temperate conditions. It doesn't look impossibly hot, but it certainly does look very nice indeed to be playing some pre-season cricket. I'm not sure that the scene behind us on April the 5th is going to be very similar.
Well, I mentioned to Paul Alur when I was involved here, we took the team pre-season to Machynlleth in Wales.
In mid-Wales, yeah, not far from Porthmadog down there.
Oh, it was bleak. It was bleak. And we were there doing fitness work, really. And again, when I was a player, just coming to the end of my career, and Jack Bond was in charge, he took us to an RAF camp at Sealand. Well, that nearly put my lights out.
Near Chester, up
That's
there.
the one,
yeah,
RAF Sealand.
Yeah,
and they put 2 squaddies in charge of us. Oh, my goodness me.
For good old-fashioned team building, yeah?
Team building. I didn't last the course. I finished. We were hanging from some bars, and I fell off.
There was always these horror stories as well. I remember Keith Newell, when he was playing for Glamorgan, I think it was, going on some pre-season thing where they were having to lie on the floor of some school gymnasium, and no one got any sleep for days. And then he drove home at the end of the event, and someone had to lean across because he'd fallen asleep at the wheel. Steve James, I think it was, in his Glamorgan days, and stop him from going at 70 miles an hour straight into the central reservation because people were just exhausted.
Those were the pre-seasons. They've never had it so good.
Well, indeed. Who said that? Harold Macmillan? Wide down the leg side, called by the umpire, so we'll get another delivery to conclude this eventful Luke Wells over. Patil still holding this innings together, 25 not out, but struggling for partners. Anishwar, the captain, in with him now. And you feel Karnataka in desperate need of a partnership, David. Well, thanks to David Lloyd. He'll be back to help conclude the innings alongside Paul Allott a little bit later on here on Lancs TV. Paul Paul Shaw moving back in alongside me in the commentary box. And as we look at that worm, Paul, well, it's pretty clear, isn't it? Apart from for a few moments around about the third over, the home side have struggled right through to keep up with Lancashire's pace.
Yeah, they certainly have. The wickets haven't helped at all, but you can see the run rate being relatively low, which just builds the pressure, and then the two quick wickets together, and then the third wicket. So, yeah, I think they've a little way to go, but well played Lancashire. They're all in decent areas, building pressure, which is, I think, the key in this game, and also fielding very well and taking their catches.
So 172 the target, at least in theory, 130 required from 13 overs, so no need for Rachel Riley to tell you that's 10 and over from here. Jack Morley into the attack, bowling his slow left arm.
Looking forward to seeing Jack Morley play. He's played a few games last year, played lots of second team games, and I think he's a good prospect. I like a left arm spinner, as you can tell with a number of left arm spinners in that Thunder squad.
I was going to say, stacked your squad full of them, Paul, didn't you? And certainly a plethora of orthodox spinners here this summer, with Hartley, Lyon and Morley leading the charge.
It's also nice to see homegrown young players come through, isn't it? You know, and be given the opportunity on tours like this.
And Ishwar trying to take the attack to Jack Morley, and he's got just about enough on that to clear the fielder. Stephen Croft running round, but not able to intercept that one. Croft has made a career from taking spectacular catches in the deep, and he came pretty close there.
That was a great strike. What a wonderful base. Yeah, just he's cleared him, has it? Just didn't quite get there. Maybe would have done a yesteryear. I'm not sure.
Well, I remember commentating on a catch he took here at Old Trafford. T20 against Yorkshire. I think it was Michael Vaughan was batting in about 2009-ish, and he swung a sweep right out to the boundary, and Croft came running around and took the most spectacular one-handed catch. It really was a catch of the season moment, as that one is deposited by Patil out of the ground. That was as clean a strike as we've seen all day. He's batting very nicely, Rohan Patil, and his team need him.
This is some shot, isn't it? He's got hold of that one. What a base he struck that ball from. Head into the ball, hands through the ball. What a beautiful contact. Certainly playing well is Patil. 32 off 18. Interesting, the run rate's beginning to climb up a little bit. 7.28 is the current run rate. The run rate required, by the way, for those at home is 9.45.
Yeah, and this over from Morley has proved expensive. 15 off the first 5 deliveries. So the run rate was 10 and over at the start of the over. And that's meant that the home side have been able to bring it down a little bit. Lost ball in the deep. This is always the bit I dreaded in club cricket, Paul, when you were getting pasted one afternoon and then you were constantly the fielder on the boundary, or at least I always seemed to be, digging into nettles to try and find a lost ball. It was as if to add insult to injury. You were hot, you were in the deep, your team was getting pasted, and then you were covering your hands in stingy nettles.
Well, I'm just looking at those bushes over there and thinking, I'm not sure I'd be going in there looking.
Stingy nettles might be the least of your worries.
There might be one or two things in there I'm a little bit worried about.
A couple of passing snakes, maybe, yeah. Well, it seems we've got an alternative ball anyway, even though that gentleman's having a rather forlorn search, it seems, at the moment. I'm sure it'll be recovered in due course, but Jack Morley, one or two things to think about now for the young man from Rochdale. That's a decent comeback to complete his over. Not sure the appeal had too much going for it, but certainly a better delivery. 58 for 3 then for the home side. Certainly as good an over as they've had in this innings, Paul, but they need to back that up really, don't they? One good over is fine, but you really need to have 3 or 4 on the run to start getting yourself back in contention in this kind of match situation.
Yeah, that's for sure. And what they have done is they've pounced on young Morley, haven't they? They've had a good go there, and I think it was taking 16 off the over. But as you say, if they can do that in the next couple of overs, then all of a sudden this game begins to look like it's a possibility for them. But as I say earlier, the run rate's still at 9.50.
Luke Wells to continue then, bowling his leg breaks, having got that wicket in the previous over. Getting McNeil. George Lavelle fielding in the deep. No chance for him to wear the gloves today, with George Bell behind the timbers. Be intriguing to see in the 3-day match starting on Tuesday live on Lancs TV, whether Lancashire rotate the wicket-keeping duties through the course of the game. 3 keepers out here, of course, with Matt Hurst to back up George Bell and George Lavelle.
Yeah, I always think when you've got a number of keepers on a tour like this, it's really worthwhile giving them as much game exposure as you possibly can. That experience is worth its weight in gold, especially if they're young keepers. So I think that's quite an important thing to do.
Well, that's a decent strike from Patil. He's really batting nicely. That is as clean a strike as you could wish to see, and there could be another lost ball situation emerging here. And Rohan Patil, the 22-year-old, is really impressing at the moment. Down the wicket there to Wells, and superb shot over the top.
Patil certainly looks a very, very good player, doesn't he? He's swept well, he's lap slot well, he's worked it into gaps, and he's just shown what he can do in terms of coming down the pitch and hitting it straight back over the top of the bowler's head. That's a beautiful contact. Looks a good player, this lad. Looks a really good player.
Well, for as long as he stays there, Karnataka have got a strong interest, you'd feel, in chasing these runs down. His will be the wicket that Lancashire will really want.
Shows good awareness as well. Patil there's looking for the 2, isn't he? Didn't quite manage to get the 2, but he's looking for it, so he's tactically aware. Striking the ball well and looking to work it round well as well to ensure that the scoreboard keeps ticking over.
Luke Wells in again and swept by Anishwa for a single. I've just heard from Colin McKevitt, our man on the ground out in Bangalore, when David Lloyd was making those comments suggesting it looks pleasantly warm out there. Colin's corrected David to say it's actually unbelievably hot, or unbearably hot. So there you go, up a couple of notches from pleasantly temperate. And Colin, we can well believe you. And Luke Wells is over. Another tidy one from a Karnataka perspective. 69 for 3 then, the home side after 9 overs. And they've managed to keep on that 10 runs and over target in that over as well, because they've picked up 11. So a bit overachieving, and the rate down to 9.36 after the last couple of overs, Paul. So the home team's still very much in this.
Yes, certainly. They're giving themselves a chance, aren't they? And the way they've played the last 2 overs is exactly the way that they need to play, and then stay in the game as long as they can, and give themselves a chance in the last 2 or 3 overs to win the game. That said, it provides a really good competitive game for Lancashire and for the boys to try and break this partnership. It's key that they try and break this partnership probably in the next couple of overs, and then maybe take a couple of wickets on the bounce. That's certainly what they'll be looking to do today.
Luke Morley's spell was a short one. Sorry, Jack Morley's spell was a short one, because Stephen Croft is into the attack with his off breaks. So Jack Morley being given the chance to have a breather after that over when he was hit heavily by Rohan Patil. And Stephen Croft's experience being turned to by Keaton Jennings, just to see if he can put the brake on a little bit here.
I'm just going to say, it'd be interesting how they look to play Crofty. The other 2 spinners, Wells and Morley, spinning the ball away from the right-handed batter, and Crofty obviously now spinning the ball back into the right-handed batter. So it'd be interesting whether they actually look to charge him down the ground and through the mid-wicket area.
Croft keeping the batsman to singles so far in this over. Don't forget you can get in touch with us throughout proceedings today and for the rest of the pre-season tour to Bangalore. @Lancs Cricket is the Twitter handle, of course, and hashtag Lancs on Tour. We'd love to hear from you. As Croft is in again, and Anishwa this time looking to hit him over the top, looking for that boundary, but having to be content with 2. The pressure still being applied by these 2 batsmen to the Lancashire attack, and the first time really that we've seen a partner for Patil in Anishwa, the captain, who looks like he might be able to stick around and keep up a similar scoring rate.
Anishwa's got 16 off just 10 balls and supporting Patil really well, as you've suggested there. And Patil currently on 43 off 25 balls. Score is 75 for 3.
Yeah, Stephen Croft really trying to take pace off the ball and make it difficult, force the batsmen to put the pace on it themselves, give them little to work with. Tidy enough over, certainly improvement from a Lancashire perspective from the last couple that we've seen. So 7 from that first Croft over. 76 then is the total at the halfway stage. And as we can see, Kartik for 6, Chetan for a duck, and McNeil for 7. All struggled to make an impact, but Patil very much leading the charge. And in captain Anishwa, he's got someone alongside him with a bit of pedigree. Anishwa, a former India under-19s player who represents the Bangalore Dragons, so has got a bit of pedigree to draw on. And for as long as these 2 stay together, then Lancashire may well have a game on their hands. Thank you to Paul Shaw for now. Paul will be back with us very shortly as we rotate our commentators here at Emirates Old Trafford. And Tom Aspinwall's back into the attack as Keaton Jennings shuffles his bowling options. Aspinwall having picked up those 2 wickets in his first over. Bohannon with the catch at long off to dismiss Kartik, and Keaton Jennings with the catch at deep mid-wicket to dismiss wicketkeeper Chetan, who came in at number 3. And a drop catch. Hit hard back at Aspinwall, and Aspinwall, well, he went one-handed there. I'll get Michael's thoughts on this replay.
Yeah, this would have been a very early contender for catch of the season, going away to his left-hand side. And do not underestimate just how difficult that is to do in your follow-through. They train for it these days in the nets in the most peculiar of ways. So that's a swipe and a miss outside the off-stump. What they have them do now is they have you bowl the ball, and then someone at an angle that can only be described as sort of a short leg or a silly mid-off position fires another ball at you with a tennis racket. It's a tennis ball to avoid possibility of injury.
Right.
And in your follow-through, to simulate the ball being driven back at you at pace, that's what happens.
Wow.
So
I've never seen that.
Pulled away. I'm not saying that's used by every professional team, but I've seen various men's and international and women's international teams try variants of this, essentially, with the tennis ball being used for the simple fact that you would be completely barking mad to try that with anything harder.
Yes. Yeah, and if you ended up putting a player out for a few weeks with that kind of training regime, then I don't suppose
yes,
too many senior officials at the club or supporters would be very impressed that that was a particularly bright piece of practice. But
although the England men's team once had so many injuries playing football, they eventually had to ban the practice.
Well, that's right. Yeah, Johnny Bairstow was it? Or I can't remember who, but yeah, there was a few.
Oh, it's a clever bit of improvisation from Anishwa, but it hasn't worked. Trying to go up and over Bell, and Aspinwall has his 3rd wicket. And, well, Tom Aspinwall, once again, is showing why so many in this part of the world are so excited about seeing him wear the red rose, because he's managed to bang this one in short, and it's just a bit too quick. You can see the idea behind the shot, but the timing was all awry. Bell can take the catch with simplicity, and another one bites the dust. A really important partnership breaker, that, because Anishwa was going nicely and was keeping Patil company, but the KSCA are now 79 for 4.
Yeah, just having a look at this one as Aspinwall bangs this in short. I think Anishwa was just a bit early on the shot, Michael, wasn't he? Because he was trying to lean back and just relax his wrists and steer that over George Bell and down to the 3rd man boundary. But he just played it, I think, probably a bit too early, and it just lobbed up, as we saw, for the most straightforward catch that George Bell could wish to take all summer. And that was just at a moment when it looked like Karnataka was starting to build something here. It will depend a little on what's left in the shed for them in terms of support for Patil, who has been by some distance their best batsman in this innings and has led the charge from the top of the order. But Anishwa, having been a very handy partner for Patil, has perished at just the time when another even 3 or 4 overs of that partnership could really have brought the home team right into contention.
Yeah, when you've got a guy that scored 60% of the runs in the innings and you actually need to up your scoring rate from here, that tells you pretty conclusively in 2 key bits of statistical numberage that he is the important wicket. Patil has 46 off 29, and so it is on his hopes that the KSCA have got any real chance in this contest, you primarily have to say. But Aspinwall will have other ideas as he, well, I was going to say charges into Jasper, just adjusts his field first. 20-year-old who has come a long way since playing under 14s age group cricket for Cumbria. That was when he first really sort of burst onto Lancashire's radar fully, if you will.
Final ball then of the 11th over. Oh, big shouts and bowled him. Well, I think Aspinwall turned to appeal to the umpire, thinking it had hit the pad, and it may well have done on its way through to knocking back the timbers. And that is the end of Jasper. First ball, and Tom Aspinwall, what a spell this is proving to be. Good pace. It does thump the back pad on the way through, but Aspinwall didn't need to appeal when 2 bails were lying on the ground behind the helpless Jasper, who is well and truly cleaned up. Aspinwall 4 for 6 in 2 overs. What figures those are. And I wonder whether this over has rather changed the course of this match in terms of being potentially in the balance to being very firmly in Lancashire's favour.
Well, one thing it certainly has done, as Hedgeder comes to the wicket, who bowled brilliantly, 2 for 23 off his 4 earlier on, is that pair of wickets psychologically piles a huge amount of pressure on Patil, because now they're 6 down. He is all the more aware of the burden of responsibility that he carries. As for the responsibility that you carry at home, the only responsibility you carry beyond enjoying our coverage is do send us a tweet if you fancy it. #Lancs on tour. That is your hashtag for both the Thunder women and the Lancashire Lightning men's. Our coverage going on Lancs TV and Geo in India, right across the globe. Great to have your company with us. At Thunder Crick for all things on the women's side, and at Lancs Cricket for all things Lancashire Lightning.
Yes, as you say, Michael, Patil will have that awkward dilemma then now, which is how much faith have I got in the tail? Have I got to do it all myself? Do I have to throw caution to the wind and perhaps take on deliveries that aren't there to be attacked and run the risk that if I perish, we are virtually done as a team in chasing down this Lancashire Lightning target of 172 to win this fixture. Let's see how Patil's going to square up to Croft here.
And it's worth saying, even if Patil stays there, the bowling being tight as well means that rate is starting to creep towards 2 a ball, which is often a big statistical gauge for teams to use now.
Missed out there, Patil, from Croft's full toss. That probably was one that he would look at and think he could have done better with, and perhaps picked up a boundary, but this run rate now motoring upwards.
Well, just drops his bat on that one for a single, which isn't going to do a lot for the KSCA. Lancashire all too happy with that. Stephen Croft whirring away. All too familiar side. Nibbled around the corner, but 4 singles from the over undoubtedly belongs to the Red Rose. So 83 for 5 after 12. The run rate just a tickle below 7. The required run rate is up above 11 now. So the pressure really is growing on the host to do something quite drastic, quite quickly. Going to need to get after the visitors in a very significant way very soon. Chris replaced by Paul Shaw alongside me in the commentary box. Just at a point where it seems like thunder, beg your pardon, lightning. It's been someone was going to make that mistake at some point. Pardon me. I'm just starting to seize control of the contest.
Yeah, for sure. They've opposition of 5 down now and require 89 runs from 48 balls remaining with only 5 wickets in hand. Patil's still a danger. He's got 48 off 33, but Lancashire at the moment are well on top in this passage of play.
Full toss. And it looked quite premeditated there. It almost decided was just going to drop bat on it and give Patil the strike. Just to remind you, not far from action for Lancashire on these shores after all things pre-season abroad is done. March the 26th, a 3-dayer starts at Loughborough University, and the County Championship Division 1 season gets going soon after. As Aspinwall will have to re-bowl that one, a little bit untidy, and I'll pick up another on the running as well, which slightly spoils those beautiful looking figures. Home against Surrey, just behind us on a slightly wet looking Old Trafford right now. That 4-day starting on the 5th of April, the first of a block of 6 County Championship Division 1 games in April and May. Bangs that one in short, helped round the corner by Patil. He will only collect 1, will be 1 short of the landmark. And then after those 6 County Championship games, the first T20 game is at home against Durham on the 30th of May. 1 to ring in that block of 8 from late May through to June is Yorkshire away at Headingley on the 20th of June. Aspinwall continues hunting a 5-fer. A little bit wide, gives just a chance to throw his hands at it, gets 1 out to Croft. And then after those 8 T20s, it's back to a couple of County Championship Division 1 matches, including going out to the outground of Southport for visit of Nottinghamshire. And it's 6 T20s in July, including at home against Yorkshire on the 12th of July. It's a slow ball bouncer from Aspinwall. That is the longer boundary of the 2, so I wonder if that's something of a deliberate ploy just to bang in into the pitch, make Patil hit to the bigger square boundary that has brought up his 50 to very limited, if no real note of anything from the home players or spectators. Maybe haven't quite realised the milestone yet. Magnificent knock, 50 off just 35 balls. Banged in again by Aspinwall. That's a good bouncer. He just can't make contact. once that block of 6 T20s is done in July, there's 8 Metrobank One Day Cup games in July and August, and then 5 County Championship Division 1 games to finish off the season. The last home game is against Somerset from the 17th to the 20th of September. Last game of Lancashire men's season, the 26th to the 29th of September, away against Worcestershire at New Road. Full outside off from Aspinwall, completes a good over, and he's still got 1 over left to try and get his Michelle Pfeiffer. 4 for 10 off his free, 87 for 5 after 13, and it's quite a single player batting card, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is, as Patil's not quite had the support that he needed in this innings, so it's looking a tall order at the moment. But I was listening in the other room to what Paul Alur was saying about the bowler, the wholehearted bowler, who's got 4 for today, Aspinwall. And the more and more I look at him bowl, it does remind me of, yes, Darren Gough, but also Jordan Thompson. So he's a bit of a mix between the two, but he looks certainly a wholehearted cricketer. And hasn't he bowled well today? He's not just taken the wickets. I just think he's bowled really well.
Yeah, this is a player that we're going to be seeing a lot more of for Lancashire, the 20-year-old. He's only played 8 list day matches so far, taking 10 wickets in them. He's facing up to Croft. At stage of the innings, so he's got to do something, and Hester will only get 1, and yet to play a senior T20 competitively for Lancashire. Got a feeling that might not be true for much longer. So that's somewhat sliced away through point, and Patil will get 1. Scoreboard now adjusting, saying that Patil has now reached his 50 off 38 balls. Regardless, what is for sure is that the required run rate is steepling out of control. Comes down the track, didn't quite time it. It's a good bit of fielding charging in. The catch was never a real prospect, but good intent to get the ball stopped.
Just watching Croft ball now, he's showing his experience. When he first came on, he was firing it in. Now he's just taking a little bit of pace off and varying the pace.
Sent skywards by Patil and over the head of Long and on towards the balcony. That is a massive hit. Well, it has been a lone effort really in the run chase, and great credit to Patil. He's the one player who's giving Lancashire a lot of headaches here. That is a massive 6. Tries to go again. He hasn't quite got as much of this, but he's still got enough. Well, the first one hit the upper middle tier of the pavilion. This one hasn't gone that far, but it's still gone more than far enough. And while he's at the crease, they'll believe. In fact, I beg your pardon. Sorry, he's been caught right on the rope. Completely lost sight of that. Yep. Relatively simple grab out there. Clothed it. And that, you would feel, from a Lancashire Lightning point of view, probably should be the contest in their favour. 96 for 7. Patil has to go for 56 off 40. 6 and out.
It's good bowling from Croft. The ball before was a little fuller, so Patil was able to get under that ball and clear the boundary really well with great power and timing, but struck the ball from a good base. This time the length, he's held the length back a little bit as Croft, and he's not been able to get to the pitch. And as you rightly say, he's clothed it and then was caught by Bailey. Then an end to a fantastic innings in the context of game. Patil got 56 off 40 balls, with the score being 96 for 6. Just looking at the balls remaining, 36 balls remaining, 76 runs to win with just 4 wickets in hand. This game is edging towards Lancashire at a gallop, I would suggest now.
Yeah, it's past 2 a ball now, and even for set top order bats, that is not easy. Six overs left. Lancashire wanting to close it out in comfort and avoid no possibility of a nervy finish. Wells already has 1 wicket to his name with his leggies. Hedged it. Gets that away for 1. And Vanth on to strike to face for the first time. Wells, who is Lancashire's 3rd leading wicket taker in the Blast last season, with 10 wickets at 24. Just drops his bat on that and is content to get off the mark. And Vanth. Luke Wells, an interesting leg spinner. One thinks of leg spin and they think of dramatic turn, but he is someone that tends to use flight and drift a little bit more.
Yeah, he does, and he's, from time to time he fires it in, so he tries to deceive the batters with a variation in pace. The odd one does grip for him, but not massively.
Just turned away for 1. But unless the KSCA can find a glut of boundaries quickly, then we're into a bit of extended cricket administration of dotting the I's and crossing the T's on a Lancashire victory. Again, that will be just a single.
I think the Lancashire coaching staff and the players, for that matter, will be happy with the workout that the boys have got here. They found it quite a tricky pitch to bat on. They've not played on grass that much this season so far, so it was a good workout, and also from a bowling perspective it's been good so far.
Wells just slides that one across Hester. Very common with that matchup, a leg spinner against a left-hander, for Wells to be looking for a delivery like that, almost in some ways looking to not turn the ball, really looking to dart it across. Let the ball be pushed outside that off stump.
Luke Wells is just checking his field here, make sure he's got his field right before he bowls the next ball.
Shorter. And this will be just a single, so 5 singles from the over. That is an excellent over, given the situation of the game from Luke Wells. And it means that the KSCA are 101 for 6 of 15 overs. And the required run rate is steepled up to 14.2 runs an over. Maybe you can get in touch on social media, use the hashtag LancsOnTour. Would be great to hear from you wherever you are. Hope you're enjoying our coverage of Lancashire's pre-season tour. Thunder Women victorious earlier on, and now the Lancashire Lightning well on course to do the same. So it's just about okay outside the wide line, and Hedgester doing a bit of batter umpiring and trying to signal what he thought the decision should be. Umpire unmoved. Skied up, mistimed, and again, as Paul Shaw next to me was saying in Croft's previous over, Croft seems to have found the perfect length and pace now for this pitch, where batter, if trying to go hard down the ground, ends up sort of slicing it because it's not quite there for that shot. As Vanth goes down the ground, and exactly as I just mentioned, that is great inducement from Croft. It looks like a poor shot from Vanth, but it's really clever, cunning bowling from Stephen Croft, using all of his experience. And now, Lancashire Lightning have a 7th wicket to show for it.
I think that's right. Croft has just shown his experience, hasn't he, the last 2 or 3 overs, and varied the pace, but importantly the length. So he's just taking a little bit off the pace, but just bowling slightly shorter, so the batter's got to come and try and advance down the pitch to get there. And if they're not quite getting to the ball, then they're not quite getting the contact that they would like. But Croft's now got 2 for 21 off 3.3. The score's 102 for 7 of 15.3. Let's have another little look at this. Ball just grips slightly, and the batter doesn't quite get all of that. It's slightly across the ball, and he's caught nicely just inside the boundary. So that's another wicket for Lancashire. They'll be pleased with that. As I say, KSCA 102 for 7 and require 70 runs to win from 27 balls with just 3 wickets remaining.
And out to the wicket comes Rajveer Vadva. Croft hunting a 3rd wicket. Vadva will be feeling confident having taken 2 for 28 with the ball earlier on, but this is, well, in some ways you could say it's a perilous situation to come in. In another way you could say for Vadva it's one where there's nothing to lose. No real burden of great expectation given the scoreboard. Just blocks one back.
Like the ball before Croft bowled a leg spinner then.
Yeah. So that's just nerdled away. Well, so if there's ever a time to experiment with anything, now is the time. It is pre-season and the scoreboard sits in your favour.
I just wonder if they're going to bring back to bowl the last few overs of this and kill the game.
Sent. I edged it out towards Cow. And that is a very tidy bit of work from Croft, who concedes just 3 runs from the 16th over and picks up a wicket, which leaves the KSCA in all sorts of trouble. The score after 16 overs, 104 for 7, with an extremely unlikely 68 to win off the last 4 overs of today's cricket in Bangalore. And to see you through that, pass you back to Paul Alur and Bumble.
Been a good performance this by Lancashire, both with the bat and in the field. Karnataka 104 for 7, 4 overs remaining. Tom Aspinwall with 4 wickets, 1 for Croft, 1 for Wells. Sorry, 2 for Croft, 1 for Wells. And just the 1 innings of note from Patel, that half century off 40 balls. Dragged down by Morley, and that's got what it deserved. It was a half tracker, it's been pulled away over square leg for 4. Better delivery from Jack Morley. He's had a tougher introduction, 19 off his first 7 balls. Too short again, and that's heaved away. It's going to be 6 more.
Well, it's really what you want as a left-handed batter, a left-arm finger spinner. And if you get a drag down, you're going to pull it away into that leg side. And that's another that the batter is able to just step back, wait for the delivery, hit it into the bushes. They'll have a chat about line, I think, but also to talk about length.
Yeah, just struggling a little for rhythm, I think, Jack Morley's number of half trackers being bowled, which he can't get away with bowling at his pace. Just needs to try and settle into a bit of rhythm. That's better. Dragged on, I think, unless it turned extravagantly, but Morley now gets a wicket. That'll make him feel an awful lot better after having been hit for 25 in his first 9 balls. So Hegde's innings brief but explosive, 21 from 17.
Well, I just feel much better after being tonked for a 4 and a 6. And we talk about line. The captain got together with him and they would talk about that line. I'm a bit puzzled as to why he's round the wicket. If he wanted to bowl that line just outside off stump, you'd be over the wicket. And inside edge here, you'll see it perfectly. It drags from way outside and it just clips leg stump. We'll feel a whole lot better. And you mentioned rhythm. And it can be quite elusive for a finger spinner. They're in the right place. They're in a super place in India to learn about finger spin. And I thought that Karnataka's spin bowlers bowl very, very well, and he can watch them. They'll be able to watch it back and to see how his opposite number bowled, because they had rhythm and they spun it.
Stephen Croft, 4 overs of spin for 23 and a couple of wickets. Wells, 3 overs, 1 for 22. So 3 spinners use Morley, the one that's just got a bit of tap. Otherwise, those bowling figures looking pretty good. Aspinwall, the standout, 4 for 10 from 3 overs.
In T20 cricket, would Morley be normally a player in there? And that's why Croft has bowled, because there's every chance that if he plays, he would bowl as well, and Wells.
Yeah, Jack Morley's he's learning his trade still as a very young spinner. More in the red ball game. He was, in fact, probably favoured a little bit more than Tom Hartley at some stages last year and the year before. How times have changed there.
Well, he's a similar bowler, Morley, to Jack Leach. So he's quite small, and so his delivery, he gets the ball up in the air to come down at the batter, whereas Tom Hartley is very tall and he'll fire the ball into the pitch, which is what you need in India.
It's in the slot and heaved away over the leg side, but well caught by Will Williams right on the boundary edge, checking where the rope was, took it inside the rope, and that's another wicket for Jack Morley, and he'll all of a sudden be feeling mighty relieved.
It's a good catch in the end, right down that boundary rope. The wickets tumbling now, 115 for 9, so Morley, enterprising figures, 2 overs, 2 for 26.
It's a typical T20 modern day bowling analysis, that, isn't it? 2 for 26 off 2. Karnataka 9 down now, so Lancashire within grasp of establishing a victory in their first game out in Bangalore. And they'll be pretty pleased with the way things have gone today. Batted well to get 171 for 7, with all the batters getting a start. And they bowled as they would have expected to, competently, without much stress and strain. Will Williams took the new ball. He's coming back now to finish off. Ball 2 overs for 18. Tom Bailey was his usual naggingly accurate self, got plenty of movement. And young Tom Aspinwall has got 4 wickets to his name.
Well, it's middle practice, it's preparation, and I think that Lancashire will get something from it. But Karnataka also, I thought they bowled pretty well and took some good catches, intelligent bowling. Opening batter Patil got 50, played well. But it's a batting that's probably just let them down.
So just 1 wicket needed for Lancashire, and 55 runs for Karnataka from less than 3 overs.
So what's the format tomorrow? It's a Thunder game tomorrow, I think.
Thunder 50 over game tomorrow.
50 over game.
Yeah. And then Tuesday is the first day of the 3-day game.
At same venue.
Yeah, the men's team.
Yeah.
I think it's the same venue. Yeah. Full toss and dispatched through the leg side quite comfortably. Williams looking for the Yorker, I would imagine, but it's a shin-high full toss that got the treatment.
Do you know, I think that's the first pie of the day.
Well, I think after today the emphasis will be on red ball, because the 3-day game will be a red ball game. That's top-edged and should be a catch for George Bell, who takes it comfortably, wraps up the innings, and that's a victory for Lancashire. They've beaten Karnataka by 51 runs, and Williams gets the final wicket.
Banging bouncer, it's not pace, high in the air. Bell calls it, and it's a safe pouch. End of the game in the 18th over. Karnataka all out for 121. Williams has just nipped in there, gets his 1 wicket. So it's a good workout, a middle workout for Lancashire.
Yeah, good work. 18 overs in the blistering heat of Bangalore. Just a nice little workout for them. And now the white ball duties are done and dusted. They can concentrate on the red ball for the rest of the pre-season trip, building into their county championship that begins here at Emirates Old Trafford on the 5th of April.
Well, you can learn a lot for a county side to go across to India and Bengaluru to watch and observe how the Indian cricketers go about the business, and particularly in playing spin. You've got a middle practice here for a T20 game, that's fine. You've got a game situation and you win the game comfortably. But learning also, just learn how to play spin, where your gaps are, where your opportunities are. I think it's a great adventure for the players and a wonderful opportunity.
Smiles all round then from Lancashire, the coaching staff, the new coaching staff, Dale Benkenstein, Craig White, Will Porterfield. Mark Chilton might be there in the background, Director of Cricket. Indeed he is, with the sunglasses on. So there we go, Lancashire Lightning winning the toss, deciding to bat first on a pitch that offered a little bit of help to the bowlers. And there was some good bowling too from that Karnataka 11. But George Bell 35, Stephen Croft 29, Luke Wells 26, Keaton Jennings the captain 25, propelled Lancashire up to that 171. Matty Hurst played well as well, got 24 not out from just 12 balls at the end. And constant stream of wickets pegged Karnataka back. Aspinwall the pick, but the 3 spinners picking up 5 between them. Will Williams getting the last wicket there to bowl Karnataka out for 121. Debrief now, David. That's part of the modern game.
Yeah,
it
is.
Debrief.
You know, I like that, and I think it'll be quite calm as well. And an opportunity to sit down and look at video and what went on in the game as to what was right, particularly what was right, things that you can work on to improve. But all in all, I think these young players from Karnataka, I thought they equipped themselves well in the field. I thought they bowled intelligently. There's some good spinners on view. Might have just failed a little bit with the bat, but again, the opening batter, Patil, gets 50.
Just see on the left of the screen there, Keaton Jennings chatting through his own little debrief with Will Porterfield, I think. We're, I think, in a position to get an update from out at the ground. Warren Hegg has been busy rounding up a couple of the Lancashire players. I think he's got Stephen Croft and Tom Aspinwall with him. So I think we can get over and hear what the lads have got to say.
So I'm joined with two of the successful bowlers today. Lancashire completing a 50-odd run victory over Karnataka 11. Joined by Stephen Croft, joined by Aspie. Aspie, 4 wickets on one of the first days here at Karnataka. How does it feel?
No, it feels really good to get out on grass. Actually play some cricket now.
Bowl with a bit of pace, bit of movement?
Yeah, there was a little bit of movement at the start. It was quite a stoppy pitch, a bit up and down, so it worked quite well just about length.
I suppose working inside for the last 6 months or so, you know, to get outside, to get in the heat, to get on the grass is great feeling.
Yeah, no, it's really good after a long, cold winter.
To get some cricket under your belt, brilliant. And Crofty, the old timer, you know, played under over 7,000 one-day games for Lancashire. And Crofty, you look great out there. You bowled, you spin with a lot of guile and a lot of flight, and you've got them out.
Yeah, I still enjoy bowling in T20 cricket. Always good challenge and a bit of play share. I don't bowl too often anymore, but you always try and get in the sort of the batsman's mind, see what they do, and sort of try and counter that. But as Aspie says, great to get outdoors at a great ground and against some skilled opposition.
Relatively young team that we brought out here to India, but it's great to have these young lads in the side and to give them as experience as they want. Yeah,
we've got a great blend of youth and experience. Yeah, me being at the experience at the other end, I suppose. But yeah, awesome. Like the other night, we had some youngsters play and have some great experiences the whole trip. And yeah, nice for the senior pros to be around as well. And yeah, still a few more to come in yet, but we're in a great spot and a great blend of that youth and experience. Aspie, back over to you. You know, to have players like Crofty in your side and Captain Keaton Jennings, to lean on them for a bit of experience and a bit of few tips must be helpful.
No, it's really helpful when it's not going as well. You can come to them, and then you can always come to the fields, what you think the pitch. So they've always got an answer to everything. You've got so Crofty's always got an answer for everything, yes. But trying to deliver your skills out there on the field, is any particular ball you were trying to work on? I think a little bit slower balls, and obviously just trying to nail Yorkers. Yes, but great experience all round to come out here to play in India. Yeah, no, it's amazing to come out and play here. Crofty, let's look at the season. Let's move forward towards the season, the T20 Blast. There's a lot of good teams in that competition, so we've got to be really on point. Massively so, yeah. It's always a competitive league, the North Division as well. Usually big grounds, good pitches, so it's always a tough challenge. There's some great players, domestic players and international as well, so it's nice to test yourself against the best that's out there. And yeah, we were looking for a good solid start and get through to those group stages. I feel our records are great in that format, especially at home, but we've just sort of one trophy in the last column. We want to obviously, not just this year, but the next few years, be competing and being in the race to add to that column. Lads, thanks for joining us. Cheers, Iggy. Thank you. I think we've now been joined by head coach Del Begstein. Well done, fellas. Thank you. Benke, great win for the side there. Great performance from the boys. They've been working hard all winter, as we mentioned, but to get outside onto the grass and to get a win under our belts is a great feeling. Yeah, I think we had quite a tough first game. And that, I think, was a good learning curve for us, first out. And I think it is difficult because the Blast is a few months away, but we don't really have much time to prepare other than this. So it's nice to have those conversations, and there's nothing better than actually seeing it out in the middle and in a match rather than just the nets. So
what has been great is a lot of our young players have had opportunities. They have taken it. They've learned. They're going to learn massively from this, and I think it just gives us some really good content to digest over the next 6 weeks or so during the championship cricket. And so when the blast does start, we almost feel like we a few steps ahead when we hit the ground in that comp. Yeah.
Benke, we mentioned before that we've got a few players out here in the IPL and a few players that are not with us, but that's a great opportunity for our younger boys to come in and show what they can do.
Yeah, I think they're very, very fortunate. You know, firstly to be able to come to a place like India where cricket is a religion, and you hear about it, but you get to really experience it. Not only the cricket, but the different culture and the people. So it's great for them to have the opportunity on the cricket field, but also just the life experience, I think, is probably just as invaluable.
And let's talk about Aspie there. Four for next to nothing, really. Bowled really well, bowled some good pace, good variation.
Yeah, he's a very exciting young cricketer. He's a strong man, and he offers all three skill sets. You know, he's good with a bat, with a ball, and I'm sure there will be a few people in the 100 looking out for him. But for us at Lancs, I think it'll be exciting to see what he can do on the field for us in the blast. And if he has a good few weeks there, then as we all know, there's so many opportunities in world cricket now. But he's definitely got the game for T20.
White ball cricket, then on to red ball cricket for the next couple of days. Anything we're looking for in particular?
I think we wanted to get as much white ball cricket as we could in because there isn't a lot of time for that. So that's sort of that now done, and we'll start now really preparing for that first game against Surrey on the 5th. So now it'll just be into red ball cricket, back to just getting the basics right. It's just nice to actually do it in a live game. It really is an opportunity for everyone to feel like they've already put the boots on, they've taken guard, they've got their run-ups right before that first game, rather than feeling like you find all those basic things when you're in a competitive game. So it's great that we've got the 3 days. We've got a bit of a rest tomorrow, and then it'll just be. I think they're a very strong red ball team. So it's just about understanding what are those strengths, trying to iron out any little cobwebs from the winter, and just getting ready for that first game.
Magic, coach. Thanks for joining us.
Cheers.
Back to the studio.
Cheers, Higgy. Nice to cheer away,
the boys over there. That was a really good start, as Dale Benkenstein said, for Lancashire, and they'll take great encouragement. He's quite right that there's not an awful lot of time to prepare for T20. It comes hard on the heels of the first lot of county championship games, and this gives some good pointers.
Yeah, well, it's all sandwiched into a domestic season, and of course the next campaign is red ball cricket, so you get an opportunity to play white ball cricket, and it was a good run out. It was a good exercise. They've won comfortably, but there'll be things that they would look at, and I'll tell you what they will look at from there. The 171 for 7 was hard work, and they never really, the batters, came to terms with the pitch. But in T20, you've got to think on your feet. And we would always say, or I would say, 200. Well, that was never a 200 pitch. Neither, I think, it was 170. I think they would have been more comfortable 185, and to dictate against a better team. Karnataka played okay. Patil got 56 and he played pretty well, but overall the bowlers were in charge. But I think they would look at the batting side of things, think on your feet a little bit more, and come to terms with the pitch a little bit more.
Yeah, be a little bit more adaptable. I think that's good. Having said that, in the context of the first game, a lot of these guys will have played for quite some time. It was a more than reasonable effort.
It's a workout.
It's a good workout. Yeah. They were good in the field. Those bowling figures are excellent from Aspinwall. Stephen Croft keeps on playing, doesn't he? I mean, runs and wickets. He's been a key part of Lancashire for many, many years now, and continues to be so. So a really good victory then in this first game for the Lancashire men's team in Bengaluru. And as Dale Benkenstein said, they can now concentrate on red ball preparation. I think what we can do now, though, is just show you a brief summary, some highlights of play in this first game today. Lancashire in their opening T20 game out in Bengaluru. That's their white ball proportion of their preparation for the season done and dusted, and they can now concentrate, or the men's team can concentrate on red ball from now on. David, just a quick summary then. Dale Benkenstein, Keaton Jennings will be happy with the way that game's gone today.
Yeah, a workout. They never really came to terms with the pitch, so that's something that they will work on going forward. But I think the bowlers were fine. It was a comfortable win. And as players, the players, as we say, were far better out here in the middle than working in the nets. And it's a good workout, decent workout.
Good stuff. So Lancashire have a victory under their belt in this first T20. The Thunder won earlier today. That was a good performance from them in their T20 game. And Lancs TV will be back live at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning to cover the Thunder's 50-over game against a Karnataka side. And David and I will be back along with the rest of the team on Tuesday morning at 4 a.m. for the first day of the 3-day game. And that will be brought to you live and exclusively on Lancashire TV. So until then, it's a very goodbye from us all here at Emirates Old Trafford.
1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
At the time, I didn't really feel like I was trailblazing. I was just a young girl who loved cricket, had a passion for it.
Because at the time, there was nowhere really for you to go.
I never believed I was good enough to play for England. I say it's his fault. I'm a number 11 now. The girl coming on now, this is where we cash in, this is where we get stuck in. And I got 4 for, and like not many overs. And my mum just turned around to me and went, that's my daughter, by the way. You know, he always maintained that I was good enough to be there. It was nothing to do with being a girl. That was probably my goal, was just to do as much as I could for as long as I could. I remember that summer it just lit cricket up, didn't it? I must have had 6 hours sleep throughout the entire test match. You know, they've got a girl playing for them. Is she any good? I remember being more nervous making my first team debut for Hayward than I was for my England debut. You're like a young Kate Cross, to not have to do what I did, not have to be the first girl to do things.
Welcome along to Emirates Old Trafford for another edition of Beyond the Boundary. And I'm delighted to say that today I've got a trailblazer alongside me, none other than Kate Cross, the first girl to be admitted to the Lancashire Academy, the first lady to play in the Central Lancashire League, and one of the original centrally contracted players for England. Kate, I think it's pretty fair to say you are a trailblazer for women's cricket, isn't it?
I think when you say all those things, I guess hindsight gives you a bigger picture. Obviously, at the time, I didn't really feel like I was trailblazing. I was just a young girl who loved cricket, had a passion for it, wanted to play as much as possible, and was lucky enough to get those opportunities.